only alert that this manhwa will provide you with plenty of anger prior to developing affection. The main character is a failure who navigates dungeons on crutches. Indeed, he walks into the dungeon using crutches. Subsequently, begins delivering crutch hits to the monsters. His brother, whom he supported entirely, life stirs as S-rank and faces away from him. He spits on the plate he used. Certainly, in the times ahead, he will stir up some nonsense, gain abilities and seek vengeance on all. Events here began just like in solo leveling. Gateways across the globe. Our current setback involves working at a moving company. With the emergence of the portals, individuals frequently desire to relocate great distances. You can also have water while doing this job. Seems like a lucrative venture, consistently benefiting from others' misfortunes. The main character strives to assist his younger brother, purchase Pokemon cards and similar items. The sibling who remains in school. On a specific day when they were set to undertake a moving task, they observed that one of the portals that were once dark are now red. And because they paid little attention to on the road, they ultimately collided with something, and it went straight into Satan's cockatiel. The creature was famished and approached them aggressively. In that instant, he believed he had lost both his job and his boss. However, when he glanced sideways, the situation was even graver. A number of monsters emerged from the portal. The portals linked dungeons. As they weren't finished on schedule, the monsters emerged for their lunch break. Immediately, hundreds perished within minutes. In this instance, they employed the moving service for the afterlife. It might be wiser to establish a funeral home at this time. The man remained concerned about he sought out the boss for a job. He abruptly noticed muscular arms gripping the creature. I was unaware that the elderly man visited The reality is that the beast was held by the old man's spouse. Honey, are you using steroids? Clearly, humans emerged alongside the portals. What a remarkable coincidence that is. Now we only need Sung Jinwoo. Correct? However, recall that I mentioned the protagonist has a sibling in school. His bus overturned. That setback of your younger brother also stirred. He is among the rare individuals worldwide who awaken with an S rank. He goes by the name Sung Jin Woo. I mentioned it. Incorrect. His name is Han Yu-hyun. 8 years go by fast. A woman who discovered her powers was speaking on television. That they possess a system window. With this system, she is able to utilize abilities. In her situation, she is the timber woman. Following that, she became part of a guild for dungeons. Selling what emerges from within can become dirty. Wealthy. I'm referring to the status of Elon Musk. Having cash flowing abundantly to you. In South Korea, Han Yu-hyun gained fame after awakening during high school. He established the Abyss Guild after school, having grown up in poverty and losing his family young. However, at 25, he has enough money to purchase even a single can of Coke. Minimum $600 net earnings required monthly. The girl who was recently interviewed would quickly gain wealth as well. Correct? Incorrect. She additionally employed the relocation service for the afterlife. She passed away deep within a dungeon. Do you believe life is a strawberry? Life is an extremely bitter lemon. Having already clarified all of this portal and economic nonsense, let's focus on what's important. Individuals wished to visit the dungeon felt off. Han Eugene, a rank F hunter who relied on crutches, was also present in that dungeon. As you may recall, this is the main character. Certainly, he does this for his survival. The other hunters view him as a liability. The group leader is the sole defender, as hiring him is cost-effective. The cost is low since he has endured several unsuccessful attempts. Dungeons in which all perished. He is a leech. The hunter claims he was deserted by his brother, despite having shattered his legs. This infuriated him, prompting him to advance. However, ultimately, he holds rank F while the other individual is rank D. highlighting a significant disparity in their strength. He ought to have at least tossed the crutch at the former group leader shows some concern for the guy, at least. The bald man utilized a bone enhancement ability to assist him for several hours. He understands he is a liability, yet he requires this too. He rises, shaking hands and lauding the elderly gentleman. Just a few words, such as "your baldness is beautiful," were sufficient. That he has received everything. Joyful. Ultimately, what the crutch guy desired was to grasp the elderly man's hand to utilize his power. When he sways someone, that individual is included as a aim, and shortly we will discover its purpose. Let's focus on what's important. The task is to seize the crutches now. Within the dungeon, the party was assaulted by bat-like Pokemon. However, the hunters swiftly dealt with them. Nevertheless, the guild master encouraged them to remain vigilant. Some asserted they felt no fear within a D-grade dungeon. The hunters found it amusing that 8 years prior, such pathetic beings had caused them to flee in terror. After its demise, the wretched creature left them a substantial gift. The hunters were very pleased upon spotting the sizable mana stone. The D rank then faced our hero and pressed him to speed up the mining, noting that he would only receive 20% of whatever he unearthed. Eugen considered this unjust since he received significantly less. However, the hunter pointed out that he would gain nothing from the stones left by monsters, and that his sole source of income was mining. In that instant, the protagonist found himself likening his situation to Cinderella's, with the two bullies resembling her self-absorbed sisters. With that in mind, Eugen resolved to endure while crooning about his role as a damsel in distress. Now isolated, he started to reflect on his sorrow and the abandonment by his brother following the loss of both their parents. Soon after he became a hunter, his brother departed home. The hero implored the boy to remain by his side, warning of the dangers outside, yet the boy ignored him. Eventually, while the protagonist was enlisted in the military, his younger brother established his own guild, Haiyan, which rapidly rose to become the top guild in the country. And just so, the main character was deserted again. Eugen found himself completely alone in the world. Consequently, he yearned for an awakening, believing it would transform everything. Thus, our protagonist forsook everything and put all his savings into a broker who charmed him with persuasive words, promising an awakening. However, to everyone's astonishment, the elder sibling of the top Korean hunter was revealed to be an inconsequential F rank. Whispers circulated regarding the weakling's attempts to exploit his younger brother and his deceit towards investors. Ultimately, the protagonist became the media's prime target, burdened with an overwhelming amount of debt. His younger sibling felt embarrassed by the scandal he created and ridiculed his authority. Eugen even asserted that the person who raised him was utterly disgraceful. His misfortune continued when he sustained a leg injury during a dungeon raid. The younger sibling refused to offer his caretaker any of his healers for assistance and remarked that this should prevent him from raiding again. That said, the one who possessed everything instructed the one with nothing to cease tarnishing his reputation. Consequently, the protagonist was currently mining as if enslaved. Yuhyun experienced an emptiness within. Ultimately, he asserted that he comprehended his brother for abandoning him. Ultimately, he couldn't completely refute the reality that he was merely an F-rank hunter attempting to benefit from his younger brother's abilities. The work, nonetheless, was especially perilous. The sole reason our hero, an F-rank, remained alive was due to his unique ability. Yuhyun was recognized as the custodian. This enabled him to bring a few individuals into his circle. The individuals involved were Yuhyun, for whom he had devoted his whole life to caring, along with those who turned into close friends. His ability was simple to utilize. He only needed to utter 3 simple magic words to place people under his protection. Once they became custodians, the protagonist could grant his targets various enhancements and benefits. Ultimately, this was insufficient, as he remained merely an F-rank hunter possessing only F-rank abilities. Yuhyun possessed a concealed technique that enabled him to endure seemingly impossible situations, even after all his teammates were eliminated. His continued existence was not a matter of chance. Rather, it stemmed from a latent ability associated with his designation as custodian. That ability alone enabled someone as frail as our protagonist to endure the truly unthinkable. This power was referred to as final thanks, yet since it was triggered unexpectedly, our hero found themselves taken aback. In his profound quest for power, it unexpectedly enveloped his whole being. It didn't take long for our hero to understand that this was the guild master's energy. In that instant, his heart sank. He hurried in distress, recalling that this was supposed to be a secure D-rank dungeon. With the strength of final thanks, the main character would gain twice the skills and attributes of the individual he mentors for a limited duration. In essence, if the individual under our hero's protection possessed significant power, even the F-rank hunter was capable of briefly transforming into a titan. But this power had its share of challenges, due to its rather grim condition for activation. This condition was directly associated with the one under the protagonist's care. Eugene would not accept that. If anything occurred to the guild master, suddenly, he found himself stepping into a pool of blood. For final thanks to activate, it was necessary for the one in his care to perish. In that instant, our protagonist stood in shock, witnessing his beloved guild master lying motionless as a lifeless body on the floor. Urgent cries for assistance compelled him to glance up. The previously D-ranked creature was now within the jaws of a massive dragon. The hunter knew that a monster of such strength had no place in a D-grade dungeon, attributing it to the curse of the F-rank. In an instant, the figure clad in red was ripped apart. The terrifying being was indeed the Dragon King of Venom and Curse. Rokitas, that being who certainly had no place in such a low-tier dungeon, was an invincible, supreme dragon that no one had ever managed to defeat before. To worsen the situation, our F-rank, who could barely walk, was now compelled to confront everything by themselves. He still couldn't comprehend that one of the most secure dungeons was now home to an actual Tier 1 dragon. To escape, our hero activated a skill that enhanced his legs. He was now harnessing a doubled version of his guild master's ability, striving to break free. His objective was straightforward: to exit the dungeon as quickly as he could. However, what appeared to be a potential goal was swiftly dashed by the movement of a tail. The exit was blocked by the dragon. Facing the approaching assault, the main character chose to protect himself by toughening his arms. However, the creature made no effort and effortlessly tossed him aside. Eugene subsequently fell to the ground. Soon, subsequently, he began to vomit blood. Despite the increased strength of his guild master, the main character remained far too unfortunate to confront the three-headed dragon. Final gratitude. He began to pour the final moments of the boss into his mind. It revealed to him how the hunter that tormented him endeavored to give the old man a chance to escape. However, before he could comprehend it, the creature had already struck. Suddenly, blood sprayed all around while screams resonated throughout the cave. Such dreadful recollections left the hero shaken. His legs had finally collapsed. Injured and facing the Tier 1 dragon, Eugene found himself with no means of escape. Yet, even fully aware he had no opportunity, our main character wasn't prepared for death just yet. Abruptly, a fierce strike struck the creature. Through a twist of fate, a hero found a savior to come to their aid. It was his younger brother, the S-rank hunter, without a doubt. Eugene concealed his elder brother behind a rock and urged him to back off. However, the hero attempted to caution him regarding the three-headed creature. That said, the mightiest hunter in Korea prepared himself for the battle ahead. He utilized one of his abilities. A flurry of feathers emerged as he activated his ability, Blue Willows. That said, he leapt into the air with grace and launched a flurry of rapid strikes that the creature simply couldn't match. The prodigy then employed another skill, enabling him to transform his blade into a black hue. The summoned dark flames had appeared. He subsequently focused all that energy into a single point, prior to delivering a crushing blow to one of the three heads of the beast. Eugene was astonished by how fast his younger brother was. since it marked the first occasion he had witnessed an elite hunter in combat. Yujin swiftly observed the second head getting ready for something. Just in time, the young man managed to dodge the approaching assault. He cautioned him that this was a harmful poison lacking any known antidote. Yujin then intervened for his elder brother, employing his Titan shield to safeguard him from the toxic substance. Nonetheless, he also did not emerge unscathed. Witnessing this, the elder brother felt a deep horror for Yujin. Meanwhile, the younger brother remained resolute. The skilled hunter then executed a flurry of fierce slashes, urgently attempting to injure the creature. To the brother's dismay, the blade began to melt. Yujin soon understood that his sibling was unable to fight at full strength, preoccupied with shielding him instead. At that moment, our hero understood he was burdening the S-rank hunter. In a rage, Yujin shouted at his older brother for going back to the dungeon despite having broken his legs. He even held him responsible for the devastation and insisted he was weary of compensating for his errors. Yujin yelled at his brother to cease trying and simply surrender. Hearing this from his sibling during such a pivotal moment left our hero deeply stunned. In that instant, he realized his brother didn't wish for him to be a burden in any way. Yujin, who had wished for Yujin's assistance in the spirit of their brotherhood, was reminded of his own ineffectiveness. He chose to confront Yujin regarding the matter. Yujin rose to his feet. He called forth his sword, questioning his younger brother if he was weary of having someone as worthless as him nearby. Before the S-rank hunter could comprehend it, the insane F-rank lunged at the Tier 1 dragon and pierced it. The creature's focus was entirely directed toward the tiny insect. Yujin expressed that he felt like a burden to his brother and preferred to die at that moment. He even mentioned that finding himself in the Valley of the Beast, he aimed to spare his brother the burden of organizing a funeral for him. The protagonist also noted that the Hyo Guild would be pleased to hear of his demise. With that in mind, as the creature charged toward him, he chose to embrace his destiny calmly. Yujin felt startled and used all of his strength in an attempt to rescue his elder brother. In an instant, the formidable hunter confronted the invincible creature. Ultimately, it was human blood that permeated the earth beneath. The main character was shocked, and upon understanding what just occurred, he stood before his younger brother, pierced by the creature's sharp claws. In that instant, Yujin started to question where everything had gone astray. During their childhood, the two brothers shared a strong bond and grew inseparable after losing their parents. In spite of his sorrow, the older brother consistently maintained a smile for his younger sibling. Yujin committed himself fully to nurturing his younger brother. Just like before, it was solely the two of them versus the world. In a tragic turn of events, Yujin discovered himself holding an impaled Yujin. Our protagonist could not grasp the sacrifice made by his younger sibling. Nonetheless, the hunter managed to bring down one of the three heads successfully. At that instant, the genius conveyed to his kin that the dragon could remain awake for just 5 hours, and that 4 of those hours had already elapsed. As he indicated that the protagonist could safely flee after an hour, confusion enveloped him. This was the same brother who had not come to see him following his injury and had abandoned him during his time of need. Yujin, who had attempted to persuade his brother to surrender, was now providing him with a gate stone, an object that would enable his escape. Yujin confirmed that Yujin ought to be the one to use it once they treated his wounds. Yet, to his dismay, the despondent rank hunter confirmed it would be futile, as they both understood all too well that he wouldn't escape this dungeon alive. That being stated, Yujin finally shut his eyes, utterly astonished. It was activated at that moment. Final thanks had been triggered and would endure for a full 60 minutes. Following the demise of the top Korean hunter, the protagonist could now reap the rewards of double his abilities. In an instant, Yujin gained immense power, as explosive energy began to surge within his body. The creature chose to conclude what it had begun. As it attempted to overpower the human, the hunter utilized his blue willow to quickly flee. Yujin managed to create space between himself and the creature. Yujin embraced his brother, feeling the energy surging through his veins. Armed with his new skills, he chose to create a weapon. The custodian was now armed with a spear. He even inquired of the monster whether it genuinely wished to assault him in this state. With the dragon rushing toward him, the hero inhaled deeply. He quickly leaped aside before thrusting a knife into one of the heads. He asserted that the creature was remarkably swift. Ultimately, he had become 2 times stronger than the greatest hunter throughout all of Korea. With that, one head was removed, leaving just 2 remaining. Ultimately, the custodian witnessed the memories of his younger sibling and the choice he made to distance himself upon learning of his F rank. Yujin understood that if his brother was recognized as his vulnerability, others would eagerly seek to exploit that weakness. During the influence of the flashback, the hero lunged at the beast. Using his astonishing speed, he swiftly leaped onto the dragon's head. In the air, he prepared himself to deliver a strong blow. In that instant, he realized how his younger brother instructed his men to watch over him closely, knowing he would be vulnerable without protection while hunting. During Yujin's hospital stay, Yujin was consumed by anger and insisted that those responsible for his brother's suffering be dealt with. In that instant, our hero delivered a fierce strike against the dragon. On the day Yujin expelled his brother from his establishment, he instructed his men to hand him some money before escorting him away. The young man was eager to shield his custodian from the perils of the dungeons. Yujin loathed himself for how he was treating him, but this was the sole method he had to ensure his safety. Back in the... Currently, all was silent now. The 3-headed dragon was ultimately defeated. Despite winning, the victor found no joy in success. Ultimately, he had just come to understand how significantly his younger brother had sacrificed for his sake. At last, his strength was nearing its limit, enabling the dragon's poison to eliminate the last brother. Just when the protagonist resolved to embrace his destiny, the system unexpectedly notified him of his accomplishment in defeating a dragon solo. Consequently, the custodian earned the prestigious title of Dragon Slayer. For this remarkable achievement, he would now receive 10 gate stones, 5 Tier 1 enchantment drafts, and the Red Dragon Greatsword. Additionally, the system provided him with a stone capable of fulfilling a single wish. Our hero quickly formulated a wish without much delay. However, when he attempted to bring his brother back, he discovered that the stone does not interfere with the matters of the deceased. Consequently, the sorrowful man considered this object to be valueless. It was only at that moment he understood his desire. He aspired to surpass his brother, aiming to be the best in the world. All of this was driven by his wish to safeguard what he cherishes most. And more, enabling him to formulate a wish. Yujin longed to return to the days when his brother was still living. After reflecting on it, he even longed to go back to a time before his awakening. The main character was indifferent about whether this choice was a poor one. Ultimately, he reached a decision and affirmed his desire. In an instant, the stone began to reverse time. Yujin Han aimed to prevent the numerous tragedies from ever taking place again. After a brief period, the protagonist awoke, no longer in the dungeon. The custodian swiftly understood he was in his younger brother's headquarters. Noticing his inability to access his status window, it appeared that time had genuinely reversed. The hero glanced at his phone and verified that he had indeed traveled 5 years back in time. Yujin remembered that on this day, he wished to encounter an awakening broker, feeling utterly pathetic about it. Back then, he withdrew some of his savings to pursue a career as a hunter, not recognizing it as a scam. At that moment, he came to a realization. Yujin, who was meant to enter the room now, listened to the door creak. When the main character rotated, he encountered someone ready to reprimand him. When he saw young Yujin pleading for him to cease the mockery, the hero felt tears welling up. His brother was alive once more. Yujin. Han's desire had genuinely been fulfilled. Yujin felt completely bewildered, only to find himself even more fascinated by his brother's apology. The protagonist expressed profound remorse for his actions. Observing this, the younger sibling concluded that the custodian had made a significant mistake, only for him to assert otherwise. Yujin noted how he had just come to understand that his brother was still in his 20s. He began to blame himself for not recognizing how much his brother had endured alone while tackling those daunting dungeons. The protagonist vowed to remain by his side from now on to avoid causing any further issues for the S-rank hunter. Yujin was deeply touched by this, feeling that he could finally reconnect with his big brother. Even though I recognized how awkward this was, the main character found it impossible not to enjoy. At last, he had the opportunity to mend his bond with his brother, aiming to restore their closeness. Yujin then conveyed his affection to the boy he had nurtured. Having finally understood his role, he resolved to act appropriately, moving forward and distance himself from the hunting realm and the dungeons. Out of nowhere, the system praised him for becoming an awakener. Yujin struggled to comprehend this situation. To add to the confusion, he obtained the titles and the ideal custodian. He also learned a new ability called Super Nanny. The system indicated that Yujin's growth rate had now doubled, given that he was under our hero's care, which left him quite curious. Eventually, the food was set on the stove. Yujin was nearly done cooking. The main character felt profoundly out of place. In the initial timeline, this signified a significant conflict between him and his younger sibling. However, circumstances had changed. He felt content to have made amends with him, yet it still struck him as odd that they were dining together. Yujin shifted his focus to his status window. The timeline reset, granting him a new awakening, markedly different from the last. He obtained the L-rank Dragon Slayer title, an honor exclusively awarded to those who slay the creature single-handedly. The custodian swiftly understood that this was the mark he received from the creature and sensed something was amiss, as this occurrence was not expected at that moment. The main character soon realized that rank L signified legendary, which was higher than the S rank. To enhance the experience, this title featured 4 skills. The wielder was astonished by these new powers. The main character had gained L-rank resistance to poison curses, along with 2 additional skills that would significantly enhance his effectiveness against all dragons. Yujin Han was very thrilled. He began to see himself as the main character in a tale where he would emerge as the mightiest in the world following a journey through time. That said, he began to dream about it. Yujin envisioned Yu Yun being overwhelmed by the dragon. Just as they feared imminent death from the poison, an astonishing event would occur. A wondrous savior would arrive on the scene. Our protagonist would then execute a memorable big brother moment, eager to impress his brilliant younger sibling and establish some credibility in his eyes. Yujin felt confident that he was now like a superhero. He hurried to see his grade, believing he had achieved S rank or possibly even L rank status. However, the statistics were undeniable. Yujin remained at F rank. Upon recognizing this wasn't a usual Isekai narrative, he started to feel anxious, believing he would once more be ineffective. He felt such disappointment that he began to believe L actually stood for loser. The custodian obtained several new E-rank buffs that surpassed his previous ones, though none were particularly remarkable. However, he did achieve a notable upgrade, as his custodian title rose to the legendary level. As a result, he gained 3 new abilities. Although potent, Final Thanks was a skill he hoped to avoid encountering in the future. The initial new ability was referred to as Super Nanny. This enables the user to enhance the target's growth rate for 3 days by uttering specific keywords. Yujin noticed it resembled his previous ability, but chose to verify the growth rate enhancement. To his surprise, it turned out to be an astonishing 2 times. Yujin understood that this would significantly aid Yuhin, particularly when paired with the ability Who's a Good Boy, a novel skill enabling the user to enhance the target's stats by uttering the keyword in front of a perceptive audience that can comprehend it. In essence, vocalizing the keywords before an audience of 100 would provide the S-rank hunter with a complete 100% boost in all stat points. Therefore, if Yujin supported his younger brother in front of 100 individuals, his strength would inevitably double. The older brother was especially pleased with this ability, as it would enable his brother and the entire guild to acquire immense power that would astonish everyone. Hyan would rise to lead the top guild, and due to his pivotal role in its success, the hero would be honored and celebrated like a king. However, just when everything began to align for our main character, the phrase turned out to be, "I love you." Suddenly, the older brother began banging his head on the table, as if things couldn't possibly become any more humiliating. He swiftly understood that the keyword likely altered when he viewed the timeline. However, whenever he mentioned the keyword to anyone he encountered, he was sure to enjoy a pleasant night in jail with the police. Noting that this ability was ineffective, the hero chose to examine the last one. The ultimate ability would enable the protagonist to perceive the potential rank of an unawakened target and unlock their full potential by reciting the keyword. Yet, just as he immersed himself in contemplation, dinner was finally over. His brother offered him some rice. Yuhin felt uncertain about the meal, considering it was prepared from leftovers found in the fridge. The hero's response revealed everything. Yuhin felt joy watching his brother relish the meal and cheerfully mentioned that there was plenty more in Japan. He was surprised by his brother's cooking skills, especially since he could easily afford dining out. Yuhin remarked that cooking at home was a safer option, adding to his intrigue. At that time, he lacked poison antidotes or curse-removing items when he began his adventure. This led the elder sibling to understand that there had been attempts to harm the younger one previously. Yuhin suggested that envy over his remarkable skill at such a young age must have motivated some individuals. After all, many prominent guilds align themselves with large corporations for advancement, whereas he established his own empire independently. As Yuhin noted, he might have been wiser to affiliate with one of the major guilds instead. He was abruptly seized by the face. Yuhin felt considerable anger that his brother had withheld such vital information. The early hunter implored the F rank not to judge him, emphasizing that this was ultimately the path he had chosen. The 20-year-old then revealed that his greatest regret was the decline of his relationship with his brother. Yuhin had to monitor his brother closely while feigning indifference to protect him from harmful individuals. The young man asserted that he kept all of this hidden to avoid becoming a burden to his brother. However, he eventually confessed his mistake. Yuhin felt profoundly moved by his brother's heartfelt apology and the way he conveyed his affection, particularly after having previously ignored him. Observing his younger brother behave this way, the older sibling quickly loaded his plate, unsure of how else to respond. Yuhin Huan felt thankful for having turned back time, asserting it was the greatest choice he ever made. At that instant, the younger sibling chose to depart, but prior to that, he encouraged the protagonist to count, knowing he wouldn't be available to take calls for a while. Terrified of uncovering the true implications of his brother's words, our hero complied without hesitation. As the guild master exited, Yuhin vowed to tidy up everything before departing, but his brother was left puzzled. Yuhin clarified that he was meant to remain here. In truth, not only would our hero be residing with him from that moment forward, but he was also now prohibited from ever leaving. Yuhin struggled to grasp this concept, as if he had turned into his brother's captive. Upon realizing this, our protagonist sought clarification. His brother merely highlighted that the outside world was exceedingly perilous. Everything had changed for our hero, as he had mended his bond with his younger sibling. In essence, he had become a target on foot for numerous foes, all of whom would be keen to eliminate him. This meant the custodian could not leave the house. However, on the positive side, he would have the opportunity to reside in his younger brother's lavish apartment. Still unwilling to acknowledge this reality, Yuhin dashed to the door, only to soon discover he was incarcerated. At that instant, a mail carrier entered the space and prompted the protagonist to sign the document to receive the items he had ordered. Yuhin promptly contacted a moving service to clear out his brother's apartment and transport all the belongings to this location. Yuhin was puzzled by his caretaker's disapproval of the plan since he had previously consented to everything. Once he had offered his apology and granted forgiveness for the cold shoulder, everything fell into place. The 20-year-old stated that his brother had consented to be his captive by doing this. However, Yuhin, still holding onto a hint of defiance, insisted that this was not true. In an instant, the custodian discovered he was confined within a golden cage. At a certain moment, he began to believe that his brother had lost his sanity. Following that, he rewound time. In a rush, our protagonist gathered a bag of necessities and chose to exit the house before his brother got back. However, just as he was ready to leave through the front door, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Before the massive, gorilla-like figure, our protagonist, barely 5 feet tall, could only tremble. The individual was Sungon Kim, Yoo-hin's trusted aide and an A-rank hunter known for his strong defensive abilities. When inquired about passing, the F-rank hunter was refused permission to leave. Yoo-hin found this utterly absurd, unable to resist. His brother even provided him with an A-rank hunter to serve as a warden. Our protagonist attempted to reason his way out, asserting that the man ought to be less concerned about his actions. Observing this, Sungon Kim chose to take an alternative approach instead. That was coercion. It appeared that everything was functioning quite effectively, based on the observations. Now, before a more advanced hunter, our protagonist felt as though a tiny rabbit stood before a colossal grizzly bear. Nonetheless, he made every effort to stay composed. It was only then that one of his new skills, referred to as resist fear, engage. Empowered, the custodian ceased trembling. In reality, he felt no fear whatsoever. At this moment, the once dreaded A-rank hunter resembled a giant stuffed toy. Observing this, our twink chose to resist. He invoked Article 12 of the South Korean Constitution, asserting that it was his right and privilege to experience freedom. As he started to assert that his warden's offenses warranted imprisonment, he was abruptly lifted, just as the grizzly bear lifted the small bunny. The little creature understood that his newfound abilities alleviated his fear, yet did not eliminate his frailty. Thus, as he was transported indoors like a child, our protagonist couldn't resist exploring his various talents in hopes of changing the outcome. As he applied his skills, he understood something fascinating. As the twig is bent, so grows the tree. Suddenly, the tiny bunny seized the giant grizzly bear's face. It was clear that this individual possessed the potential to evolve into an S-rank awakener. This would position him as the second elite hunter in the guild following Yoo-hun. Our protagonist was keen to harness this potential completely and started to contemplate whether his abilities could offer any assistance. The system conveyed that, although the man wasn't in his custody, he could still realize his full potential by uttering the keywords. Essentially, he genuinely possessed a means to provide assistance. Yoo-hun theorized that by taking on the role of the grizzly bear's guardian, he would gain a supportive S-rank companion and also reclaim his liberty. Still, the small bunny felt shy, as he needed to convey his affection for the grizzly bear, thus not being able to express. He opted to use sign language. He began forming heart shapes. Initially, the man appeared puzzled. However, upon realizing, he felt quite annoyed, as he didn't have those inclinations. Consequently labeled a weirdo, our protagonist was thrown inside, prompting him to understand he required fresh keywords. Eventually, the younger sibling came back that night. He inquired about his older brother's day, as if everything were clear. Yoo-hun pushed Yoo-hun to start unpacking his belongings since he had a spare room available, but our protagonist continued to lament about feeling like a captive. Observing this, the elite hunter reassured him that he would eventually regain his freedom. Yoo-hun clarified that currently, their guild faced numerous adversaries, but the situation would improve once they accumulated a significant amount of power. The hope of our hero escaping once more diminished upon realizing he could only leave this place once. Hyeon had become the leading guild. The younger brother vowed to accomplish it within a year, but the time traveler understood it would actually take him 3. Yoo-hun remarked that his older brother wasn't entirely imprisoned, as he could leave the house any time, provided he was supervised and restrained. The guild master soon considered that he couldn't abandon him after a negative experience, as clearing a dungeon would require several days. At that point, the custodian understood that his skills might actually prove beneficial. Prior to the timeline reset, Yoo-hun dedicated all his time to studying hunters, which allowed him to have a deep understanding of who would emerge as the strongest. He aimed to locate one of those concealed treasures before they stirred and transform them into hunters, in return for serving as his bodyguard. By gathering his own influential allies, Yuhune would no longer be entirely dependent on his brother, and his rank and abilities rendered him an ideal scout. With that said, Yuhune informed his brother of his desire to personally locate an A rank. The younger sibling felt bewildered, while the older brother was resolute, driven by his desire to achieve an A rank or possibly even an S rank. The ideal target is probably young and unsuspecting. And fortunately for him, there was someone like that outside, someone he might eventually persuade to become an S-rank hunter. He immediately arrived to share his ambitious plan with his younger brother. When questioned about his method for finding an awakener, the young man asserted that he possessed his own secrets. The elite quickly recognized that his younger brother had come to consciousness. Concerned that his brother had developed a scouting ability, the S-rank worried that he might draw unwanted attention to himself. In that instant, the protagonist understood that being honest with his younger brother would result in him languishing in his apartment indefinitely. Thus, he asserted that his ability was an F-rank skill, enabling him to detect whether someone possessed good or bad potential once every month. Yuhune considered this ability insufficient to garner any interest. He believes this skill will soon be eclipsed by the emergence of the new Awakening Center. The hero was reminded that, during this period, humans had discovered a method to assess the abilities and potential of awakeners. Centers provided a secure environment for growth, free from poor scanners, and where individuals were not judged for their abilities. Yuhune considered himself fortunate. He believed that, with the center present, he had become an even lesser target. He pleaded with his brother for an opportunity to scout an A rank. Ultimately, Yuhune consented but insisted his brother assist him in relocating all of his belongings first. In an instant, the protagonist embarked on his journey to freedom, now determined to assemble a team of formidable awakeners to aid him. He started to imagine how significant he would be with his team by his side, potentially surpassing the importance of his own brothers. The following day, at the Korean Hunter Association's registration center, everyone was stunned to witness the Shield of Hyen. However, the A-rank hunter arrived here with company. Everyone believed the person he was protecting was a significant figure, possibly an S-rank on the verge of awakening. However, the truth emerged when he was categorized as an F-rank. Disappointment spread, and accusations of fraud flew, even though he hadn't said anything initially. Eugene then opted to verify the amount of money his brother had provided for new equipment and was pleasantly astonished to discover it exceeded $800,000. Our protagonist hurried to the mall without delay. Sensing the gains, the employees started to gather around him like vultures. Initially, he was presented with some stylish items that provided significant enhancements, but he disliked their design. The protagonist requested something more straightforward. In an instant, he obtained the subtle dark fairy studs that enhanced his magical abilities, the Manticor hide gloves that increased his strength and endurance, and the lightweight fabric belt. With this newly acquired equipment, our custodian was now comparable to a C-rank. Noticing he had some funds remaining, he chose to spend them on acquiring potions and contracts. Subsequently, his bodyguard addressed his tardiness, but the irritated bodyguard pointed out the grizzly bear that had been wandering inside that particular building. The bodyguard advised the protagonist to be more cautious with his actions and chose to examine the situation more closely while driving him home. However, this one still planned for one additional stop. Eugen started to ponder the ice witch Yerim Park, who was likely an orphan employed at a family-run barbecue restaurant. In the initial timeline, she ranked among the top A-rank hunters, could turn into a valuable ally for Hyan, and should presently be a dormant 15-year-old. The hero was keen to recruit her as his bodyguard, aiming to reclaim his independence at last. Later that night at the market, the protagonist inquired about the orphan, but no one had any information. Eugen was surprised by the abundance of barbecue spots, making his search quite challenging. However, he struggled to concentrate due to the aroma of the delicious meat, prompting him to suggest that his bodyguard take a bite, but he declined. The A rank attempted to assert that numerous barbecue spots existed near their guild, while the F rank insisted he had detected a powerful presence in this location. This led the grizzly bear to ridicule the small rabbit, who was fooling himself into believing he was a Jedi. Just as the custodian started dreaming of a delicious dinner, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a conflict. A young teenager was fervently attempting to defend herself. Ultimately, she threw her out of anger and dashed into the darkness while swearing at her boss. At the same time, our hero stood amazed, having at last found the future Ice Queen. But prior to him speaking to her, she left in anger. Eugen requested the large man to hold his wiener. As he chased after the girl, he pondered her impressive speed, even though she was still unawakened. It was only then that the effects of his belt began to manifest. With the speed enhancement from his gear, even an F rank could match her pace. Eugen felt immense joy as he utilized the ultimate cheat code for the first time: money, to explore the entire market at maximum speed, and after a while he finally found the girl. That said, the girl at last heard him say her name. Initially, the teenager believed that her uncle had dispatched our hero. Thus, she chose to escape, as she wished to have no involvement with him. Only then was the custodian left in shock, as a vehicle was on the verge of striking the girl. Just as disaster was on the verge of occurring, Eugen acted swiftly, shoving the orphan aside to clear the path. In an instant, the girl was rescued. Without him, the driver would have turned into a murderer. A crowd began to assemble, shocked by the scene. Even though the girl is unharmed, Eugen wished he appeared more impressive. Indeed, this small action has just cost him some aura points. Soon after, while savoring meat, the main character noted that it had been quite a while since he relished Korean barbecue. Noticing he was using his brother's funds, our protagonist chose to invite the girl and even proposed to purchase her some. Eugen inquired why they weren't dining at her uncle's restaurant, to which she responded that it was unpleasant and the meat was too tough for elderly patrons like him. Urim noted that this unfamiliar person asserted he was Eugen Han's older brother, and when questioned about his desire to meet her there, the boy stated he sensed her energy. Believing he was an odd geek, the girl attempted to align with his vibe before departing. In that instant, our protagonist fabricated a story, asserting that her late parents had assisted him and his sibling during their difficult times in the past. Eugen expressed regret for taking so long to return the favor, acknowledging the difficulty it caused him. However, the teenager was unbothered, feeling no exploitation. The protagonist then highlighted that the girl possessed some untapped talent within her. Eugen described how his abilities enabled him to sense future awakeners and assist their development. He also detailed how the teenager before him could easily achieve a B rank, and observing how they received support from the guild associated with his younger sibling, Urim would have complete backing if she decided to pursue hunting. The custodian expressed his desire to be her sponsor. He presented her with the opportunity to join him as a hunter. Urim was taken aback by this. It was only to be expected, as every popular kid aspired to be a hunter at some point in their lives. The final step to persuade her was to perform a small demonstration. Suddenly, the protagonist produced a contract that he insisted the girl read before anyone else. The teenager felt a sense of awe, recognizing that the man was utilizing an inventory. Eugen clarified that she would also gain her pocket dimension upon awakening, and mentioned that the paper before her was crafted from materials sourced from dungeons. In that moment, he passed her the contract. The protagonist clarified that signing it would make her a licensed hunter. However, she would also be obligated to join his younger brother's guild and keep all its secrets confidential, but was also required to serve as his personal bodyguard for a year. Eugen attempted to portray himself as a victim, claiming he required protection from a threatening man who sought to imprison him. However, his pride was wounded when the girl highlighted his desire for a literal child to serve as his protector. Eugen attempted to reason that he should feel no shame, since upon awakening, she would surpass him in strength. Still, one inquired whether signing up would grant her the freedom to live independently. He felt quite perplexed, Yet he clarified that she would obtain the legal rights of adulthood by becoming a hunter, prompting her to choose to sign right away. At that instant, Yujin promptly halted her since she had not yet completely reviewed the document or added her conditions. This caused the girl to recognize her error. The protagonist warned that if Urim didn't read the document thoroughly, she might eventually fall victim to a scam. He advised her on the importance of managing contracts with caution, noting that these matters could be troublesome for children, so a guardian would be more suitable. However, while he spoke at length, the protagonist felt bewildered as the girl remarked that it would be futile if the guardian was a fraudster himself. The teen was becoming annoyed, convinced that no matter the agreement, she wouldn't retain her funds if her custodian was malicious. However, just as she was mustering the bravery to clarify the situation to our hero, a person abruptly burst into the restaurant. The individual was the girl's uncle, looking for her. He disregarded our hero entirely and rushed towards the girl, who was expected to be on duty. The uncle attempted to pull his niece back to the restaurant, merely to be halted by her new sponsor. Initially, the man believed our hero was his niece's personal pedophile, but our impoverished custodian quickly refuted the accusation. The uncle believed he was confronting a powerful man, unable to escape, unaware that it was merely the mechanism functioning at play. Urim started yelling at her uncle to stop bothering her, just for our hero to examine her closely, and noticed that her outfit was in a sorry state. The shoes on her feet were hardly holding together. Recalling the argument they had before him, Yujin ultimately pieced everything together. The protagonist assured the teenager that she didn't require someone as unworthy as this man to be her guardian. Urim affirmed that her uncle was an evil person. She claimed he took all her parents' money, leaving her with not a single cent. In front of the crowd, she even mentioned the occasion when he failed to replace the inadequate umbrella he had given her for the typhoon, making her use a plastic bag. As he faced exposure as a child abuser, the man could no longer endure it. That said, he shoved the protagonist aside and gradually moved closer to the young girl. Suddenly, the scout collapsed onto the ground without warning. Both of them were deeply shocked, believing that the protagonist had truly been injured. Yet this one remained completely silent. The quiet was soon interrupted. He suddenly began to yell on the ground unexpectedly. Yujin attempted to assume the role of the victim, asserting that he was merely trying to safeguard the unfortunate teenager. As a result, he was increasingly depicted as a violent child abuser. The man was at a loss for words. He seized the twink by the collar and shouted at him to stop it immediately. Yujin considered this the ideal chance. He discreetly kicked the man's feet without anyone noticing, causing him to plunge straight into the sauce. Yujin then offered the man a sincere warning about the soda on the ground that caused his fall. The uncle frantically attempted to rise, only to be knocked back into the food once more. Faced with such a scene, the girl struggled to stifle her laughter. Yujin pressed the abuser's face near the grill, confronting him for being such a terrible guardian to his own family. Just as he was on the verge of making a threat, a loud explosion erupted. Urim believed that this kind stranger had forcefully slammed her uncle against the table, only for him to confirm that the noise appeared to originate from outside. In an instant, panic erupted as the whole restaurant began to tremble. Sungkon Kim hurried to the custodian, determined to lead him to safety. Since a creature had emerged, the beast rampaged through the streets after a recent breakout from the dungeon. The terrified residents frantically attempted to escape for their lives. The hunter advised the protagonist and the teen to avoid any potential danger. He asserted that he would purchase them sometime, and struck the ground to activate his A-rank skill, Terra Shield. In an instant, a massive barrier emerged separating the humans from the creature. This was the ideal moment for our hero to escape and save himself. Still, Yujin remained utterly perplexed, since this outbreak did not occur in the original timeline. This led him to believe he had missed this dungeon break in his previous life. Thus, the A-rank charged toward the creature. He leaped from the wall and prepared himself, prior to delivering a forceful airborne kick to the creature. However, it appears that Sungkhan didn't actually strike the main body at all. With that in mind, he made every effort to evade the approaching tentacles. Every citizen was filled with dread as the creature was on the verge of breaching the wall. Yet as all were fleeing in terror, the girl unexpectedly stumbled and dropped to the floor. Her uncle quickly chose to abandon her, putting his own needs first. Yoram was let down once more by her custodian. In that instant, the creature attempted to grab her with its tentacles. But just when it appeared the girl was finished, an individual arrived and protected her from the assault. That individual was none other than her backer. Yujin insisted she rise again without delay. Since they had to locate a secure spot immediately, it marked the first occasion in Yoram Park's life that someone had truly returned for her. Upon verifying that the underground store served as a shelter, the adult instructed the wealthy child to head there immediately, while he prepared to return to the ongoing situation. This was the first occasion he encountered such a monster, and although one individual wasn't particularly threatening alone, it could pose a significant issue if allowed to multiply. To complicate matters, his bodyguard possessed only defensive abilities and had no genuine firepower. In other terms, he wouldn't accomplish much by himself against the monster. That said, our protagonist sought a solution to provide assistance. Just as he was about to return, he was abruptly halted. Yoram requested that he help her unleash her abilities to battle alongside him. Yujin remarked that this was unfeasible since the contract remained unsigned, prompting the girl to vow not to flee after gaining her powers and to remain faithful. Upon hearing this, the custodian reminded her that she remained a child. Yujin disclosed his plan to ensure her awakening was safe, avoiding the transformation into an impulsive superhero who would recklessly plunge into perilous situations. Determined not to let another child face a fight alone, our protagonist instructed her to step back as the adults took charge of the situation. With that, our protagonist departed, leaving the teenager by themselves. As he sprinted toward the creature, he focused on formulating a plan. With 5 years of hunting experience under his belt, it would be shameful for him not to devise a method to bring the beast down effectively. And just like that, he was back with his bodyguard. While the grizzly encouraged the bunny to find safety, the bunny requested the use of his shield, which was absurd since it couldn't cover the whole area. To the surprise of the A-rank hunter, the F-rank insisted that it would work, revealing he had a strategy in mind. In an instant, both of them ascended to the top of the wall and prepared themselves for the impending battle. The defensive hunter readied all of his abilities and struck the ground with all his might. Before the creature could comprehend it, an enormous dome of stones were placed around it. Sungin Kim did not realize his ability could be utilized to ensnare an adversary. That being noted, it was the moment for our hero to take action. He hurried to the cage with his equipment. As his shield served as a solid surface, it could effortlessly be shaped into a robust dome. During his shopping spree, the main character discovered some rank black venom pods. Noticing his preference for being prepared, he bought a few of them. Employing one of them within a confined cage would undoubtedly suffice to handle the creature. Yet, just as our protagonist was ready to toss it in, he observed something fascinating. The enclosure was vacant, and just as he started to ponder where the creature had disappeared to, something unexpectedly seized his leg, and before he could comprehend, the creature surfaced from beneath the ground. His strategy ended up in chaos, since he overlooked the monster's ability to conceal itself within the sewers. However, just when he started to believe he was facing his end, Yoram, wielding an umbrella, hurried to assist him. In a frantic effort to rescue the custodian, the child began attacking the monster. Ultimately, it finally released its grip. The moment his feet touched the ground, the teenager urged him to flee for his life. Yojin pointed out that as a civilian, she had no role here, calling him out for being merely an F-rank. The protagonist attempted to assert his adulthood, but the girl pointed out that he sought to recruit a child to serve as his bodyguard. Yojin urgently attempted to remind her that she remained underage. However, the girl asserted that this was precisely why she required her powers to be awakened. She disclosed that during the time he rescued her, she experienced immense joy, as there was finally someone willing to safeguard her. This joy, however, was intertwined with frustration, as the young girl recognized her inability to manage on her own and her dependence on others. Consequently, to protect herself from similar situations in the future, Yojin aspired to gain strength. She was determined not to stay a powerless child indefinitely. She outright rejected the notion of remaining a damsel in distress, reliant on others for assistance. Instead, the girl aspired to gain the strength to take control of her life and shape her own future. Yerim then recalled the protagonist's earlier statement about her vast potential, and so she insisted he wake her immediately. In that instant, the teenager and the janitor were mere moments from being engulfed by the creature's tentacles, and so the protagonist quickly utilized his abilities. Abruptly, the creature's tentacles were pushed back. Initially, the bodyguard felt intrigued, but soon confusion turned into astonishment. While the teenager had become immobilized by the monster's tentacles, Yerim Park emerged as an Asturian counter and promptly activated her freezing ability called Frosty Sigh. The enthusiastic teenager aimed to present the custodian with a list of her abilities. He advised her to avoid doing this in public. In her moment of celebration, she failed to notice the monster attempting to strike her from behind. The girl was taken by surprise when the monster seized her hands. The frightened girl attempted to brush it away but ended up slamming it into the wall. Even the seasoned hunter couldn't trust their own vision. There was no question. This girl had emerged as an S-rank. Yerim then chose to deliver the final strike. She instructed him to remain still, then gave him a spear. She infused her strength into the weapon, prior to executing a strong assault. With ice spreading all around, the bodyguard had to rely on his shields to safeguard the custodian from potential harm. The ability called Sandals of Hermes was activated, enabling the girl to float. It also provided her with a notable speed as she soared toward the beast like an arrow. Yerim effortlessly penetrated its flesh with her new abilities. Yujin shouted at her that she was about to eliminate them with friendly fire. The teenager quickly said sorry. She mentioned that she was still getting used to her own strength, because of her designation as Ice Witch in the original timeline. The hero had never anticipated that this girl would be so joyful. However, just as the custodian started to hope for the girl to possess an AoE skill, someone volunteered to assist them. The dark flames were swiftly conjured, incinerating the creature completely. The guild master had arrived on the scene. The Ice Witch was left speechless upon witnessing this immense firepower. The colossal creature was obliterated by a single strike. And just like that, the smoldering remnants descended to the earth like ashes. Now that this is concluded, the two titans stared intensely at one another. Our protagonist believed his sibling had come to rescue him, was abruptly confronted by a fierce glare. The overzealous guild master hurried to embrace his brother, who had just faced peril, vowing to confine him in his home for eternity. Yujin assured Yuyun that he had secured a skilled bodyguard. He unveiled his new shield, named Yerim Park, the newest S-rank hunter. The teenager felt somewhat daunted by the attractive guild master of Haiyun. Yujin mentioned that the girl had enrolled to be his bodyguard, but Yujin began to question whether her parents would permit it. Our protagonist chose to be honest with his younger sibling and shared his wish to take on the role of the girl's legal guardian. Yujin confirmed that being a sponsor would be more beneficial for him. However, the girl could not recognize the distinction between the two titles. Sungon clarified that a sponsor would solely uphold a professional connection and could not legally shield her from her poor decisions. In contrast, a legal guardian essentially acts as a caretaker for a minor, similar to a parent's role. Yerim Park told Yujin that this was somewhat excessive. Yujin quickly concurred with her. However, to his dismay, the teenager's thoughts appeared to shift as his older brother highlighted that she was far better off with him than with her abusive uncle. In that instant, the younger sibling chose to end this chaos for the benefit of his guardian. Reports of strong young awakeners mistreating their legal guardians dominated the headlines. In other terms, there was a slim possibility that Urim would challenge the ace rank. However, the girl insisted that she was a kind individual. In a moment of rage, the young man volunteered to be her legal guardian, but the girl declined, insisting she preferred the older brother. As fire and ice collided, the custodian frantically attempted to intervene. However, finding himself trapped between the most formidable hunter and a newly awakened S-rank, he faced an insurmountable challenge. The shoulder of our twink was eventually dislocated. Regretting their actions, our hero implored them to let him be. Eugen considered fetching a healer but began to question whether he had raised him properly after all. Toward the younger one that the girl had the liberty to select her own guardian and that he ought to be grateful for having achieved a new S-rank. Our protagonist emphasized that, as the guild master, he had to collaborate closely with his right-hand person to manage the damage effectively. Yushin was compelled to go to work, insisting that it wouldn't take him much time. As the guild master departed, the teenager started grumbling about how she hadn't anticipated someone so adorable to be so bothersome, only to be commanded to take a seat in a corner. Urim, able to manage her power, expressed regret for dislocating the hero's shoulder. Yushin then volunteered to assist her in putting on her shoes. To make matters worse, the duo was the wrong size, highlighting the uncle's shortcomings as a parent to his niece. Consequently, the custodian resolved to purchase her new shoes as soon as the morning arrived. In that instant, Urim sensed she was part of a television show. She asserted that this scenario resembled those found in romantic comedies. It was only then that the chinos noticed a fly and attempted to end it. The hero, who evaded death's grasp just in the nick of time, didn't emerge unhurt. Yushin, nearly experiencing a heart attack, remarked that this felt more like a film than a romantic comedy. He then chose to respond to the teenager's inquiry about his intense desire to safeguard her. He explained that they shared similarities, as he had also lost his parents early in life. During that time, he would wish for someone to look after him and his sibling. However, as he continued to express doubts about being suitable for the role, the girl insisted that he would indeed be the right choice. Even though he was merely an F-rank who sought to depend on a teenager for his own protection. Nonetheless, the ice which conveyed her eagerness to collaborate with him. And just like that, they both ultimately reached a mutual agreement. The custodian asserted that although he couldn't provide her with the same love as a biological parent, he continued to love her deeply. The instant Urim started laughing and felt embarrassed by his love confession was when she fell into our hero's care. Just when it appeared they had resolved everything, an unexpected event occurred. Her uncle hurried towards her, insisting that he was concerned for her. The man inquired if the girl had genuinely awakened, emphasizing how this could lead to their wealth. The custodian and the new chick he mentored understood they still had to confront that man. The man reiterated his deep concern for the girl and inquired once more if she had genuinely regained consciousness. Upon discovering she had achieved S-rank, he was filled with immense joy, asserting that wealth was imminent. The uncle was subsequently left very astonished. His niece asserted that she had entered into an agreement with a new custodian and that she planned to relocate. The man clarified that this was unfeasible, given that she remained a minor. Eugene clarified to him that the law clearly indicated that a hunter over 14 years old had the right to live independently. Yet, similarly to the individual who it was, a tape from when they initially encountered each other at the restaurant, where it appeared he was assaulting Hero. Eugene even suggested obtaining the live footage from the restaurant to simplify matters further. Hero then started yelling at the man, recognizing how poor a father he was to the girl. As he charged him with attempting to steal the teenager's earnings, the man shouted that he had been looking after her for years. Eugene quickly shifted his hand aside to ensure that his phone remained in his possession. In that instant, the man struck him, since he was unable to endure it further. Just as he was preparing to meet him in court, Urim abruptly struck the ground with her umbrella, leaving both adults astonished. Eugene believed the girl was upset, informed her that, as an awakener, she must not harm civilians. Suddenly, a glimmer of innocence shone in her eyes. Urim faced her uncle and clarified that violence was unnecessary. He then stated that he was merely protecting himself from his camera. The girl broke the umbrella in two, rendering him voiceless. The teenager, with a cheerful grin, insisted that this was not true at all. If anything, her uncle was the one who was in. In his gaze, she transformed into a terrifying creature. When the resist fear skill activated, our hero noted that this girl was equally as intimidating as the other S ranks. Urim highlighted that she was not obligated to reimburse her uncle for anything. She subsequently transformed the steel umbrella into a tiny sphere, and remembered the moment he abandoned her without one during the typhoon. The hunter remarked that she could effortlessly crush him like an insect if she so desired. Nevertheless, she chose to extend him mercy. Ultimately, that pitiful man didn't deserve her attention. Urim implored them to always remember his utter uselessness. The girl asserted that if he ever attempted to disturb her or her new guardian, she would ensure he faced a fate far more dreadful than death. With that declaration, the F rank and the S rank departed from the scene, causing the civilian to tremble in fear. Urim happily announced that she had picked up this intimidation method from her new guardian, who recognized he could be a poor role model. Ultimately, he succeeded in securing the guild a new S rank and reclaiming his own liberty. Unbeknownst to him, an unforeseen event was approaching swiftly. One morning, a person stormed into his room. That individual was his younger brother, without a doubt. Eugen stood astonished, questioning what could be so pressing at daybreak. Yoon then insisted on receiving the items he bought yesterday. In that instant, the protagonist experienced deep shame, believing he shouldn't have purchased so many. Yet his brother solely desired the venom pods, thus he promptly passed them along. Intrigued, our hero's younger brother suddenly questioned him, asking if he genuinely believed he was unworthy of the responsibility at hand. Unexpectedly, the young man embraced his custodian. The guild master noted that these venom pods were likely a last resort. He mentioned that his brother, wishing to avoid being a burden, intended to use one of the pods on himself to end his life if he were ever captured by the enemy. Yoon, profoundly moved by his brother's behavior, insisted that such selflessness was unnecessary. Unbeknownst to him, Yoon had actually purchased these items for his own selfish quest to tackle a dungeon alone. Unable to disclose his poise immunity, he chose to go along with the situation. From that moment forward, the bond between the two brothers continued to grow significantly. Later that day, Yoo-hyun told Yoo-hyun that Director Suk had visited the uncle of their latest recruit. Following their investigation, they uncovered that the man had squandered the entirety of the girl's inheritance to rescue his struggling restaurant. Ultimately, through a combination of bribery and threats, they coerced him into signing a document that prohibited him from ever contacting his niece again. Yoram had no desire to pursue the squandered inheritance legally. She simply wished to sever all connections with her uncle. Ultimately, she realized that filing a lawsuit would be futile. Her inheritance was unlikely to rival her earnings as an S-rank hunter. The guild master stated that the new recruit should have harnessed her abilities by now, given that she had dedicated the whole night to training. Yoo-hyun boasted that his training facility could endure the strength of an S-rank. Nevertheless, the pair entered what appeared to be a war zone. The chamber that was claimed to be S-rank proof lay in ruins. In that instant, Yoo-hyun had no option but to retract his statements. Everything was shattered and frozen. The girl was fully utilizing her powers during practice. After touching down on the ground, she concentrated her energy on her target and unleashed a terrifying punch with immense power. The hunter then utilized her ability, Shadowless Day, enabling her to extend her shadow throughout the entire room. Her guardian was left puzzled, and before he even noticed it, he felt paralyzed by the girl's shadow. Yoram subsequently utilized one of her new abilities. Her shadow, resembling tentacles, began to seize everything heavy around, even items that were nearly weightless. With everything linked to one central point, the girl prepared herself and struck the ground with a forceful stomp. The force was so intense that it started breaking the floor. However, the true harm occurred with the last blow. The previous assault resulted in immense devastation. That said, even the walls began to fall apart. In an instant, the whole room was completely ruined. While the teen attempted to regain her breath, she unexpectedly caught the reference to her custodian. Seeing the protagonist unconscious, Yoram and Yu-hyun were filled with panic. When he regained consciousness, the protagonist observed something fascinating. He failed to identify the young woman before him. Initially, Yoram felt anxious, thinking the man had suffered a head injury, but Yu-hyun clarified that he merely didn't recognize her due to her changed hairstyle. After discovering that the guild stylist had visited the girl, our protagonist remarked that she was now attractive enough to feature in any sports drink commercial. Moving forward, Yoram would need to maintain her looks, given that shranks were essentially celebrities constantly in the spotlight. The girl had completed all her documentation and was merely double-checking to ensure she hadn't overlooked anything. Apologizing for not noticing him sooner, our hero inquired about her abilities. The first was Frosty Sai, enabling her to freeze whatever she desired. The second was the Sandals of Hermes, granting her the power of flight and a touch of teleportation. Lastly, the third ability, known as Shadowless Day, allowed her to enhance any of her stats while simultaneously weakening her foe's capabilities. Eugene highlighted that this power enables her to absorb the target's abilities, while the teenager noted that she possessed a fourth skill as well. Referred to as Pale Corpses, it enables her to gather information from deceased individuals. They both thought it was somewhat eerie, while the owner hoped to have stirred something different instead. Thus, our protagonist recommended that she omit the necromantic ability from the documents since no regulations required her to disclose all of her talents. Eugene began to modify the documents, omitting the enhancements from Shadowless Day and the teleportation feature of the Sandals of Hermes. Yoram, beaming, commended him for his impressive knowledge. At that instant, the younger sibling stepped in and confidently stated that his brother had only become an expert to assist him, and merely. In this way, the adult once more intervened first to stop a clash between fire and ice. Eugene began to question whether it would be feasible to leave these two by themselves like that. It was clear he was truly worried about leaving two atomic bombs unattended together. The moment she exited the vehicle, everyone hurried to greet the newest addition to Ha-Mion, Yoram Park, the most recent S-rank member. As everyone concentrated on the 8th elite warrior hunter, her guardian concealed in a shadowy spot observed her from a distance. When questioned about his decision to let down the ice by not joining her, our protagonist explained that he was uncomfortable with the spotlight of large audiences. He believed that once the girl achieved true stardom, she would hardly spare a thought for someone of his low status. Nevertheless, he felt genuine happiness for her. This altered timeline was a stark contrast to the previous one, as the once frigid ice which had transformed into a joyful and lively young girl. Nonetheless, this remained a point of worry, since the dungeon break that transpired in the market had never taken place during our hero's initial life. Ultimately, our hero determined that it wouldn't be an issue as long as everyone was okay, and opted to search for talent among the locals. However, noticing that he was only encountering ordinary individuals, he realized that finding another S-rank would not be as straightforward as he had hoped. While he was lost in thought, our hero unexpectedly spotted something fascinating. Without a second thought, he hurried to investigate. Eugene was indifferent about any alterations he might make to the timeline. Ultimately, he reversed time to alter events and rescue his brother. His true intention was to improve circumstances for the benefit of those he cares about. And if he encounters a talent that isn't valued for its genuine merit, he would seize it in the end. Ultimately, at the conclusion, our hero's ability may serve to reveal a man's true potential. The individual before him was Myung-woo Yu, classified by the system as someone who could never exceed F rank. Nevertheless, he has an SS rank skill that remains to be unlocked. Eugene identified the man and inquired whether he also failed to recognize him. Myung-woo stated that he did not recall him. However, Eugene held no resentment towards him, considering it had been a long time since their last meeting. Of course, everything mentioned was a deception. Eugene was astonished by the incredible talent of the individual referred to as the Master of the Golden Smithy. It was clear to see that this was an SS rank crafting ability capable of creating highly valuable SS rank items. Yet it remained unknown in the original timeline. Yujin was convinced that by maximizing this man's abilities, they could amass a great wealth. Nobody would have anticipated that such a malnourished figure could prove to be a veritable jackpot waiting to be discovered. Yujin observed that the man had recently woken up, and as he began to elaborate on how he could still earn a living even as an F rank, our hero demonstrated that they held the same rank and suggested they train together. Ningwood graciously refused since his F rank talent was essentially worthless. He highlighted that he did not have the money to afford training. Yujin mentioned he could receive free training at his guild. In an instant, the grizzly bear seized the bunny, reminding him that only guild members could use the facilities. As a result, our hero began negotiating for a special exception. The man identified the hunter as Haiyan's shield, sparking his curiosity significantly, and inquired about the protagonist's connection with this man. To Myungwoo's great surprise, Yujin disclosed that he was the elder brother of the guild master. An inexplicable light began to emanate from the protagonist, who now resembled a saint. Yujin encouraged the man to join him for training at the guild and even proposed lending him some gear. Myungwoo inquired if he was sure, noting that he doesn't even recall him. Still, Yujin took hold of his hand and asserted that he merely wants to assist a decent individual. Ultimately, Myungwoo also deserves to be treated with the dignity of a human. Listening to those kind words, tears suddenly welled up in the man's eyes. Before the hunters could respond, he collapsed right in front of them. Later that day, while savoring a cup of coffee, Yujin assured his friend that there was no need to visit the vending machines and suggested inviting him to a cafe instead. However, the man asserted that it would not be needed. Myungwoo had finally relaxed. It had been ages since anyone had offered this man any kindness. As a child, Myungwoo excelled in crafting and often received accolades for it. However, as he matured, those around him encouraged him to abandon his passion in favor of academics, leading to a cascade of events that changed everything. The brilliant mind struggled as a student, earning poor grades that made him unemployable, and his family lacked the financial means to assist him. To add to his troubles, after a series of relentless challenges, the artisan discovered he was buried beneath a massive pile of debt. Those words penetrated the very core of our hero. Ultimately, he found it simple to connect with them. People remained unchanged, poised to judge others solely based on superficial titles. Only warriors and healers received acclaim for their abilities. Society seemed to believe there was a singular path to genuine success. All other talents were overlooked, destined to perish in complete obscurity. This might clarify why a skilled artisan like Myungwoo had never experienced success. However, circumstances had shifted, as Yujin Han envisioned significant plans for transformation. Fueled by motivation, he stood up and shouted at the world. The protagonist assured his friend that fretting over others' opinions was completely unnecessary. In his awkward manner, he helped Myungwoo realize the importance of always holding his head high. Barely a moment passed before Yujin shouted that he was the greatest in the world and expressed his self-love. He stated that this mindset is what they should consistently remember. To lift his spirits, Yujin confessed to Myungwoo that he also held some affection for him in his heart. Hearing this, the underfed individual's expression instantly lit up. Thus, after taking his new companion under his care, the protagonist believed that the hardest challenges were behind him. However, he overlooked a hurdle named Shim Youngsuk, the director of the guild's human resources, a barrier that proved quite challenging to manage. He stated that the prestigious young guild was unable to provide complimentary training to outsiders. The director clarified that only those beneficial to the guild were permitted to train, and they couldn't afford to make an exception for a mere walking skeleton. Yujin argued that such a remark was unnecessary, prompting the four-eyed individual to clarify he was merely speaking in hypotheticals. Our protagonist attempted to negotiate, insisting that his friend possessed genuine talent. Director Park acknowledged that Yujin was indeed an exceptional scout, particularly since he had been the one to uncover the Ice Witch. However, as he subtly gestured with a middle finger, he highlighted that his success could merely be attributed to luck. He then reminded him of how he almost fell for a scam just the previous week and how he was a freeloader staying with his younger brother. Myung-woo couldn't bear to watch his friend get humiliated like that. So, like a true Disney princess, he dashed to the door, leaving the director feeling accomplished. Eventually, both F-ranks concurred that the director was challenging to handle. In a difficult situation, the protagonist reached out to his younger brother for help, but the brother insisted that it wasn't needed. Myung-woo shared that the main character had already boosted his morale by regarding him as an individual. He now possessed the essential drive to persevere in life and strive for survival. The crafter mentioned that he had learned of a location that provides employment opportunities for F-ranks like him. It appeared that this job even included transportation services. The van door swung open, greeting the new recruit. Myung-woo grinned at our hero and said goodbye as he set off to earn a legitimate living to repay his debt. However, it appears that the man's new job lacks any semblance of honesty. One of the offenders demanded the man settle his debts immediately. However, as soon as he provided the check, they indicated that it was clearly insufficient. This led our hero to understand that those individuals were actually loan sharks. When questioned about their destination, the criminals immediately became defensive, unwilling to provide a response. Unsure of how to reply, our hero stated he merely wished to accompany them. With that stated, because of his own naivety, Eugene ended up in a van alongside Myung-woo and a group of Delhi delinquents. As our protagonist highlighted to his companion how he was caught up with some perilous individuals, the artisan highlighted that they were the sole individuals ready to lend him money. When questioned about it, Eugene stated he couldn't allow his friend to associate with those individuals. Thus, he chose to accompany him. The protagonist was taken aback when the one with the belly inquired if he was an awakener. Consequently, he disclosed that he was an F-rank. Not wishing to disclose his genuine identity, Eugene asserted that he was a longtime friend of Myung-woo and that he merely wanted to join in, as they were recruiting F-ranks. The crooks highlighted that most guilds rejected F-ranks and proposed a job for our hero to mine mana stones and explore dungeons on their behalf. They asserted that ranks didn't matter to them, prompting a pleased Eugene to express his desire to join. He conveyed his relief, admitting they initially appeared quite frightening to him. Although he acted as if it were his initial encounter with this type of job, he swiftly understood that this was a mining agreement. He had earlier fallen prey to a scam where F-rankers entered into a contract for mining mana stones, but are allowed to retain only 20% of what they extract. It was highly perilous, with a significant likelihood of encountering a monster attack. In that instant, Eugene understood why he had never known about his friend in the original timeline, as he likely died in a dungeon without ever reaching his potential. Eugene felt a wave of disgust as the criminals detailed just how simple the job was. When questioned about their destination, the offenders disclosed they were heading to their guild's office in Myramak. Following a brief drive, they arrived at their destination. Eugene thought the name of the location was quite charming, as the criminals ushered them in. Eugene highlighted how this dilapidated structure brimmed with optimism, and as he continued his monologue like a Disney princess, he was unexpectedly struck in the back, causing him to drop to the ground, directly before the other men present. Eugene was uncertain about the cause of this harshness. It was only then that he discovered his friend being brutally assaulted. The criminals expressed regret for involving him in this situation but held him responsible for choosing to accompany them initially. In an instant, the custodian became their captive. Jung-woo expressed regret to our protagonist for pulling him into his troubles. And before our protagonist could respond, he was lifted and set on the sofa to sign the contract. Eugene was instructed to put his fingerprint on the document. The manager stated that they would take 80% of his earnings, excluding fees, which she described as a generous deal. It was then disclosed that this was a magical contract, and violating it would impose a D-rank curse on the offender for added security. The criminals were preparing to compel Jung-woo to sign the agreement, prompting our protagonist to request a favor. However, the manager insisted he couldn't leave without signing. Eugen merely wanted to review his contract alongside his friends, as it would be unjust to have the same conditions as someone indebted to the criminals. Hearing this, the criminals couldn't resist laughing at his ingenuity. The manager chose to reward him with a chance to review it. Upon thorough examination, it became clear to our custodian that his friend would have to surrender 90% of his earnings to his employers. This document would essentially transform him into a genuine slave. Therefore, to safeguard him, Eugen ripped the enchanted agreement. Everyone was left in shock, questioning why the curse wasn't affecting them. Unbeknownst to them, the D-rank curse was being neutralized by an L-rank skill. In that instant, the custodian lunged at the boss and struck him in the head. All were shocked and confused by this power, considering the young man was supposed to be F-rank. Eugen swiftly slammed the boss's head against the ground, rendering him unconscious. Our protagonist confirmed he genuinely held an F-rank and that his equipment was merely providing support, as the offenders rushed towards him simultaneously. Nonetheless, he did not shrink back before them. When he took out his phone, the criminals asserted that contacting the police would be futile. Unbeknownst to them, he wasn't contacting the police but calling forth something much more sinister. The grizzly stormed into the room. Upon his arrival, he instantly began throwing his punches. Although the gangsters believed he wouldn't accomplish much, they underestimated him being all alone. However, just one of his punches proved to be extremely damaging. Propelled the offender into the atmosphere prior to causing him to hit the ground. The grizzly arrived to save the bunny. Myung-woo felt thoroughly perplexed. Thus, our main character detailed to him how he had summoned reinforcements immediately after they entered the vehicle. The A-rank hunter swiftly located the individual he needed to safeguard, having received precise location details. Now the beast unleashed its power, dispatching each troublemaker with just one blow. One of the criminals became extremely angry and took a knife from his pocket. Sung-gong Kim was suddenly attacked from behind. The blacksmith attempted to caution him, yet before he could complete his statement, the offender had struck, only to be left completely perplexed afterward. The knife barely made a mark at all. A standard blade would never harm an A-rank hunter. Thus, with a simple flick of his finger, the grizzly signaled to the thug about the hierarchy. In that instant, the offenders recognized his identity. The man was ultimately acknowledged as Hale's protector. With a deadly glare, he commanded the delinquents to kneel. They acted without hesitation and complied calmly. When questioned about their punishment, our hero chose to serve them a dose of their own medicine. That said, a golden sheet of paper was extracted. The document was classified as an S-rank contract. After reviewing it, the boss was appalled, as it would compel him to allocate 90% of his earnings for the next 5 decades. Eugen mentioned that this was a profitable proposal, considering he had no debts to him initially. The men asserted they would prefer death over signing this, and as the boss noted that it would effectively make him a slave, he suddenly felt the weight of his sins bearing down on him. Those contracts were discovered in his cabinet. At least 30 documents existed, each serving as a contract with a unique F-rank. The man attempted to claim these were invalid since the Awakeners had consented voluntarily. However, once Eugen indicated that some of them might still be alive, the delinquent received a kick to the head. Eugen realized that this man had little regard for the lives of F-rankers. He claimed there were countless numbers to tally. In his view, they were disposable. The enraged hero declared to them that they were playing with human lives. He aimed to make them experience their own deceit, so they could comprehend the weight of their transgressions. As Eugen highlighted that they all warranted imprisonment in an A-rank dungeon, one of the men attempted to bargain with him, asserting that 10 years was an excessive sentence for their wrongdoing. With that, our hero felt content, realizing how mistaken they had been all along. Therefore, they ought to easily make amends for their offenses. With that stated, the thugs were escorted away. Subsequently, during a car journey, it was verified that the thugs had been handed over to the association. Their assets were seized and will now serve to compensate the victims. The undernourished individual expressed gratitude to his companion. Yujin clarified to Myung-woo that no thanks were necessary, as he intended to utilize him for his own path to wealth. However, the man maintained that his friend had already saved his life on 2 occasions. Myung-woo stated that he would have faced a horrific fate had he not encountered our protagonist. Before he could comprehend it, the protagonist unexpectedly received a hug from a hobo. That said, Yujin, feeling quite exhausted, attempted to push his friend away and called on the bodyguard for assistance. Evidently, our protagonists hurried to the HR department. After complaining like a child, Yujin successfully persuaded the director to provide him with a dorm as Yeremo's new legal guardian. The room was large and truly stunning, and while the slender one stood in awe, our twink detailed that it featured 4 bedrooms. Myung-woo mentioned that he would reside here until the completion of his training. Our hero inquired whether he had any cooking or cleaning skills, to which he admitted his abilities were quite basic. It was disclosed that non-guild members could only serve as housekeepers, which is why he required Myung-woo to act as one. The main character demonstrated to the homeless man that working wasn't necessary. This was merely a short-term fix until he could regain his stability. With that said, the weeping homeless man hurried to embrace his friend once more. The moment he lay down, Myung-woo drifted off to sleep. Yujin initially considered how fatigued his friend might be feeling. He soon felt quite strange as he murmured in his sleep about his desire to take a bath with him. That said, he hurried to collect his belongings from his brother's house, contemplating how his brother would react upon discovering that he had relocated, only to unexpectedly encounter a massive grizzly bear at the entrance. The rabbit began to feel anxious, fearing he was about to reenact the trapped Rapunzel scenario again. His bodyguard insisted it wasn't the case and encouraged him to accompany him. Eventually, at a fashionable eatery, the server greeting arriving customers was suddenly shocked upon discovering who was at the door. Sun Kan inquired whether he was familiar with Min-hee Kim. The server confirmed that they were aware of all details and led the 2 gentlemen to the table that had been set aside for them. Our protagonists felt so mismatched that patrons assumed they were. Shortly after, the restaurant's finest meals were presented before them. The server requested they contact him if they required anything before ultimately departing. Yujin was puzzled as to why the middle-aged man brought him to such a vibrant location. It was then they remembered he was still young in his timeline, and that a colleague of Sun Kan, who was of the same age, had suggested this location. Yujin experienced total discomfort as the man maintained a serious expression while he listened to what is referred to as white girl music. The hero inquired of the man why he wished to meet him. Sun Kan grabbed the bottle from him and chose to serve him the initial cup as a sign of respect. The man merely wished to apologize. However, his apology seemed more like an affront as he highlighted how he had confused our hero with a leech, draining Yujin. As the bear smiled and highlighted his previous mistake about him, it became clear. The rabbit was unsure of what to say. Sun Kan highlighted how the hero returned to assist him during the dungeon collapse. He managed to persuade a teenage S-ranker to join him and assisted her with family troubles that could have posed difficulties for everyone involved. Today, Yujin demonstrated bravery by putting himself in danger for his friend's well-being. Upon learning the reasons the shield chose to trust him, our protagonist realized that it was all a significant misunderstanding. Nonetheless, he understood that he could potentially take advantage of this opportunity. This small brotherly outing could finally give him the chance to share the keywords with the A-rank hunter. Yujin clinked his cup with Sun Kan Kim, resolute in his intent to claim him tonight. The A-rank then drew a comparison between the thug incident and the broker situation from a few days prior, inquiring if our hero had a strategy for it as well. Not one to reveal his own shortcomings, our twink fabricated a story, asserting that he did, despite the peril he mentioned that his brother would never abandon him. Yet, as our hero began to describe the guild master's protective nature, the right-hand man conveyed that he comprehended his superior thoroughly, as they experienced similar struggles together. Given that his parents were absent, the man likely grew up under the care of his grandfather. Even in adulthood, Sun Quan made an effort to see him as frequently as he could, and even gained his strength while attempting to shield him during the dungeon shock. The elderly man had died the previous year, but up until that time, the guild master had arranged for a caretaker and an overseas healer to assist him as much as possible. The hunter highlighted this to show the extent of his boss's concern for family matters. Consequently, he urged our protagonist to be gentle with his overly protective younger sibling. Eugene expressed his gratitude for having him as his right-hand man. They both appreciated the opportunity to share this enjoyable conversation together. Eventually, Sun Quan voiced his surprise, not anticipating the twink to be such a heavy drinker. However, Eugene explained that he struggles with alcohol tolerance and tends to act embarrassingly when intoxicated, using it as a reason to mention the keywords. The custodian was completely stunned when he discovered that he had already consumed a. This was quite difficult to comprehend. It was at that moment he understood that his immunity to poison was preventing him from getting drunk. Eugene found himself in a dilemma, as only alcohol could provide him the courage to utter the keywords. Attempting to remain composed, he subtly extended his hand toward the window panel. The poison resistance was now deactivated. In that instant, the protagonist accidentally dropped his cup. This astonished his drinking companion. He was now flushed, sensing the alcohol flowing through his bloodstream. Our protagonist began to experience dizziness. He was taken aback by receiving everything all at once. With that, he collapsed face-first onto the table. When morning came, Eugene awoke with a terrible hangover. While he struggled to alleviate his headache, someone offered him water to help him freshen up. In that instant, he understood he was not alone. As he awoke, our protagonist was met with the radiant smile of Sungon Kim. As the grizzly encouraged the bunny to rise for his initial training day, the bunny promptly stood up. It appeared he had uttered the key phrases to him. However, the protagonist, beginning to feel anxious, couldn't comprehend why the man was present in his room at dawn's first light. Eugene was now filled with dread, noticing the gentle kindness of the usually serious man towards him. Our protagonist was at a loss for words. He attempted to convey that he isn't interested, just for a unique juice that alleviates hangovers to be poured into his mouth. His questionable new friend then proposed a massage. Eugene set boundaries at the potty bowl and the email that clarified this strange conduct. In that instant, the hunter understood that the protagonist had forgotten the previous night. Following that, he unexpectedly slumped onto the table. Sungon felt a surge of concern for him. Noticing his drinking companion was excessively intoxicated, he proposed to take him home, only to be subsequently seized by the hand. Fueled by the liquor, our protagonist summoned his bravery and revealed his feelings to the man. The grizzly bear was completely bewildered, as the rabbit continuously echoed the same phrases repeatedly. Sungon was at a loss for words. After discovering he had confessed to him 30 times the previous night, our hero sincerely apologized from the depths of his heart. To his complete surprise, it became clear that the man enjoyed it. At that time, he attempted to win him back. Sungon recognized that this was the shameful drunken conduct Eugene had mentioned. Therefore, he kept reiterating the same phrases repeatedly. The grizzly began to remember a fond time. In those days, his grandfather would often drink too much, and while attempting to lift him, he would always express how deeply he cared for him. The grandfather advised his grandson to ignore the gossip surrounding his parents' supposed lack of desire for him. In his opinion, he was the most exceptional young man in the world. Whenever the man became intoxicated, he would utter the same phrases. As the grandfather expressed his affection for his grandson, the boy attempted to help him settle into bed. Consequently, as the main character evoked memories of his grandfather for Sungon Kim, the system interpreted this as a reaction and took him under the protagonist's protection. Eugene found this tale especially captivating. To his bodyguard, he evoked memories of his father. The hero experienced disappointment, being in his 20s, prompting his friend to clarify that, although it seemed odd, he provided a sense of safety and comfort that he had only ever felt from his grandfather. The man recognized his behavior as odd and vowed not to behave that way with anyone again. He requested the protagonist's consent to visit him frequently, honoring his late grandfather. Remembering how the A-rank hunter was brought up by his grandfather, he understood that he had essentially been his guardian, and it enabled him to grasp something regarding his ability. Ideal guardian. The L-rank ability should employ keywords to evoke memories of a person they cherish, and transfer their essence to our time traveler. This was logical, as the S-rank and the homeless individual were regarding him as a cherished father figure. And the impact on Eugene must be greater, since he nearly brought him up. This led the protagonist to a single conclusion that lingered in his thoughts throughout the morning. Once the A-rank hunter departed, Eugene grasped our hero and inquired about the reason for the frightening man's presence. At that instant, the Ice Witch stormed in, delighted to discover that her caretaker had moved to the adjacent dorm, only to unexpectedly find her legal guardian being embraced by a stranger who was homeless. Yunguang attempted to step in, but Yunguang comforted her, stating Yunguang was a friend. Our protagonist understood that whenever he assumed control over someone, he was essentially placing them under a potent hypnosis that even S-ranks could not withstand. This led him to question the origins of such an ability in the first place. In that instant, he recalled his poison resistance, which remained deactivated at that time. Several days had gone by since then. Judging by appearances, the housekeeper had significantly enhanced his culinary abilities. Eugene mentioned he didn't need to do much, but the man insisted this was the minimum he could offer, a sentiment the Ice Witch concurred with. She attempted to conceal her enjoyment of the food while insisting he needed to contribute significantly more, as even she had never shared a dorm with her caretaker. When inquired about the A-rank hunter who had been absent for several days, Eugene clarified that he had gone raiding alongside his younger brother. As he noted that the teenager would soon be with them and gain fame, she began to boast about her imminent rise to billionaire status. The S-rank unleashed her abilities, becoming overly enthusiastic as she declared her intention to purchase a mansion exclusively for herself and her caretaker, distancing them from the homeless man. The custodian requested that the two treat each other more kindly, considering they would soon be attending boot camp together. Just when the child was ready to have a tantrum, our twink hurried to open the door. The moment he opened it, Eugene was taken aback to find the HR director before him, who mentioned that their hunter orientation training was scheduled for today. The director mentioned that due to their theory and structure class running late, he needed to collect them personally. Consequently, they would begin with the practical test first. He stated that the practical was not difficult at all. The creatures appeared quite innocuous, leading him to believe their assigned task was fairly balanced. Thus, our protagonists were outraged. Eugene clarified that they ought to confront just one monster at a time. The S-rank declared that their only task was to eliminate them completely. The director stated that the aim of this test was to increase their familiarity with monsters. He believed that being assaulted by a horde of rats was the most effective way to gain experience. Without a moment's hesitation, the teenager sprang into action to eliminate the adversaries. Within a second, she eliminated 3 monsters with her spear. However, our main character claims she began to find joy after embracing her destructive magic. Urim inquired of her custodian whether the beast's meat was tasty, prompting him to remind her that she was no longer a barbecue worker. In the control room, it was clear that Urim was an exceptional hunter. Even as a novice, her statistics appeared to be extraordinarily high. Upon her arrival, the lady noted that the director could be exaggerating for the practical examination. Eugene reassured everyone that there was no cause for concern. Ultimately, the SES rank was thoroughly enjoying herself and appeared disinterested in sharing her toys with the F ranks. Beneath the heap of bodies transformed into a Christmas tree, however, a single monster that was truly alive had successfully escaped. The being swiftly attacked the housekeeper. Our protagonist encouraged his companion to protect himself with his spear, merely for the man to let his weapon fall in fear. Young Wu began to sprint for his life, feeling overwhelmed by the mounting pressure. Young Wu began to sprint for his life, feeling overwhelmed by the mounting pressure. However, the moment the creature leaped, Eugene stepped in just in time to pull his friend to safety. our hero strongly urged his friend to never leave his weapon behind again. He went on to clarify that these beings were F-rank monsters referred to as Fong moles, who suffered from poor vision and charged straight ahead. Essentially, it was simple to direct them to rush towards the spear's point to eliminate them. In the control room, the director shared that one reason for the special training was the protagonist. He was eager to gauge the young man's capabilities, as he appeared to be a living encyclopedia on monsters and dungeons. Beyond his extensive knowledge, the contract signed with the teenage F-rank hunter was a significant advantage, making him intriguing. Yujin noted that even though he was classified as F-rank, he could manage that level of challenge. Young Woo highlighted his bravery, likening it to that of a seasoned hunter, prompting our hero to recognize his mistake. Slaying the monster could prove he wasn't a novice after all. Thus, he chose to behave accordingly to maintain his disguise and accompany his friend in his suffering. Having said that, he discarded his weapon and began to act as though he too was frightened by the mole. Seeing this, the director began to consider that he might be overvaluing the custodian. The training concluded after a brief period. Although the F-rankers were exhausted, the S-ranker felt joyful as she was able to utilize the skills she had finally perfected. Noticing that the one carrying young Woo was the injured party, it was clear to anyone that he was not a combatant. Yoram began asserting her superiority over him, prompting the custodian to tell her to stop. Just then, the director arrived to commend the 3 new hires. He stated that they successfully passed the basic test. Director Sok commended the girl for her outstanding performance, but condemned the F-ranks for their pitiful performance, which truly infuriated our hero. They were informed that the 3 of them would begin studying theory the following day with the guidance of Professor Hyun Sok. The teacher presented herself to her 3 new pupils. Although the teenager considered her too youthful to be a professor, the protagonist instantly identified her. That woman was a brilliant mind who traveled to the USA and uncovered numerous dungeon principles, establishing her as the leading dungeon researcher and earning her the unusual nickname of Dr. White. The professor noted that few recognized her by this moniker. He understood that she hadn't achieved fame yet. She then remarked on how Eugene appeared quite informed about dungeons, just as her uncle, a director, had predicted he would be. At that instant, it finally registered. Upon discovering that both the director and the instructor were Sok, he understood their connection. However, the director assured him it was not nepotism. Hyun subsequently detailed her upcoming role as a researcher with the guild, expressing her enthusiasm about collaborating with them for an extended period. In that instant, our protagonist felt optimistic, believing he might have found a romantic interest. However, he was unaware that he was far too much of a lost cause. In the meantime, within a dungeon, Yoo-hyun and his team successfully defeated the beast. The guild highlighted the creature's formidable nature and noted that they would have been incinerated if their leader hadn't been immune to fire damage. However, one issue remained to be addressed. Since the offspring of the beast remained alive, the dungeon gates emerged on Earth on the initial day. The response of contemporary society to it resembled that of an ancient ancestor confronted with fire. It arrived at the peak of intrigue and dread. If not addressed promptly, the creatures within the dungeon would multiply excessively and surge through the gate into our world. These occurrences were referred to as dungeon breaks, with the initial documented instance called the dungeon shock. Amidst the horror, a sense of hope emerged as individuals globally began to develop extraordinary abilities. The mana stones found during this event led to a significant advancement in modern science, as they were ideal for creating sophisticated tools and energy solutions. Those who awakened came to be called hunters, with many of them currently joining public or private guilds. It was clarified that the majority of S-rankers in Korea belonged to large guilds supported by major corporations. It served as a valuable lesson for our time traveler, seen as an important reminder in his view. The professor subsequently clarified that hunters are ranked according to their statistics and abilities. Our protagonist admired her teaching skills, noting how effectively she conveyed complex ideas using straightforward language. She described how skills and abilities emerge as a means of self-defense. The started to realize how incorrect this was. He began to remember how a specific E-rank hunter, thanks to her connection with moles, acquired powers related to grass. As he contemplated how a person's environment or personality influences the development of skills, his teacher abruptly brought him back to reality. The professor recognized he was offering her the identical gaze she directed at her teacher. Upon realizing his mistake, she understood he was mistaken. Eugen started to clarify that he was expressing only his personal viewpoint. He stated that skills for self-defense were not unlocked, noticing the increasing prevalence of non-combat skills in today's environment. The initial theory emerged solely due to the awakening of skills during dungeon breaks, neglecting the information gathered during periods of tranquility. Eugen then encouraged his teacher to disregard him and started to contemplate whether he had spoken too freely, only for the woman to then take him by the hand. Tion-sok felt thrilled to observe the custodian monitoring the most recent developments in the skill manifestation arena. Consequently, she proposed a 10-hour coffee date post-class to delve deeper into the subject. To evade notice, he inquired if the teenager had any questions. Eugen was intrigued about the salary scale for an S-rank position. Suddenly, the teacher revealed a money gun and left the girl ecstatic as she detailed how an S-rank can effortlessly earn $10 million annually. She stated that this was somewhat anticipated, given that only a limited number of countries surpassed them. The officials tally the hunters by nation. They were not only the ones venturing into the most perilous dungeons to protect humanity. However, they were also the carriers of treasures discovered in the S-rank dungeons, such as mana stones and uncommon plants. Occasionally, the hunter would return with rare animals. Later that day, the elder sibling found out that his younger sibling had brought home a baby fire manticore from the S-rank dungeon. Eugen aimed to domesticate the creature and utilize it as a steed. The creature possessed one horn, fur resembling that of a rat, and a fox-like tail. Classified as a Tier 2 monster, it was a unicorn subspecies celebrated for its strength, agility, and fire-related abilities. Fire manticores possess such strength that they could challenge S-rankers in a one-on-one encounter. Regarding the wild animal in the fridge, it remained a young cub. When inquired about the taming hunters in his guild, Eugen stated that they offered no assistance. He even attempted to utilize an object referred to as the Mark of the Master, which would facilitate controlling the creature. But it appeared to be quite ineffective. The young man attempted to command the monster to lower itself to the ground, and it instantly recoiled. Initially, our hero believed that the creature was on the verge of complying with its master. However, the manticore had no intention of being friendly. With that stated, the baby monster initiated its assault from above. Eugen promptly positioned himself in front of his custodian to shield him. He then unleashed his fire abilities, striking the baby monster with full force. Eugen attempted to protest that roasting the creature was excessive, but both brothers momentarily overlooked the fact that flames are ineffective against this type of manticore. With that, the creature unleashed a brutal strike on its alleged master, leaving the elder sibling in a state of shock. Following an extended outburst, the creature was ultimately subdued. Yuhan grew tired of it and threw it into a cage. The brothers concurred that this creature was excessively untamed. The elder sibling questioned its ability to be domesticated, observing how it remained wild despite having already received the mark. Consequently, Yuhan indicated he might have to dispose of it, leading our hero to believe he intended to sell it. Thus, the guild master explained that he intended to set it aside to prevent it from falling into the possession of an adversary. Eugen had to admit this was the sole option available. Nevertheless, he considered it quite disgraceful, for this creature would serve as an ideal mount for his brother if domesticated. Yet even in the original timeline, no one had managed to tame such a beast. Eugen felt a surge of concern when the system indicated he had yet to test the keywords on the creature. In that instant, he realized he could also take on the role of a beast keeper. Should our hero manage to tame the beast, he could transform his brother into an indomitable power. Eugen inquired of his brother whether other children had mounts. He felt quite pleased to discover that they only had feeble steeds that couldn't hold a candle to the Manticor. Consequently, the custodian requested an opportunity to subdue the beast, as this could be their sole chance to obtain a powerful mount for their guild. The creatures once relegated to myths emerged into reality following the emergence of the dungeons. And although humanity deemed many of them as beings that needed to be exterminated, they identified certain exceptions that could become allies. Much of the excitement centered around rideable creatures. Observing that dungeons expanded in size with higher ranks, possessing a swift mount could provide the rider a significant edge. Our hero remarked that since this being was resistant to fire, it would be pointless to eliminate it at this stage. He claimed it was the ideal horse for his brother, since finding another being capable of enduring his fire abilities would be challenging. In addition to being flame-resistant, the creature would rank as the ultimate mount, which would bestow even greater power upon the great guild master. Eugen anticipated receiving substantial rewards in return for the benefits he would offer the guild. The sole task remaining was to discover how to befriend the creature. Our protagonist inhaled deeply. His strategy involved attempting to win its affection by providing food. Initially, he considered cat food, but his brother pointed out that it was a selective eater that would only consume monster meat. Every meal had to consist of one C-grade mana stone, which could be priced as high as $8,000. Thus, each bowl of food made for the Manticor was extremely expensive. Our protagonist was nearly speechless, believing that feeding the creature would require an annual expenditure of $2.80 to $8 million. His brother mentioned that he would handle the responsibility of feeding. Eugen found the cub irresistibly cute and started to contemplate how it might react to the keywords. He contrasted the new keyword with the previous one in the original timeline and speculated that merely showing his affection would suffice. However, prior to everything, he had to discover a method to approach it closely. When the Tier 2 monster lunged at him, the protagonist understood that he needed to toy with it for a while. He then retrieved his B-rank belt. Previously, Eugen had cared for enough dogs to realize that they all enjoyed playing with it. However, it appears that baby manticores are somewhat more than just dogs. Eugen comforted Eugen that he was unhurt before revealing the taming stone. Initially, the baby appeared cautious, but soon it shifted to a welcoming demeanor. As an ideal guardian, the strength of the mark of the master had grown, permitting the creature to grow more amicable towards him. It began to reveal a less cautious aspect. However, High Entacre instantly became enamored with the charming little creature. Eugen began to engage with it right away as his younger brother attempted to get closer to his new pet. He was bitten right away. Eugen cautioned his new companion against hurting others. Eugen, who had been scratched as he was an Astron counter, understood how much the creature cared for his sibling. Consequently, he requested that he assume responsibility for the creature's well-being. Even if he couldn't make it his pet, it could still serve as an excellent attack dog. Making friends with monsters appeared far more ethical than hypnotizing humans. Should Eugen play his cards wisely, he could potentially gather a team of young monsters. The custodian would transform into a sort of beast master, potentially realizing a dream he always desired. It was disclosed that the older sibling had no intention of subduing the Manticor within his brother's flat. Eugen mentioned that his dorm had ample space. In truth, he aimed to steer clear of cohabiting with his brother due to fears of confinement. It was only at that moment he observed a somber look on his younger brother's face. Upon inquiry, the guild master disclosed that even after reconciling, these days they barely met. Eugen wished to bring back their relationship to how it used to be. In that instant, our protagonist remembered his trusted companion's remarks about his brother's deep appreciation for family ties. He understood that he couldn't fault his younger sibling for his excessive protectiveness. He attributed this shift in behavior to the time rewind and vowed to see him as often as he could. Eugen assured he would return to visit his baby brother once he completed basic training. Following that, our protagonist inquired with the guild master about his availability the next night, hoping to find out if he was interested in having a drink. Ultimately, the two siblings never had the chance to share a drink, even once Eugen reached adulthood. Had it not been for the dungeon shock, the Han brothers would have shared numerous cold beers. Upon hearing this, Yujin felt a surge of excitement for the following day. He then recognized the need to name his new pet. After some contemplation, he settled on calling it the Fire Manticor piece, believing it was something the world truly required. Our hero attempted to reassure himself that Yujin's desire to be with him stemmed from their brotherly bond, rather than being influenced by the effects of his skill. The following day, when a fresh gate emerged, the main character was astonished. Although his younger sibling was beaming, Yujin struggled to grasp what was occurring. As far as she was aware, the guild master shouldn't be escorting a group of novices to the dungeon. Yujin expressed that he was eagerly anticipating this day. In that instant, Yujin realized he could no longer dismiss the possibility that his brother was genuinely brainwashed. The two S-ranks were requested to pose together for a photo, as the media noted how unusual it was for the guild master to accompany the newcomers on their initial raid. Yujin asserted that with the arrival of a new S-rank, it was his responsibility to ensure her initial dungeon raid was successful, given his own experience. In the corner, the F-rank began to hope the media would seize this story. After some contemplation, the two S-ranks praised one another, each possessing the powers of fire and ice. Merging this with the housekeeper's future crafting abilities and the bodyguard's S-rank awakening, everything was set to turn out splendidly. Subsequently, an exquisite collection of swords and spears was showcased. Members of the Haiyan Guild could borrow any weapon they wished at no cost, but were required to return them afterward. As both F-ranks admired the weapons supplied by their large guild, Young Wu was taken aback upon discovering he would be responsible for paying for anything he damaged, as he had no idea of his own crafting abilities. Yujin reassured him not to fret and suggested selecting a high-rank weapon, as they tend to be the most resilient. Upon inquiring about the possibility of obtaining potions for free, he discovered that only guild members were entitled to acquire them without charge. Our hero encouraged the team to take enough for everyone. Urim then retrieved a repulsive-looking axe and requested her caretaker's assistance in choosing one. He suggested she select a smaller option, noting that she primarily relies on her skills. During the interview, the guildmaster became distracted, reflecting on how his brother possessed an unusual amount of knowledge for someone just starting as a hunter. Surprising everyone, he smiled for the camera, contemplating that he had acquired all this knowledge to assist himself. While many believed that this smile signified a wonderful opportunity, Urim felt frustrated once more, as two uninvited guests had joined her raid. It was then detailed that they would be tackling a D-rank dungeon, and the gate would shut after 60 minutes, reopening only after the boss was defeated. Urim emphasized that they could utilize this exceptionally rare gate stone to make an escape if an emergency arose. However, while he continued explaining, he observed something intriguing. His sibling had now zoned out. Recently, he was regarded as the least respected participant during raids. However, circumstances had changed. He was now devoid of both debt and adversaries. Yujin was able to venture into dungeons alongside those who appreciated him, including his brother. Consequently, he couldn't suppress a smile. Ultimately, he was now convinced that he had triumphed over the ominous future that loomed ahead. Unbeknownst to him, an even graver situation than the initial timeline was about to unfold. Upon entry, the newcomers were confused. It was their initial experience within a dungeon. As Urim was captivated by the landscape's stunning beauty, the guild master reminded her that this was not a school excursion. He then encouraged her to step away. Prior to unleashing a strong fire slash, the girl was left speechless. And before she even noticed it, Yujin had utterly destroyed the space, providing an unobstructed view. She began to yell at him for being so reckless. As she kept talking, her caretaker directed her attention to the lifeless creatures hidden among the grass. The strongest member of the team was designated to clear the path ahead, as none could predict what challenges lay in wait within the dungeons. Yujin highlighted that this was fundamental knowledge that should have been learned in theory class. Urim, the underperforming student, stated that her inability to act stemmed from her deficiency in AoE attacks. Her inability to concentrate and focus during lessons was highlighted, as she was unaware that leveling up grants new skills. It was then disclosed that after leveling up roughly 10 times, one could gain a new ability. And although the girl had no way to foresee what power she might unleash, her guardian had the power to choose one for her. His aim was to enable her to learn Pale Rain, a key move of hers from the original timeline. By manipulating the settings, he set her on the path to unlock this specific skill. Yujin expressed his intuition that the girl would gain an AoE skill. However, his brother insisted it was not straightforward, since S ranks required significantly more EXP to advance compared to F rankers, rendering it unfeasible even if she cleared the dungeon by herself. Suddenly, the guild master remarked that the rookie ought to focus on her own affairs while he helps his brother. And just like that, it exploded. Initially, our protagonist calmly attempted to discuss matters with the two allegedly mature hunters standing before him. Ultimately, he reached his limit and chose to regard them as the children they truly were. They each accused one another for the conflict, prompting Yujin to shout that such issues were unnecessary during their raid. He subsequently inquired about each of their roles in this place. The guild master noted his role as a chaperone, while the girl clarified that she was present as well. To achieve that, he instructed them to remain focused on their individual duties, as even as an F rank, he faced significant challenges to progress in levels. Yujin even warned that she would leave both of them if they didn't at least act like good friends on camera, leading to an agreement between them. Consequently, Urim and Yujin chose to maintain a positive relationship moving forward. As the two giants exchanged a friendly handshake, Yujin felt a sense of relief that all matters had been resolved. Yujin requested the S-rankers to remain cautious and assist him and Young Woo in achieving level 10. In that instant, both of them shared the same thought. The two most formidable brainwashed servants of our hero began to dispute over who would transport him to level 10. In that instant, the protagonist realized that these two could never collaborate effectively. In another location, an individual managed to notice that the time rewinder had at last entered a dungeon. The enigmatic group hurried to determine the specific dungeon he had entered. Their time was limited since they could only use their power during the protagonist's raid. They had been looking for him for quite a while. Shortly afterward, within the dungeon, as the creatures calmly attended to their own affairs, a curious goat gazed upward at the sky, only to see his companions being killed by a miner wielding a spear. She carried out the butchery without even breaking a sweat. The ice which aimed to encase them all in ice, providing the custodian with the opportunity to deliver the decisive strike. It was only then she recalled how difficult it was to pierce ice. Yohei Yuan stated that his brother would be better served by driving his spear into a well-cooked lamb. With that noted, the frozen and charred bodies continued to accumulate. Myong Woo was greatly shocked. Yujin hurried to gather the mana stones since, unlike the well-cared-for S-rankers, these items still held significant worth for him. The hero subsequently asked his friend to join him in farming the goats. Myong Woo inquired whether our protagonist would receive something valuable after leveling up. Yujin assured him that he would. However, reviewing his friend's statistics showed that, in addition to needing to achieve level 10, he was required to fulfill a specific condition. However, after reviewing the specific requirement, the custodian discovered something that left him completely astonished. This was quite surprising. In the requirements document, the letter O in the word collect was substituted with P. In that manner, the housekeeper attained level 10, but was completely disheartened since he received no new skills. Even in the initial timeline, humanity viewed the system as enigmatic, though many perceived it as a divine blessing. At that time, the fire and ice continued to compel the F-rankers to accelerate. While wondering about the amount of EXP Custodian had received, Yujin mentioned he was finishing up. It was only then he got a strange message. Strange alerts continuously appeared in his status window. He found it especially interesting, as one message contained an apology directed at him. And before he could comprehend it, he saw the shocked S-rankers hurrying to defend him. Barely a second passed before a massive fireball was hurled toward them. A boss monster was now attacking them. This was quite fascinating, since no creature within a D-rank dungeon ought to possess the ability to use such a skill. The initial leader, the Black Ram, genuinely lacked that capability. Yet the colossal avian creature that lifted him as if he were a stone undoubtedly could. Noticing that the gate remained closed even after the Black Beast's demise indicated that the dungeon viewed the bird as its new master. In other terms, to leave this dimension, the group had to eliminate the bird immediately. The guild master had never encountered such a being and quickly passed the gate stone to his brother, enabling him to flee. To his surprise, Eugen was experiencing a panic attack. He remembered the event involving the three-headed dragon, and how his sibling used his final breath to provide him with the key for escape, and thus he swiftly halted him. Eugen stated that the crystal was not needed, and even stated that his brother was more powerful than the creature. He disclosed it as a gold-beaked Maya, a fire-type creature with strength comparable to an A-rank boss, possessing an extra set of wings and a delicate skull. Eugen found his brother's insights fascinating, prompting our hero to agree that they could talk about it later. Eugen was resolutely committed to ensuring no one would be lost during this raid. He aimed to avoid making the same mistakes repeatedly. Eugen instructed the ice witch to generate a protective barrier. The girl instantly complied. She wielded her icy scythe to form a protective barrier. Eugen organized his breath to flee while his brother was on bird-hunting duty. Eugen requested Urim to ensure his brother's safety, prompting her to ask him to trust her. However, his overprotective nature led him to still hand over the gate stone to our hero. That said, the guild master lunged at the bird, compelled to strike at its head. Urim attempted to assert that she was the superior choice for the attack due to her ability to fly, prompting Eugen to clarify that she'd be incinerated instantly. He stated that only his brother, possessing fire resistance, could confront the bird, and that his skill set should compensate for his lack of flying ability. At that instant, the boss spotted the human rushing toward it and immediately lunged at him. Eugen swiftly dodged the approaching wing. With the creature now finally lying on the ground, the chance to strike had at last arrived. Eugen prepared himself and executed a strong cut. Although all were amazed, Eugen yelled at him for assaulting the wings. He had clearly informed him that the gold beak Maya possessed an extra pair ready to use. With that, the bird ascended once more and unleashed a fierce breath of fire. Without his fire resistance, Eugen would have faced certain doom. Eugen thought it strange that his brother remained on the ground rather than attacking a monster soaring above and claiming its head. As he contemplated how to achieve this by riding his blue willow skill, he started to wonder if he had yet to unlock it. In that instant, the bird shifted its aim. It no longer aimed at the formidable guild master, but rather at the three rookies concealed behind the shield. It was clear the new recruits were beginning to panic, as a massive dinosaur was now barreling toward them at full speed. Urim and Youngwoo were particularly frightened, questioning whether the shield could withstand the enormous creature. The guild master couldn't afford to waste time. He swiftly employed his blue willows to launch an attack on the monster. His brother felt pleased that he had already mastered the skill in this timeline and anticipated him executing the final move. To our hero's great surprise, the Sashrank hunter was merely dazzling the bird. Eugen yelled at his brother for misusing his talent. He felt bewildered when he was commanded to tread on the feathers. Thus, he gave it a shot. It seems his brother was indeed correct about that. In an instant, the battle's tides shifted dramatically. Eugen had established his presence in the sky. The bird unleashed a fierce strike and released its destructive fire breath upon him. However, the hunter's fire resistance rendered the monster's flames ineffective. In that instant, Eugen attempted a thrust. He concentrated all his strength and directed it toward the skull of the airborne beast. Suddenly, a massive explosion took place. Eugen was taken aback, yet she encouraged herself to regain composure, knowing she was their sole defense against the impending explosion. In an instant, the headless chicken collapsed onto the ground. Regarding its slayer, he elegantly touched down on the ground. The conflict has now concluded. Yujin hurried to see how his little brother was. Yujin instantly hugged his brother and inquired how he discovered that his ability Blue Willows could provide him with stability in the air. He had never considered utilizing it in this manner. The guild master's happiness was well-deserved. Ultimately, his brother had solved one of his biggest challenges, which was his struggle to take flight. Yujin felt joy and likened this mechanism to acquiring an entirely new ability. Our protagonist felt a surge of joy, watching his brother act like an exuberant child who had just unwrapped 2 gifts instead of 1. As they left the dungeon, Yujin suggested checking out his brother's other skills, sparking the girl's desire to join in on the excitement. Upon their exit, everyone was taken aback by the condition of the guild master. The outside world had already learned that the dungeon's rank shifted independently, prompting the raiders to disclose the presence of an A-rank boss within. While the S-rankers addressed all inquiries, our hero aimed to remain as inconspicuous as possible. The small Barney sought to return his weapons quietly and exit without drawing excessive attention to himself. It was only then he saw an angry grizzly charging at him. Upon discovering the change in the dungeon's rank, Sunchan hurried to the gate. This caused him to be concerned about his custodian, and he had reached there. Thus, the protagonist was graciously refusing the assistance that was being offered to him. Myungwoo felt let down by himself. Later that evening, our protagonist went to see his younger sibling. The concierge provided him with some pricey liquor to enjoy with his brother. From the sound of the flowing water, Myungwoo swiftly inferred that his brother was taking a shower at that moment. To pass the time, he chose to engage with peace. The Manticor dashed to engage with his tamer. Initially, they relished a calm game of tug. The small being consumed its regular food. In an instant, the main character had exhausted himself completely. His day felt exceptionally lengthy. With the misspelled word, the panel window, and the apology message, he was left unsure of what to believe. Additionally, there existed a dungeon that altered ranks and generated a high-ranked monster, an occurrence that was expected to happen only years later. In that instant, the time traveler had an epiphany. He worried that by going back in time, he could have triggered an event, fearing he might have inadvertently damaged something during the journey. Our protagonist speculated that the system attempted to reach him directly since he had triggered a significant event far sooner than anticipated. He quickly started attributing the blame to the system, finding it overwhelmingly confusing from the outset, and it failed to provide any explanations to him at all. Had the system been a bit clearer, our hero stated he would have chosen significantly better keywords. However, when the button is clicked, something unexpectedly emerged. Yujin was taken aback. In the meantime, the beings attempting to initiate contact started to question whether the item had been delivered successfully. Even without sufficient time to elaborate, the individual with dog ears claimed that the target would inevitably grasp their intentions. Ultimately, she had tailored the entity to resemble something suitable for Earth. Consequently, the main character received a peculiar and unusual book of sorts. Yujin was completely unaware of the thoughts of the creators behind the project. Based on the images, he could only present the custodian with the S ranks that were his responsibility. The yearbook contained uplifting messages and featured 50 empty spaces. Just then, Yujin emerged from the shower. Noticing that his brother's face looked strange, Yujin understood that the system intended for him to take on the role of guardian for 50 S-rankers. The F-rank creature remained confined in its enclosure. Once it erupted, it assaulted the Crimson Cat. In an instant, the battle concluded swiftly, with blood splattered all around. During the following day there was no question that this being occupied the highest position in the food chain. In an instant, our hero hurried to sell his small cub, but it remained just as aggressive as before. This time, the harm endured was not as severe as previously. Ultimately, Yujin had taken all the strength-boosting equipment available to him. The previous night, the ability called Monster Breeder was mentioned. Yujin, insisting on having additional liquor in his glass, revealed that this was a newfound ability he had discovered during the raid. This was clearly a deception to conceal his custodian ability, which enabled him to brainwash any living creature. Consequently, He possessed an S-rank skill that granted him the power to tame monsters and assist them in leveling up. Eugen quickly retrieved the leash, believing it was far too perilous for his brother to wield such a skill without adequate strength. He promptly articulated the necessity of revealing this skill instead of keeping it hidden, highlighting the possibilities of a fully developed piece. Our hero believes that numerous S-rankers would sacrifice their lives for a suitable mount, and equipping every guild member with one would be incredible in vast dungeons. In essence, our hero's ability could represent a significant advancement in dungeon raiding. Meanwhile, in the present, Eugen began to engage with his small piece. He understood that the system aimed for him to enlist 50 S-rankers. He understood clearly that it was more advantageous to ally with beasts rather than to hypnotize humans. After considerable effort, the trainer felt drained. Observing his pet remain completely unfazed, he understood that wealth wouldn't come easily. However, Eugen recognized that having more quality mounts would enhance the world's safety significantly. Numerous dungeons would emerge in the future. Consequently, he couldn't permit himself to accept a only. Then, when he suddenly stopped unexpectedly, the HR director commended him for immediately resuming training upon his return from the raid. Noticing the young man's cautious demeanor, Director Sok clarified that his intention was not to remove him from the gym. He also conveyed his astonishment. Ultimately, under his supervision, tranquility had significantly increased in a brief period. Suddenly, the man bowed unexpectedly as a gesture of respect, leaving the custodian completely fascinated. Director Sok wished to express regret for his treatment of the protagonist, unaware then of their skills, sharp analytical mind, and brilliance. That said, the man became overly attached and pleaded with our hero to join their guild, as he would provide a significant benefit to the hunting community. As the owner faced the assault, Peace found it impossible not to liken the situation to a basic game of tug-of-war. Eugen recognized that he wasn't a genius. He merely depended on the knowledge acquired from his experiences as a time traveler. He aimed to avoid the director as much as he could, recalling the harassment he endured from him in the earlier timeline. The man pleaded with our hero to consider it, as he began to outline how they would provide him with everything he wanted, including the money to care for and reproduce the mounts. Our hero suddenly understood something. In the altered timeline, circumstances had changed significantly, and now the director no longer viewed him as a complete waste of oxygen. In that instant, our hero mounted his high horse, recognizing that he held the reins of control. Wearing a self-satisfied smile, he stated that his brother had consented to manage the finances. However, the custodian couldn't overlook how alluring the director's offer remained. The director promptly called for the contract without delay. However, our protagonist had his own conditions, stating his desire to join the guild as a staff member, given his intention to operate as a solo hunter. This way, Eugen could sell mounts to various guilds and amass a fortune. The director urged him to think it over. Our protagonist then made it clear that there would be repercussions if anyone weaker than the others entered into an exclusive agreement with him. The main character recognized the immense strength of his ability, knowing it would significantly enhance the efficiency of any guild's raiding. He even likened himself to a golden egg-laying goose, and conveyed that permitting a single guild to retain him exclusively would not be advisable. Ultimately, the world is rife with malicious individuals who would prefer to extinguish remarkable talent rather than allow others to benefit from it, and they could easily eliminate an F rank. Therefore, it would be wiser to let everyone appreciate his abilities. In doing so, our protagonist's skills would guarantee his protection and a substantial fortune. However, he assured Hyan of a unique peace agreement if they brought him on as a staff member. Our protagonist insisted on receiving a monthly wage along with additional benefits. The director laughed and consented to provide him with everything he desired. He subsequently requested authorization to utilize the training footage as a resource for negotiations with the other guilds. The HR representative then indicated he had one last question to ask. He was curious whether the protagonist would accept becoming one of their hunters, aiming to establish them as the most powerful guild globally, enjoying the greatest freedom. Initially, Eugen aimed to provide a truthful response, But he soon understood that the director was filming him at that moment. Eugen stated that employing him would be futile. Ultimately, they had reached the limits of his ability, and he encouraged the director to avoid any future regrets regarding his choice. Eventually, the middle-aged man found this quite entertaining. He believed the custodian was undervaluing himself. Eugen evidently failed to recognize his own capabilities. Meanwhile, the director contemplated just how remarkable our hero truly was. He felt a sense of pride for having outmaneuvered the man in the negotiations. When individuals gain distinctive abilities, they often lose sight of their position, and arrogance takes root in their hearts. Eugen may not be the most modest, but he was acutely aware of his standing in the hierarchy and leveraged it to ascend the ranks. The director began to wonder if he had overlooked this genius due to being eclipsed by his brother's presence. However, the situation was not as simple as it appeared. He had foreseen that the other guilds might create issues upon realizing their desire to possess Eugen, but Yahello was prepared for the backlash. However, the situation changes when the tamer becomes a freelancer, leading guilds to concentrate on him as a distinct individual. In essence, Eugen would step into a realm brimming with possibilities, yet fraught with peril. It was reasonable to think that the young man remained oblivious to the brutality of the elite hunter's realm. However, the director couldn't dismiss the chance that this might be a tactic to safeguard his brother. Nonetheless, the man foresaw that the protagonist would attract the attention of the three leading guilds and everyone else as well. Ultimately, his forecast proved to be accurate. After viewing the training footage, people became very interested. The top executives chose to invest significantly in a visit to assess their new wildcard firsthand. Following considerable effort, the new pet house is finally complete. From that moment forward, peace would coexist within the dorm of its master. At that instant, the housekeeper and his neighbor arrived for a visit. The girl thought the creature was charming, but the hobo felt frightened. Urim hurried to stroke the newcomer as it attempted to bite the housekeeper. At that instant, the guild master showed up to speak with his sibling. Initially, Eugen felt perplexed, but was subsequently astonished to discover that the guild masters were en route to meet with him. Eugen reassured our hero that he was not obligated to accept the invitation. However, Eugen highlighted how he might seem disrespectful. When the younger one expressed feeling out of place as an F-ranker among S-rankers, the older one found it hard to disagree. Eugen hurried to cancel the meeting, but was swiftly halted. Eugen noted that the mere presence of the leaders from the three major guilds heading to Heya enhanced their perceived significance. Consequently, our protagonist chose to attend the meeting and would not accept a refusal from his sibling. However, as he started discussing their lack of objection to his presence, considering their desire to negotiate with him, he stepped into a room filled with a strange vibe. All eyes were on him, and everything appeared equally threatening. Eugen was surprised by how intimidating they were. At that instant, a bespectacled man prompted our protagonist to extend his hand. He aimed to assess the tamer's abilities prior to initiating the negotiations. In that instant, our protagonist understood its significance and was filled with dread. Eugen swiftly retracted his hand and began to ramble about wanting to save his first time for someone truly special. The appraiser had surprised him, knowing that chaos would ensue if it became known he had the ability to manipulate minds. Consequently, the master frantically sought a plausible explanation. The tiny being quickly leaped away and escaped from his grasp. It appeared that Peace was intent on safeguarding his master. Everyone was captivated as the tamer urgently attempted to soothe the wild creature. The former chairman in Minkyu Park, leader of the Hanshin Guild, found this fascinating, as no tamer skill should possess the strength to forge such a connection. This demonstrated to all that the creature fiercely sought to safeguard its owner. Consequently, the woman emphasized that evaluating the young man's abilities was not needed. The individual in question was Heuna Moon, the master of the Breaker Guild. The woman addressed our hero with kindness, assisting in calming his nerves. The hero was astonished by the lady's height, and she expressed her surprise at discovering that the charming Heuna had a brother like him. This led Eugen to wonder if Urim, being an S-ranker too, would eventually become as prominent as that woman. Miss Moon highlighted that a fully grown fire manticore could possess strength comparable to that of an S-rank boss. Consequently, she requested our hero's younger sibling to provide her guild with a fire cub should he come across another. Yujin agreed but insisted he would only trade it for a horse that possessed ice resistance. This gave the impression of greed, as he sought a mount for the ice witch. A tanned individual at the table shouted for the guild master of Heian, as his guild had purchased every horse available in the market. The individual in question was Sukwon Choi, the guild master of MKC, who clarified that an exchange was unfeasible because Yujin had a monopoly on the market. However, the young man noted that they only needed to clear dungeons for creatures suitable for trading. Sukwon became swiftly annoyed. He highlighted that Yujin was attempting to turn them into his personal beast fetches and accused him of wanting to deceive them using his brother's formidable skill. The man asserted that Yujin's freelancing was a ruse, as he had clearly laid claim to him, given their familial ties. The Breaker Guild master attempted to soothe him, while the hero clarified that his brother's guild was merely one of his allies. He mentioned that because he couldn't stand independently, they were helping him, and this was the primary reason for holding this meeting. Yujin made it clear that he wouldn't have offered his help to the others if he. He also clarified that he could tame only a limited number of creatures simultaneously. With that, Yujin provided everyone in the room a significant opportunity to acquire the finest mounts available. He asserted that this should suffice for the negotiation and emphasized what an honor it was to collaborate with prominent figures such as the Korean guild masters. Even with his grand statements, our hero felt a sense of intimidation. As he reminisced about his fondness for the man when he was merely an ordinary athlete before his transformation, he was abruptly poked in the face. Hyuna became quite animated as she highlighted that our hero appeared to be far more than just a mere beast tamer. Noticing he had an S-rank older brother and an S-rank mentor, along with a fire manticore as a pet, she inquired whether they would accompany him if he decided to join her guild. Yugane, surprised by the lady's charm in person, clarified that the agreement was solely for him, hoping his brother wouldn't throw a fit. Just then, a composed voice highlighted how our protagonist had boasted about being the finest in all of Korea. With that, the protagonist indicated he would formally sign with Hyuna once they achieved the status of being the best throughout the land. At that instant, a serene voice expressed curiosity. Instantly, everyone focused their attention on him. Upon hearing this, Yugane Sung, the leader of Siseong, realized he had the opportunity to purchase the tamer immediately. In that instant, our protagonist was at a loss for words. At this juncture, Siseong stood as the most powerful guild of hunters, with the most powerful guild master to guarantee our hero's safety. However, his late arrival to the discussion gave off a hostile vibe, heightening the tension present in the room. Consequently, our hero chose to decline the proposal, clarifying that it was exclusively available for family members. He stated that for them to dominate him, the other guilds must achieve the top position on a global level. In that instant, Miss Moon erupted in laughter, unable to resist the amusement brought on by his confidence and audacity. She highlighted how both brothers exhibited the same level of toughness. Without his fierce resistance skills, the pressure would have been overwhelming for the Afranker, who felt like a small shrimp among massive whales. Eugene understood that Afrankers exhibited aggressive behavior due to their constant exposure to danger. However, he was surprised by how intimidating they appeared, even with smiles. This led him to wonder if his younger brother was unable to cope with such individuals and if they harassed him regularly. One individual remarked that it was no shock to witness the younger brother boldly establish his own guild, given he had an audacious role model to inspire him. However, Eugene insisted that his brother was not like that at all, asserting that he was the kinder of the two, and even the kindest individual present in this room. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and as they started to question whether they were genuinely discussing the same individual, our protagonist started to question whether he had made a mistake in his words. To him, no child was more precious than his little brother. One day, while he was leaving, the child hurried to embrace him. While presenting a birthday gift to his older brother, Eugene reflected on how, despite being the younger sibling, he consistently made an effort to support him. The protagonist could solely recall his younger sibling as a compassionate individual, someone aspiring to be a doctor to provide his guardian with a comfortable life. Eugene stated that despite his infrequent presence due to work commitments, his younger brother matured into a gentle and well-mannered gentleman. Upon hearing this, the guild leaders could no longer endure it. Ultimately, they all erupted in laughter simultaneously when he referred to Eugene Han as docile. The most powerful individual present struggled to regain his composure as he finally understood the reason behind the young man's unusually kind behavior towards Miss Moon. Even indicated the troublemaker, who was pretending to be the ideal gentleman in front of his guardian. In that instant, the F-ranker yelled at the muscle mommy, witnessing her tormenting his helpless little brother. The former chairman attempted to assert his affection for the brotherly connection, yet he nearly neglected to dry his tears as he exited in a fit of emotion. Consequently, the executives opted to conclude the meeting, although our protagonist believed that Eugene was merely pretending to be tough in their presence. The guild masters had reached consensus on many terms prior to the protagonist entering the room. Consequently, they encouraged him to examine the document thoroughly and notify them if he discovered any inaccuracies within it. Eugene chose to take a brief glance at the contract. While examining the document, he discovered an interesting term stating that he would possess his own building. This prompted the executives to understand that Eugene had not been informed about the construction of a new facility for him to raise the mounts. Our hero quickly understood that this remarkable term was the creation of the director. As per the agreement, the 5 guilds were to safeguard Eugene and his breeding-focused facility, as well as finance its needs. Consequently, every guild master affixed their signature to the document. However, when it was time for our hero to sign the contract, his sibling discovered him wearing a strange smile on his face. Eugene asserted that this was a result of the pressure. Yet he was actually fighting to hold back his happiness. He still found it hard to comprehend that the major guilds were constructing a building for him in one of the priciest districts of the capital. In that instant, the small shrimp felt comfortable alongside the massive whales. Eugene was on the verge of obtaining his own building, which would be safeguarded by the 5 most powerful guilds in Korea. Initially, he considered constructing a workshop for his friend, and even contemplated establishing a lab for Dr. White, enabling her to pursue her research in Korea rather than in the United States. Our protagonist's creativity soared as he envisioned himself being interviewed about his transformation from a drifter to the nation's most successful billionaire. He would assert with a smug laugh that he merely had the opportunity to collaborate with the finest in the world. As he started to envision a life of ease ahead, free from the need to work for a living, he was abruptly jolted back to reality. The guild leaders were preparing to depart. The blonde individual stated he would remember the exception he promised his brother. Yuan was unsure how to reply. After the meeting concluded, our cheerful protagonist expressed regret to his brother for becoming lost in his own reflections near the end. Yuan didn't request him to doubt everything the guild masters had said about him and insisted that he hadn't committed any acts that would tarnish his soul. However, the brother, aware that no guild master could be entirely virtuous, commended his little pet for its good behavior throughout the meeting. The contract's terms were ideal for our hero. Thus, the next chapter of his life presented itself as something rather enjoyable. Subsequently that night, a banquet was presented before him. Myung-woo had put in extra effort to create all these dishes. He believed our main character was worthy of nothing but the best. As Yu-jing savored the dish, she likened the vibrant flavors to the promising days ahead. Yu-jing then noted that his housekeeper possessed a considerable amount of personal belongings. However, when he requested him to prepare to depart from this place soon, his demeanor instantly darkened, and a shiver coursed through his spine. However, prior to our hero sharing the exciting news about the new building dedicated to him, Myung-woo began to weep heavily and collapsed onto the ground, believing he was being expelled. Meanwhile, the protagonist struggled to keep up with the situation. The man asserted that he had anticipated this day arriving. After all, he considered himself merely a waste of space and an F-ranker. Eugene attempted to comfort him by stating they held equal status, but Myung-woo insisted they were completely different. In the past, our protagonist defended him against the formidable loan sharks. To Myung-woo, Eugene was remarkable, and his guidance was highly valued by his sibling, the S-rank. Conversely, the housekeeper did not unlock a skill upon hitting level 10. However, the time traveler understood that none of his accomplishments were truly deserved. The custodian made a sincere effort to uplift the housekeeper, but this only led to further confusion, prompting the housekeeper to express gratitude before choosing to depart. Eugene attempted to reason that his friend had nowhere else to go, but Myung-woo preferred to be without a home than to exploit his friend's generosity any longer. The main character attempted to assert that the man was not abusing anything whatsoever. Myung-woo was crucial to his strategy for retiring early, being just 10,000 unsharpened blades short of achieving an SS skill. Nonetheless, Eugene couldn't simply share the skill with him, and even if he did, there was a strong possibility that his friend would doubt his words. That said, he chose to take an alternative approach instead. Eugene stated that he had no authority to keep the man if he wished to leave. He admitted he was unaware of how much this was distressing Myung-woo and felt guilty for assigning him so many tasks. Nevertheless, the custodian thought it was unfortunate, as he possessed information that could genuinely assist the man. However, Eugene, who wished for his friend's freedom, chose to remain silent, believing that sharing the information would hinder that liberty. He expressed that it was a significant secret he longed to share as a friend, but the housekeeper could no longer contain herself and pressed him to disclose it. Ultimately, Eugene concluded that revealing a small piece of information to his departing friend wouldn't cause any harm. Recognizing that quoting a genius or a famous figure was the best way to persuade someone, our protagonist stated that he had acquired this training technique from Dr. Suk. Nonetheless, the main character couldn't shake off the guilt, as he was deceiving others by using Doctor's name. White. In her laboratory, however, the doctor completed the paperwork and wished for the remainder to go smoothly. While she was absorbed in her tasks, she was oblivious to the sinister presence hiding behind her. Meanwhile, our hero drew out the knives. He asserted that this was the most effective training technique for his friend. Eugene then strongly cautioned his friend not to discuss this with anyone, not even Dr. White. He suggested that, given his friend's expertise with weapons, he ought to focus on sharpening the knives. Eugene complied without seeking any additional clarification. Eugene felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing the craftsman was on the path to greatness. As anticipated, a counter had emerged. Eugene asserted that if his friend continued to sharpen knives, he would reportedly unlock a valuable crafting skill, as the rumors suggested. He patiently attempted to clarify to his friend that he had to sharpen a minimum of 10,000 knives, just for a positive response to ignite. Eugene was surprised by the housekeeper's enthusiasm, noting he could complete the job in 3 months by sharpening 100 knives daily. Our protagonist then urged the hobo to set the knife aside, as his grip on it made his excitement appear more akin to a desire for violence. Young-woo was resolute in his efforts to repay his friend by working as diligently as he could. However, Eugene was fully aware that his retirement plan had no obligations to him. With that in mind, it was time to evaluate the second investment. The physician was extremely thrilled to meet our protagonist. However, our protagonist soon became weary as his dungeon enthusiast companion continued to chat for hours. She noted that many believe dungeons are entirely random, and as you mentioned their potential organization, Eugene expressed his intuition and asserted that South Korea was missing the essential data to support this claim. Dr. Suk concurred that their nation was excessively small, only to promptly silence herself, fearing her words might upset someone. The researcher's task would be significantly simpler if she had the opportunity to explore additional dungeons. However, many nations prohibit outsiders from studying their dungeons. The physician began to express concerns that she may need to participate in an international research group to advance her studies. For that exact reason, 3 years later, the doctor would depart for America, where she would uncover the principle behind the creation of dungeons. Eugene started to hope for a means to retain this valuable asset in the country until her findings, rather than letting her and her research go to the USA. However, the doctor still had ideas. Suddenly, she produced a jar of buckwheat jelly. According to the legends, she could utilize this dish with rice wine on a moonless night to draw in the Daka-B. The physician was alluding to the mythical hunter possessing teleportation powers. That hunter adopted the name of a trickster spirit from Korean mythology, along with its style. Yet, even in the original timeline, few people were aware of him. Nonetheless, the ghost hunter gained fame specifically for his teleportation skills. In moments of despair, whether within dungeons or beyond, the spirit would instantly emerge to rescue lives when darkness enveloped everything. From the viewpoint of humans, particularly gangsters, the capability to teleport anywhere was a force that should not be underestimated. One day, offenders observed something fascinating. Suddenly, a cosplayer emerged in their secret lair. Surprised by him, they swiftly drew their weapons. Yet, akin to a specter, the initial bullet passed straight through him. The Daka-B captain utilized his teleportation skills to escape and avoid the barrage of bullets aimed at him. The hunter remained completely unfazed. Ultimately, he managed to assert his dominance. The cosplayer began to express themselves through poetry, to caution the wrongdoers, asserting that he knew all their deepest secrets. He vowed to keep their transgressions hidden from view as long as he stayed unscathed. With that, the spirit vanished. The spirit proved elusive due to his abilities and knowledge of everyone's secrets, which allowed him to safeguard the major guilds and enjoy complete liberty. Consequently, the female scientists sought to entice the mythical being, believing it could provide valuable information regarding the dungeons. To add to the situation, the so-called brilliant doctor was depending on information sourced from the internet to summon the spirit. Due to her excitement, our hero attempted to bring the woman back to reality, and encouraged her to seek assistance from the guild rather than depend on illusions. Suddenly, darkness enveloped everything. The moon was nearly swallowed by the night's shadows. Believing it was a blackout, our protagonist chose to activate his flashlight. It was only then he observed something fascinating. Dr. White appeared shocked. Tears swiftly formed on her face. Unbeknownst to our hero, a sinister presence was stealthily hiding just behind him. Once it started to scream, panic spread rapidly across the entire lab. Dr. White instantly collapsed from the surprise. The main character was on the verge of panicking, only to be soothed by his resist fear ability. With his mind at peace, he understood that no matter how chaotic the world became, ghosts remained a part of folklore. Having deduced the culprit's identity, he requested the Daka-B to cease his prank. The teleporting hunter confirmed that the protagonist lacked any sense of humor. He mentioned that he chose to visit them to fulfill the doctor's request. Still, he was surprised that his innocent joke caused her to faint. Consequently, the ghost inquired with the custodian about the possibility of improving their relationship. It was only at that moment that the system disclosed to our hero his ability to take the masked man into his control. The individual before him was someone capable of traversing the globe without allegiance to any flag or cause. In essence, he could potentially be the answer to the hero's dilemmas. If he was correct, the spirit might supply the essential information for the doctor, allowing her to remain in the country. The chance was too valuable to overlook. Eugene requested the ghost to cease its antics, as they were not frightening in the least. The ghost attempted to reason that he had merely frightened him, but our hero began gaslighting him by asserting that he was simply taken by surprise. The Daka-B was especially annoyed, as the young man also described his pranks as boring and immature. According to the legends, the trickster spirits were so passionate about pranks that they would risk their lives for the sheer joy of the game. Consequently, he proposed a wager with the ghost to determine if he could truly frighten him. However, the teleporter was unaware that he stood before his inherent adversary. Later at the infirmary, the doctor awoke with a start, only to find that the spirit had vanished. She was then taken aback to see the hero standing before her. Eugene began to mock the ghost's absurd attire in front of the doctor, but was met with utter silence. This brought her considerable relief, indicating that the mischievous spirit was gone. However, she couldn't shake off her disappointment, as numerous questions still lingered unanswered. Dr. White had anticipated the teleporter's assistance, realizing her research had reached an impasse. Upon hearing this, the custodian asserted that he could have discovered a means to help. The woman became overly enthusiastic once more, believing he was about to enroll in grad school. He quickly clarified that this was not the case. The doctor was left astonished as he suggested he might have a solution to supply her with the data. Eugene remembered her mentioning that the lack of data was a significant issue in her research. Therefore, his earlier actions could potentially resolve her issue. At that time, the spirit found the wager fascinating, prompting our hero to explain that he would serve the victor for a full 3 years. The spirit chuckled at the F rank before him who aspired to be his master. However, he deemed the conditions unjust, asserting that since he was wagering with Eugene's brother, the F rank should entail a minimum of 20 years of servitude. It seems the spirit had thoroughly researched our hero. Dokabeja was subsequently taken aback. Our hero retrieved the contract without a moment's hesitation, showcasing their confidence. For that reason, the spirit became wary, noticing the human hastily entering a game where he held a distinct disadvantage. It dawned on him that there was a scheme at play, suspecting that the F rank, who was devoid of abilities, intended to rely on items to secure a victory in the bet. This indicated that the spirit was oblivious to the protagonist's true talents. Eugene's win was nearly assured. His resist fear ability enables him to stand firm against anything that is below L rank or does not exceed it. He asserted that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Indeed, our protagonist asserted that he was a fan of the Dokabe. Ultimately, the Dokabe was an individual who wielded his power to save others. He was quite amazed by the reality that he held everyone's secrets within him. Consequently, he asserted that this bet was a win-win situation for him, since even in the event of a loss, he gains the opportunity to be the Dokabe's sidekick. In that instant, the proud spirit confirmed his own remarkable greatness. He asserted that our hero was quite intelligent. He would prefer to have a clever, captivating personality as a minion rather than someone pleading for this opportunity. Nonetheless, Eugene made it clear that he would put forth his utmost effort to win the wager. That said, the contest began, where the spirit had 3 opportunities to frighten our protagonist, and succeeding even once would turn him into a minion. In the present, the custodian informed the scientist that, while he couldn't disclose the method, he might have a means to provide her with the needed information. He made it clear that he wasn't as brilliant in the field as she was. Therefore, he proposed an equal profit share if she could develop a successful theory about dungeon spawns. The doctor regarded this as a generous proposition but was skeptical about her ability to achieve such a significant breakthrough. However, Eugene believed in her potential. As she noted that the young man was merely trying to uplift her spirits, he focused on recalling today's date. With that, he resolved to make a statement. Trusting his instincts, Eugene announced that the newly emerged A-rank dungeon near the capital was likely populated with either slimes or featured a coastal environment. This caused the doctor to perceive him as if he were a psychic. But he was merely exploiting his time travel or advantage. With that, the hero encouraged the lady to rethink his proposal, should his intuition prove to be accurate. He even stated that regardless of her opinions, he had complete confidence in her research and in the outcomes it would produce. The hero encouraged the woman to request her uncle for permission to raid the dungeon. Having said that, he ultimately took his departure. Once outside, the custodian felt relieved, since Eugene didn't disclose sufficient information to expose his secret. The only remaining action was to patiently await the specter of a frightening elderly woman. However, observing that our hero was overly focused on his pet, his initial effort ended in disappointment. One day, he came back home with unsharpened knives for his friend to fix. Eerie hands abruptly encircled his feet. In an instant, the ghost caused our hero to collapse onto the ground. Eugene yelled at the teleporter, insisting it had no authority to hurt him, Yet the ghost was taken aback by the F-rank's fragility as he stumbled and fell. With the second attempt failing, it was now time to proceed to the third attempt. In the dead of night, the protagonist approached the fridge to fetch a glass of water. He encountered a sinister-looking straddle smeared with blood. Therefore, he found himself unable to resist applauding the spirit's creativity. However, as he spun around, he stood before a bizarre creature that dangled ominously from the ceiling. Eugen was truly taken aback, not anticipating a double jump scare. His fear-resistance ability kept him from feeling afraid. It was only at that moment he encountered someone. Instantly, Eugen turned his head to discover something truly unsettling. The unsettling vagrant in the kitchen grasping a knife. He faced him with his icy, and, as the specter felt the fear of God, the young man nonchalantly greeted his housekeeper. Young will mention that unable to sleep, he chose to pass the time by sharpening knives. It was only then that the housekeeper spotted the creature suspended from the ceiling. In an instant, the most terrifying presence in the room collapsed from sheer fright. Having successfully withstood jump scares 3 consecutive times, Eugen emerged as the victor of the bet. That said, the spirit began to wail like an infant. It came as a surprise to our protagonist, as the being indeed possessed minions that were set to brand him, given the stakes involved. Eventually, the cries of the annoying little ghost grew intolerable. Eugen urged him to stop and inquired about his age, leading the masked individual to disclose that he was 10 years old. Our hero concluded that the figure before him wasn't a spirit at all, but merely a human pretending to be one. The dokebi highlighted that the presence of ghosts was indeed believable in a realm teeming with monsters and superhuman beings. Eugen couldn't dispute that statement. Ultimately, it was far simpler to accept that mythology had turned real rather than attempt to comprehend that video game. With that realization, he finally came to believe that the individual with white hair was not human. Recognizing he was now his servant, the ghost chose to disclose everything. The dokebi asserted he was simultaneously a century old and also just 3 years old. This deeply fascinated the main character. Still, he considered it quite amusing. When the entire dungeon chaos began 3 years prior, he quickly realized that the spirit emerged simultaneously with the introduction of the system. As per the myths, dokebi are essentially objects that have existed long enough to develop their own distinct souls. The one being referred to had been present but dormant for more than 10 years. The dungeon's power then roused him from his slumber. Upon listening to this, our protagonist felt confused, yet could not refute the tale. Indeed, this served as the most plausible explanation for the yokai's teleportation skills. Ultimately, the primary role of the system was to connect the various dimensions. Nonetheless, it was a remarkable experience for our protagonist, as he encountered a genuine dokebi. The spirit was taken aback when our hero correctly identified his name and, understanding its significance, recognized that he was a watermelon linked to a family known as. At that instant, the specter started to consider that our hero might also be a dokebi, emerging from the crystal ball of a psychic. Eugen assured the ghost of his humanity and encouraged him to begin viewing him as a superior. Having stated that, the custodian chose to assign the creature its initial task. It was clear that the creature was irritated by the reference to the job. Eugen started to express dissatisfaction about being an errand boy. The protagonist asserted that he merely wished for him to explore dungeons in other nations, as these countries tended to be very secretive about their own dungeons, while the teleporting and stealthy ghosts could effortlessly breach their defenses. When questioned about the necessity of this task, Eugen clarified that it would enhance his status as a hero. With the appropriate information, they could reveal the mysteries of dungeon spawns and contribute to a safer world. Consequently, anyone who supplied this information would achieve global recognition as a beloved hero by all. The dokebi began sketching as he envisioned the adoration, recognition, and merchandise that would come with his transformation into a hero. In an instant, the ghost felt quite pleased to follow its master's command. However, the specter struggled with the challenge of needing to journey to distant lands, as its teleportation abilities were limited and couldn't reach such far locations. Yujin, you soon notice that these words correspond to what appeared in the panel window. Thus, our stoic twink professed his affection for the ghost to secure him under his protection, merely for the ghost to be utterly shocked. Noticing the ghost's distress, the protagonist clarified that dokebi were beings that flourished on love. The internet suggests that these spirits transform into stunning women to attract attention. In essence, the spirit needed to take in as much love as it could. Yujin once more declared his love to the spirit and pressed him to reciprocate the feelings. However, Yujin swiftly backed out and ignored our hero. Nonetheless, the main character felt thrilled about his new collaboration with the ghost. When the following day finally arrived, two bespectacled individuals hurried towards our hero. Yujin felt curious as he observed the uncle and niece approaching him, both wearing broad smiles. They were thrilled to discover he was correct about the dungeon being filled with slime. The director shared that he initially had reservations, but now he felt ecstatic, realizing how mistaken he had been. It turns out that the slime found within the dungeon was a valuable resource worth a fortune, providing significant capital for the guild that has now become wealthy. While he basked in the admiration of his new fan club, the custody issue began to surface once again. Yujin felt happy to discover that the doctor had agreed to his proposal. However, joy swiftly transformed her excitement into fear upon hearing her unsettling uncle promise to attach a tracker to him. Yujin rejected the tracker alongside his overly protective brother. Yet the director clarified that his intention was merely to safeguard his brilliant intellect. Our protagonist attempted to assert that he wasn't a genius and that Dr. White would handle all the predictive analysis moving forward, which is why the guild ought to support her financially. The main character then fled, asserting that he was merely a modest beast tamer. He was indifferent to the accolades since his ultimate aim was to retire early. His forecasts were accurate solely because he hailed from the future, indicating that eventually, when time aligned, he would appear to be a deceiver who lacked knowledge. However, the chaos continued to escalate. The Seatuks confused our idler for a brilliant academic who preferred dedicating himself to his work over seeking recognition. Each participant's objective was to navigate successfully through the maze. It contained numerous distracting toys and perplexing mirrored walls, causing even the most skilled dogs and cats to take 3 minutes to find their way out. Regarding a fire manticore, it required just a few seconds, since it managed to leave prior to the conclusion of the explanations. It was now clear that high-ranking monsters exhibited significantly greater intelligence than typical pets. That said, the commentator called for a round of applause for the two guests. Our hero and his fire-breathing manticore had a compelling reason to be featured on television. Ultimately, the entire concept originated from the director, whose aim was to elevate our hero's fame. He believed that his extraordinary talent made it impossible to remain unnoticed, and therefore, he was more suited to being a star. In reality, it was reasonable to assert that Eugene would lead a more secure life by embracing celebrity status. Ultimately, the director succeeded in persuading the protagonist to participate in the show. This is why the Ice Wolf was assigned as a bodyguard. Due to his previous life, Eugene loathed media scrutiny and was anxious about negative public opinions regarding him. However, everyone focused on peace, as he received indirect praise due to his adorable little pet. The hero struggled to conceal his smile. In an instant, his view on the camera shifted dramatically. At last, the moment for a break arrived. Displaying the fire manticore was highly gratifying. He felt a sense of satisfaction watching the public adore Peace's charm, leading him to believe it was his responsibility as its tamer to showcase it to everyone. Eugene began contemplating additional methods to share it. He even began to envision the moment his pet would mature into a global sensation, bringing him fame as its trainer. While he envisioned fans queuing for Peace's autograph, he unexpectedly spotted someone above him. The woman was intrigued and wished to find out if the autograph in question would merely be a paw print on paper. Miss Moon, who surprised our protagonist, welcomed him and inquired about his younger sibling. A show required a minimum of 3 S-rank hunters on standby to feature a monster live on air, as it was essential for the production. Miss Moon chose to present herself as. The moment she stepped onto the set, Everyone focused on her. The hero piqued her curiosity, who rose without releasing her hand, because he was envious that she had taken the attention. Observing this, she thought she ought to have lifted him like a princess. Eugene believed they should refrain from any extravagant gestures in public to prevent gossip. Suddenly, the woman requested him to be her breeding partner, creating the very scandal the protagonist aimed to evade. She then specified her desire for him to join her guild, but Eugene clarified he would only accept the creator of the. As the lady highlighted his boldness, our protagonist highlighted that he was the sibling of an S-rank and emphasized that even the top hunters remained human ultimately. The guild master stated that although she appreciated our hero's beliefs, she considered it rather challenging. Just then, Yerem came with some snacks, only to subsequently observe something fascinating. The bodyguard sprinted to safeguard her guardian. However, the guild master insisted that she only required 5 minutes to abduct him. That said, the three of them found themselves cut off from the rest of the world. Noticing the sudden silence, Eugene understood he had entered a barrier. He promptly requested an explanation. The woman then clarified that it was merely a result of her expertise, and that her team would provide all details to the Ice Witch. Nonetheless, our protagonist understood that it was far from straightforward. Huna Moon possessed exceptional control over her abilities, leaving even Yerem, an S-rank herself, unable to match her strength. Finally alone, the protagonist believed a secret was on the verge of being revealed. However, the woman clarified that she was merely being careful prior to sharing the gossip. Huna wished to share some rumors regarding Eugene. She voiced her worry, noticing that Eugene appeared to confuse his brother with another person. His response reinforced her argument even more. Before the conversation began, he was already casting her ominous glances. Nevertheless, the S-rank comforted the adorable little being, assuring her that she had no malicious intentions. She assured them that her intention was not to create any conflict between the two brothers. Huna Moon chose to be truthful with our hero. She hoped he would reconsider his perspective on his younger brother. In the meeting, everyone laughed at him, believing he was merely making a joke. However, in their reality, this was not merely a detail to ignore. Huna was curious whether the hero genuinely thought his brother could attain the position of guild master through nobility and confidence in his abilities. In all honesty, it seemed almost inconceivable for an orphan, brought up in hardship by his elder brother, to transform into an ideal citizen. It was undeniable that Eugene views his brother as the personification of virtue. Thus, the S-rank highlighted a crucial point. Righteous individuals never step on others to establish their own guild. That said, Huna Moon inquired if Eugene wanted to learn more about the hunter aspect of his younger brother. Upon awakening as a hunter, the now formidable Huna Moon was compelled to abandon her athletic career and assume the role of guild master. However, she was merely suited to be the figurehead, while the true leader was the sponsor of her guild. The only two individuals who genuinely managed their guilds were Huna Sung and another, who posed a bit more of a challenge. None other than Yu Yun Han. The young man recently declined an opportunity considered golden by the sponsor. In reality, this was not the first occasion he had done this, portraying him as a high school student who overestimates his abilities by trying to handle everything solo. As a result, he acquired numerous enemies, with some even attempting to poison him. That evening, the woman was unaware of the danger and chose to enter upon discovering that someone intended to end his life. Once inside, she shouted that the actions of the assailant were completely disgraceful. As arrogant as Yu Yun Han might be, he remained just a high school student. At that time, she considered those targeting Yu Yun Han to be truly contemptible, recognizing that he was still just a child. However, the intense devastation she witnessed that day altered her perspective permanently. It appeared as though a beast had wreaked havoc in this room. It was only then that the two nearby heard someone pleading for his life. Amidst the turmoil stood the high school student she had come to rescue. The terrified gangster pleaded for his life, vowing never to disturb him again. However, the butcher was indifferent and took his life without a moment's hesitation. Worried, the woman went to him, Yu Han was taken aback and pivoted to deliver a crushing strike, just to be swiftly obstructed. At that instant, she understood she wasn't dealing with an ordinary child, but a soulless beast. The incident was disguised as a gas leak mishap, with all parties involved vanishing one by one. Ultimately, Yu eliminated all participants in this matter and seized their assets to create his own guild. The guild master recognized that this reality was difficult to accept, yet insisted that she was being truthful. She then highlighted how, based on the gossip, there was a period when the brothers seemed to grow somewhat distant. He was subsequently questioned whether he observed any changes in his brother after he became an awakener. Consequently, she encouraged him to be honest with himself. She aimed to persuade the protagonist that he was wrong about his own sibling, and that, although everything seemed perfect at the moment, it was uncertain when the beast would strike its caretaker. However, while she continued her monologue, her phone unexpectedly began to ring. The caller was none other than the individual who was the subject of gossip. In that instant, Moon provided Eugene with safety from his brother. This reminded our hero that his brother had also endured suffering. He swiftly grabbed the phone from the giant's grasp. Eugene was taken aback to find his brother picking up the call. The young genius was eager to discover if Hyuna had said anything negative about him to his sibling. Eugene pondered how his brother was a beast who constructed his empire from the remains of others, yet he remained indifferent. It was undeniable that the actions of the young guild master were quite peculiar. However, our protagonist endured 5 years in the harsh realm of hunting, and he wasn't particularly virtuous himself. In truth, failing to defend the brother who gave himself for him would be an inexcusable offense. Consequently, he mentioned during the call that the tall woman had misjudged him. In that instant, Eugene resolved to avenge his brother by disparaging the lady directly, and began to share the most humiliating moment of her life. However, as he elaborated on the exact time and place of the event, the phone was swiftly taken from his grasp. She swiftly smashed it. Hyuna insisted on understanding how our hero obtained that information. As she began to shake him for a response, he merely asserted that he had heard it from somewhere. Initially, the woman contemplated his murder, but that would mean losing her exceptional mount. Eugene held her responsible for initiating this chaos by mentioning his brother. Therefore, as he emphasized that they ought to remain quiet to avoid embarrassing one another, the woman felt increasingly annoyed. She began to feel guilty for ever believing the two brothers were different, unaware that her secret was just 4 years from being revealed to everyone. Ultimately, she confirmed that she attempted all of this believing he was completely different from Eugene. Nevertheless, the woman felt a sense of relief, knowing that Eugene would be capable of standing his ground against the other guild leaders. This led our hero to realize that his battle with the kidnappings wasn't over. Once they exited the barrier, Urim shouted at the abductor. As the teenager yelled at the woman, believing she had harmed her custodian, the kind master explained that they were merely having a brief conversation. She leaned in and quietly urged her to stay silent at any cost. The young man recognized the woman was menacing the man and immediately rushed towards her. For some reason, while observing them, Eugene perceived his bodyguard and kidnapper as surprisingly intimate, as they were the sole 2 female S-ranks in the nation. This led him to contemplate whether his young protege might join the Breaker Guild once her contract with Hyen concludes. However, this seemed unlikely, as the Breaker Guild was nearing its end. Neither Hyena nor Sukwon Choi had the tolerance to be directed by corporate executives. This is why both of their guilds would eventually be disbanded. At that moment, the thought of bringing Hyena into their guild occurred to our hero. Ultimately, her significant firepower would complement Urim well, and the system also aimed for him to mentor other S-rankers. After considering it, having a powerful female figure as a mentor would be far more beneficial for the Ice Witch than having someone like him in that role. Only to come to the conclusion of his mistake when Urim emulated Hyena by referring to herself as his breathing partner. Consequently, as whispers began to circulate about him in the minor, he insisted she distance herself from the negative influence. Regarding his television appearance, The 25-year-old protagonist was dubbed Monster Daddy. This made him rather disheartened, since the correct term was Monster Tamer, and just like that, our beloved brainwasher gained a title. Several days afterward, Myung-woo was astonished to discover that he would be assigned to a private area within the armory. Yujin needed to leverage some connections to retrieve his knife sharpener from the kitchen. Noticing his emerging issues, Myung-woo would benefit significantly from befriending those in the armory, as these workers could potentially become his colleagues in the future. It could be confidently stated that he wasn't an ideal raider, nor did he enjoy it. However, raiding seemed utterly meaningless compared to the future SS-rank blacksmith he was destined to become. Thus, the hobo found it more advantageous to work at the armory than to decay in a dungeon. The moment the door was opened, our heroes sensed the heat surging in. The entire massive workshop served as the armory. It was packed with industrial-sized machinery. To secure a position in the armory, one had to achieve at least an E rank. Myung-woo became fascinated by the nearby mana stone. He was yelled at for being prohibited from touching it. The man clarified that this wasn't a public space, prompting our hero to mention that HR must have reached out to them, since they were present for the exclusive area they had consented to provide Myung-woo. At that moment, the massive blacksmith inclined his head in acknowledgement, explaining that he had already been informed. The hero began to contemplate whether his slender companion could transform into someone like him. When inquired about his familiarity with blade sharpeners, the hobo recounted that he had utilized some during his youth. The moment he saw the industrial blade sharpener, the man was completely astonished. Just as the fanboy was about to touch the incredibly fast machine, the worker told him he couldn't, as his toys were located over there. Our heroes were subsequently left curious upon entering a room that was utterly in disarray. Inside was the blade sharpener designated for Myung-woo. The blacksmith continued on his path, as there was no requirement for him to clarify the machine's operation. Meanwhile, Yujin attempted to assert that this location was utterly a disaster. It was only then he observed something fascinating. Every worker was casting them ominous looks. All acknowledged the hobo as Yujin's brother's companion, asserting that he arrived solely due to connections, as he was merely an F-rank individual. Still, their new colleague didn't hold them accountable for their opinions. To them, he likely appeared as a puppet master. In reality, he was just thankful for the professional tools he had obtained and resolved to give his utmost effort in his new job. At that instant, Yujin began to feel guilty, as he had nearly tossed his friend into a dumpster. He subsequently inquired whether his friend could manage independently, noting that he hadn't utilized a blade sharpener for quite some time. The moment Myung-woo pressed down on the pedal, the two F-ranks were amazed to discover that the machine functioned. That said, the 9th sharpening procedure has finally commenced. The hero felt satisfied, as the knife sharpening still mattered, despite the involvement of a machine. Yujin even speculated that this hands-off sharpening method was significantly more effective for enhancing his skill than using a large machine. That said, the hobo secured his hair. Initially, the hero intended to caution him against injuring his fingers. Only then did he become unexpectedly fascinated by another thing. As glimmers appeared from the honed edge, the custodian was utterly astonished. It was the first occasion he witnessed his friend displaying such intense concentration. In truth, he primarily recalled him as a timid individual lacking any character, a person who struggled to manage on his own. However, the man now appeared entirely changed. In that instant, the alarm sounded, prompting our hero to say goodbye to his friend, for it was now time to head to training peacefully. Young Woo was taken aback, believing his friend had departed quite a while ago. He then suggested walking him to the door, but Yujin requested he not concern himself with it and to concentrate on his tasks. The monster daddy couldn't take his gaze away from the little duckling. It was as though he had returned a fish to its habitat. There was no doubt about it. Young Woo was a born blacksmith. That said, the custodian was now confident that he no longer needed to worry about his friend. However, with the arrival of tomorrow, he was quickly proven wrong. Young Woo wept in despair over his frailty in bed, as after just one day of work, his muscles ached everywhere. Meanwhile, inside the armory, the employees quickly realized the absence of their well-connected colleague. When they discovered he was on a sick day, one worker suggested that he might be pretending to be ill. They even suggested that he must have fled, realizing this job was more challenging than he anticipated. However, as the tall blacksmith voiced his uncertainties, it left everyone puzzled. He tallied 1,000 blades. Within one day, the sole F-ranker in the entire building, who was now confined to bed, had honed 1,000 blades by himself. Following a week of diligent effort, his hard work was finally recognized by all. Observed him continuously honing his collection of knives. Young Woo had reached the midpoint of divinity. That evening, the table was adorned with appetizing-looking dishes. Upon witnessing this, Eugene inferred that the knife training had also improved his friend's cooking skills. The meal was so delicious that even the frugal teenager called him her big brother. Yeorim aimed to savor these treats fully, knowing there was nothing as delightful in the dungeon she would be exploring today. She began to express dissatisfaction, stating that her life as a hunter had become dull recently. Given her underage status, she was restricted to B rank, significantly hindering her aspirations of acquiring new skills and achieving wealth. Consequently, she began organizing to participate in several raids within one day, only for the main character to confirm that this was a poor decision. It was easy to notice when their HP was diminished, but mana levels were not as obvious. There was a significant chance of her fainting during the raid. When inquired about her initial mana amount, the girl disclosed that she possessed 102. Regarding her custodian, he managed just 2 points independently, while accumulating 29 through equipment. As our protagonist lamented his shortcomings, the girl inquired with the cook about his upcoming venture. She suggested that he could earn a substantial profit by participating in a raid as a chef. However, she emphasized that someone with his culinary talents shouldn't feel pressured to pursue hunting. The hero observed something fascinating. Eugene voiced his concerns regarding his friend wearing himself out, as he was working hard and preparing elaborate meals daily at home. Consequently, he chose to hand over his gloves to him. The blacksmith was taken aback, noticing these were costly items. Yet our hero consented to lend them until he completed his 10,000 knives. In that instant, tears welled up in the blacksmith's eyes. Without hesitation, he hurried to hug his caretaker, who advised him against using the gloves while in the bathroom. Following prolonged and gradual advancement, one day he declared that he had sharpened enough knives for the afternoon. The blacksmith understood just how intensely hot the armor actually was. It was only then he received one. One of the workers provided him with a towel infused with mana stone to prevent his body from being harmed by the heat. Myung-woo was deeply moved by this. His professional life was gradually improving. Once, when he completed his work, he declared it a day. After looking at his phone, he understood he had overstayed. That said, he ultimately left his room. Upon noticing everyone had left, he found something quite fascinating. The man became enchanted once again by the mana stone. As he became engrossed in the ore and gradually neared it, a voice yelled at him to stay away from it. That individual was the blacksmith from earlier. Myung-woo was informed that this was an S-rank mana stone valued at nearly 800,000. Large, high-quality ores were quite uncommon, which is why it remained on standby while they researched it and identified an effective application for it. It was quite disappointing since, although the guild had numerous blacksmiths, none possessed the required expertise to manage the pressure item effectively. The man then courteously explained that this was why his colleague was unable to touch it, since he was an F-rank who was unable to manage it. The blacksmith then mentioned that many present regarded him with strange looks, observing how he gained access to the armory through manipulation. Myung-woo experienced embarrassment when he discovered that all his co-workers had genuinely deserved their positions in the armory. Nonetheless, the blacksmith overlooked a basic truth. Certain individuals required a bit more encouragement than others to uncover their extraordinary potential. Recently, Myung-woo had honed all the crew's tools. The blacksmith claimed they were as good as new. Nobody could argue that Myung-woo was a diligent worker, which is why he encouraged him to demonstrate that he could be more than just a string puller. The F rank was severely deficient in power, but this issue could be swiftly resolved with appropriate equipment. In that instant, the future divine blacksmith grinned broadly, believing that everything would become significantly simpler moving forward. Yet, just when it appeared he would enjoy a blissful life, a fresh issue arose. A person hurried to the armory seeking Myung. The two hunters appeared to be rather nervous. When they asserted they were there to take Myung-woo, one of his colleagues requested clarification. It was subsequently disclosed that an investigation was underway. Yoo Pyeon-han was reported missing. The blacksmith was completely shocked upon discovering his friend's disappearance. Myung-woo struggled to comprehend why the main character was supposed to be in the guild at that moment. He noted that he hadn't received any calls that could be considered unusual just as Yerim burst into the room. The girl meant to be in the dungeon arrived back just in the nick of time. Upon discovering her custodian was missing, the agents informed the ice witch that Yoo Pyeon had recently made his arrival. Myung-woo wished to accompany them to assist, but the man clarified that it would be better for him to remain behind. Ultimately, his skill set proved to be nearly ineffective for the case. Several hours prior to the catastrophe, the currently missing individual was relishing the tranquility, and as chaos engulfed the area, he started reflecting on how he had accomplished everything he desired, indicating that he was now quite liberated. Observing the fire manticore's agitation, the owner chose to provide some space for it to move around. Consequently, he opted to visit the gym for a joint training session. He opened the door and informed the individual nearby that he intended to step outside. Once more, overprotectiveness emerged. Following the contract signing, the guilds opted to alternate sending hero bodyguards to win his favor. When questioned about it, the protagonist told Today's that they had to visit the second basement. At that instant, something quite unexpected occurred. Eugene felt delighted and began to commend the little cub for independently pressing the correct button. He glanced at his bodyguard, expecting to share the praise for his pet, but was surprised to see him entirely quiet. The individual in front of him was significantly more chatty. This led our hero to realize not everyone adored pets. It was only then that people entered the elevator. They expressed regret for congesting it with their large bags. Fascinated by them, the custodian employed his unique vision. It became clear that none of them held a rank sufficient to join Hyen. When questioned about it, they clarified that they were part of the Bricks Guild, which was affiliated with Hyen. It was clarified that low-level guilds dropped loot in large quantities in this area, which is why they utilized the training room to experiment with it. The men humorously remarked on their cleanliness, noting that they had successfully cleared the security screening. At that instant, they finally reached the second basement. And with that, they all departed on their individual paths. Eugene sensed that there was something suspicious about them. The primary reason was that none had complimented his adorable pet. Nevertheless, he chose to eliminate all uncertainties from his thoughts. By the end of the day, certain individuals continued to perceive Peace as a monstrous figure. Once they reached the gym, the small pet picked up a beloved toy, ready for a game of tug. However, while he was gearing up, Eugene realized that peril was stealthily approaching from just behind him. Upon turning around, he was immediately taken aback, as he was unexpectedly dusted with an enigmatic powder. This was the Watchman fruit, and although his poison immunity protected him from its impact, Peace was not as fortunate. The powder quickly affected the small pet. The owner was shocked when it collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Before he had a chance to respond, a towel covered his mouth. The abductors were very curious, noticing that the Watchman fruit ought to have also caused him to slumber. They speculated he could possess unique gear enabling him to remain alert for extended periods. Eugene identified them as the individuals from the elevator. With that realization, he chose to take immediate action. Eugene swiftly dismissed the numerous questions swirling in his mind and kicked the one tied with the rope. His unexpected strength surprised everyone around him. The protagonist managed to liberate himself and hurried to the door. However, just as he was ready to flee and alert his bodyguard regarding the kidnappers, He was taken aback when he suddenly received a punch to the stomach. It struck directly, leaving him no time to defend himself. The bodyguard encouraged his teammates to treat this with more seriousness. He believes Eugene must have provided him with some top-notch equipment. Therefore, the initial step was to remove it from him. After losing both his belt and gloves, Eugene began to suspect that MKC might be traitors, since they designated a spy for him rather than a bodyguard. While he attempted to steady himself for another escape, one of the abductors speculated that his earrings were the cause of his resistance to the powder. And with that, they were torn from his ears. And just like that, his mana vanished. Realizing he had exhausted his abilities multiple times that day, he remembered informing Uraim that running out of mana could lead to fainting. Consequently, as he collapsed from depleted reserves, the kidnappers opted to stuff him and his pet into a piece of luggage and make a swift getaway from the location. In that instant, Eugene felt guilty for overlooking the warnings, realizing that no decent person could withstand the allure of tranquility. After a while, water splashed onto his face. With that stated, he was abruptly awakened. Our protagonist was fascinated when he discovered he was bound. Before him stood a menacing figure, marked by a scar and displaying a wicked smile. Eugene swiftly utilized his skills to evaluate the man's statistics. The abductor was a B-rank hunter named Woo Jae Kim, a name that was unfamiliar to our hero. At that point, the offender clarified that he dislikes bothering F-rankers and chose to be straightforward. Woo Jae seized our hero by the hair and insisted that the mark of the master, which enabled our hero to command the fire Manticor, be surrendered to him. The man stated that no one would rescue him, so he should calmly accept the situation. Observing the kidnapper's desire for the mark of the master suggested that peace still existed, albeit in a state of captivity. The hero attempted to reason that the 5 major guilds would be pursuing him but the man had doubts about that. Ultimately, he had been messaging the hero's bodyguard, who remained on standby outside the training room. In essence, no one is aware that the protagonist was abducted. Woo Jae noted that by the time they understood what had occurred, it would be too late. They were trapped inside one of many identical containers, and their departure for Japan was imminent. Eugene believed the Japanese were involved, but the man explained that this wasn't entirely true and that they had been promised a significant reward instead. Realizing he was also up for auction, Eugene swiftly assessed the circumstances at hand. Recognizing his strong protection within the country, the kidnappers who collaborated to capture him opted to sell him abroad. It was clear that the major guilds would employ any tactics required to retrieve him. However, challenges would arise beyond Korean waters. In other terms, Eugene needed to attempt to buy as much time as he could. Suddenly, he began to laugh. Smiling confidently, he conveyed to the kidnapper that he wasn't naive and that he wouldn't be intimidated so easily by him. Eugene erred by disclosing to him that he was significant enough for them to require him to remain unharmed. Eugene began to ridicule the B-rank, asserting that he was outsmarted due to his own ineptitude. At that instant, the man could no longer endure it. While the main character continued to ramble about the restrictions against touching him, he unexpectedly got a harsh kick to the stomach. Eugene believed the target did not recognize the threat, yet he was completely conscious of the predicament he faced. He even asserted that he had been taken by individuals who were too wretched to adhere to the rules. And while he continued to ridicule the man, he hit the wrong nerve. Consequently, the B-rank defeated the F-rank using all of his might, causing him to cry out in pain. Wooji simply seized Eugene's ankle. The man expressed his frustration about not being permitted to physically confront him any more than he had. The protagonist's true aim was to prolong the torture, driven by a desperate need to buy time, no matter the suffering involved. That being noted, the abductor understood he could benefit from some assistance. Eugene was forcefully pushed and hurled against the steel bars. The moment the man began to share that he was a pet owner, our protagonist noticed something slimy near his neck. Wooji was greatly pleased by his screams, as fear finally emerged. The reptilian being marked by cursed, venomous appendages was a critic, a monster classified as C-rank. The agony of its curse was so intense that nearly everyone would give in after 30 minutes. The most advantageous aspect was that even if poisoned, Eugene would remain sufficiently intact to be sold. That being noted, the abductor chose to grant the abducted man 30 minutes of privacy with his small animals, shutting the door after him. Back at the guild, Urim burst into another room. At last, she discovered the guild master. And right when he was about to update her on what MKC had mentioned, the girl abruptly seized him by the collar. Urim insisted on an explanation, wanting to understand how her custodian had been taken in the first place. If the safety of their guild was claimed to be unattainable, Urim disclosed that typically, this situation wouldn't occur. Guild hunters, particularly those who participate in raids alongside their guild leaders, develop a natural bond with their authority akin to wolves with their alpha. Consequently, the guild leaders choose to dispatch several of their most trusted hunters to act as bodyguards for the monster tamer. However, the individual assigned to protect him today was substituted at the last moment. This change occurred just before it was set to take place. MKC divided into two groups, with one led by the guild master at its helm, and the other dominated by its affluent backers, who desired Urim for themselves. Urim highlighted this as a prime illustration of Suchuan's failure to manage his own guild effectively. Yet, a conflict among the factions is anticipated nonetheless. The young prodigy failed to anticipate that the sponsors would contact his own lesser subsidiaries, which were still more powerful than his F-ranked sibling. With that, Urim inquired whether the MKC guildmaster had disclosed any information regarding Urim's whereabouts. Urim stated that this was why he wanted to meet her, as her ability Pale Corpse was now required. At that moment, Urim grasped the reason for the pervasive scent of blood in this place. The guildmaster requested the ice witch to harness her abilities to delve into the memories of the deceased bodyguard to uncover a clue regarding his brother. He had previously notified the guild of the bodyguard that he would handle his own punishment. Ultimately, extracting hardware from a corpse proved to be far more effective than any interrogation. In the end, both Fire and Ice decided to keep this matter hidden from Eugene. In the meantime, at the container, Wu Jie was curious about why the bodyguard ceased messaging him. This led him to believe they had been found out earlier than anticipated. However, this detail was now insignificant. They would become extremely wealthy immediately upon receiving the mark of the master. That said, the B-rank chose to observe the torture process. However, what he discovered left him quite astonished. Observing how a curse was meant to prevent the now unconscious Eugene from falling asleep, Wu Jie began to chuckle, believing the young man was merely exhausted from his cries of agony. He became even more amused when the main character signaled to a person named Sally. And before the man could fully comprehend it, he was suddenly ambushed. The B-rank hunter evaded the unexpected strike just in the nick of time. Despite this, the bewildered man remained ensnared in the tentacles. It was at that moment he understood, leaving him utterly shocked. Eugene was only supposed to be able to tame young creatures. Smiling, the hero revealed that every hunter retains certain skills as concealed advantages, and commanded the lizard to strike. The man struggled to accept this. He had not been told that the hero possessed such a skill in his repertoire. He was surprised that an F-rank could possess such a clever trick, unaware that his pouch held far more than he realized. At that time, when the torture began, the main character felt repulsed by the creature's numerous tentacles. His immunity means the lizard's curse won't pose any issues. However, consistent assaults remained a danger to him. Although his ankle was hurt, he did his utmost to regain his footing. He subsequently retrieved a tiny knife from his inventory and liberated himself from the rope. However, while the hero sought a method to remain with the creature for 30 minutes without perishing, he observed something fascinating. The C-rank monster, for some unknown reason, was filled with fear at the sight of the F-ranker. In that instant, Eugene understood that his Dragon Slayer and Rushida's Bane had activated. Upon receiving the system's notification that all his skills would double against the lizard, he finally grasped the situation unfolding before him. Yujin recalled that he was a dragon slayer holding 2 prestigious titles that enabled him to overpower dragons. Observing that he acquired this power by slaying the Tier 1 three-headed dragon, it could be argued that he possessed a certain edge over his smaller relative. Nevertheless, Yujin still did not have any attack-related skills. He dropped his knife, contemplating how the titles should have also improved his custodian skill. The moment the blade struck the ground, the creature was taken aback. The tamer subsequently named the salamander Sally, and presented it with some C-rank mana stone powder as a reward. Returning to the present, he vaguely conveyed to his captor that this could be seen as either a stroke of luck or an immediate connection with the creature. Yujin needed to express gratitude to Wuji for introducing him to a fierce ally. With that stated, the salamander received orders to launch an attack. The B-rank hunter swiftly escaped from the tentacles. Although his skin was harmed, he insisted that such a low-grade poison couldn't harm him. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a knife pierced his arm from behind. Wuji was in agony and extremely enraged, and thus he swiftly brushed away the sneaky little creature. Though the poison may be mild, a sufficient amount can render even a strong body vulnerable to steel. The man was seething with rage now. At that instant, Sally received commands to strike him again. Now facing the being that ranked lower than himself, Wuji chose to move quickly. He swiftly called for his weapon. Soon after, he declared that he required just one hand to manage such a beast. With a single swing of his weapon, Sally the salamander was vanquished. Wuji paused briefly to regain his breath, then began to ridicule the protagonist for believing the lizard stood a chance against him. He strongly stated that an F-ranker can never defeat a B-rank, no matter the circumstances. Just when Wuji believed he had triumphed, everything unexpectedly began to whirl around. Before he could fully comprehend, he collapsed to the floor as the poison continued to spread within him. This should have been unthinkable, as the swearing creature of a lesser rank had already been vanquished. At this point, final thanks had been activated, bestowing upon our hero twice the abilities and attributes of the recently departed Sally. Due to the title he earned as a dragon slayer, the strength of final thanks would be doubled. Although the creature was classified as C-rank, amplifying its poison's potency fourfold was sufficient to overpower the B-rank. Eugene insisted that Wuji had no authority to cast him those glances, as it was merely revenge. The custodian stated he merely wished for a tranquil existence, yet people continually disrupted his peace. He subsequently seized the head of his abductor. Our hero insisted on discovering the location of his small pets. The B-rank hunter trembled in his boots. Still, he declined to respond and promised to end our hero's life upon learning the truth of the situation. Eugene realized he would receive no information from this man and considered him unhelpful. In an instant, a strange, thick substance was splashed onto the gangster's head. The ability called Toxic Ooze was effectively dissolving Wuji, showcasing its formidable power. As the person before him cried out in agony, Eugene unemotionally stated that this was necessary to maintain final thanks. The remainder of his abilities remains unknown. Karma had punished the B-rank hunter for abducting the main character. Our protagonist sincerely wished to avoid claiming any further lives in this new timeline. He even desired to leave a body behind for a coffin. However, with a teenager and her pale corpse ability in the mix, this would be unfeasible. Eventually, the handle snapped. Our main character was now to blame. Due to the advantage he received from final thanks, he struggled to manage his own strength effectively. In contrast to the earlier timeline, the enhancement would persist for a whole week, requiring Yujin to exercise extra caution to maintain this confidentiality. The hero then resolved to see if he had acquired any additional useful abilities from the salamander. 2 skills instantly captured his attention. The first provided him with concealment, while the second bestowed an instinct to sense and evade anyone more powerful than himself. In that instant, pain hit once more. Even with the support, his ankle remained fractured. And even without possessing any healing ability, his strength allowed him to continue advancing. That said, the cloaking ability was promptly engaged. In an instant, the custodian vanished from sight. At last, it was time to seek tranquility. Eventually, the Haya traders were relishing their moments outside of their chamber. As they continued to argue about the potential success of this plan, invisible tentacles suddenly seized them. The whole crew was being tormented without any awareness of the source of the attack. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the air. The man insisted on knowing who had come in, only to find before him the individual who was meant to be at their mercy. Eugen swiftly realized that this man was the ship's captain, as he was the sole survivor remaining. When questioned about his escape, the hero declined to respond and instead insisted on learning the location of his route. Suddenly, an object was hurled in his direction. Had he been struck, it would have resulted in significant damage. The thief asserted that the custodian must have fled by mere chance and criticized him for not escaping when he had the opportunity. He subsequently clarified that peace was confined within a cage, and he possessed the key to it. The man exuded confidence, holding a C rank while standing before someone with an F rank. However, while he continued his monologue, he was abruptly struck in the face. He struggled to understand what struck him while the protagonist insisted on the key. His failure to cooperate promptly resulted in another strike. In an instant, the C rank found himself on the receiving end of a beating, unaware of the source of the blows. At this moment, the criminal was convinced that our protagonist had willingly allowed himself to be captured. Eugen declined to respond again and insisted on the key. That said, he forced the man to the ground and held him down, before retrieving his weapon soon after. With a charming grin, he shared that he possessed numerous additional talents to offer. He even applied one of them to the axe to facilitate its melting. The man was swiftly alarmed by the subtle menace. Now filled with dread, he consented to provide our hero the key and revealed the location of the cage. However, prior to agreeing, the thief requested the custodian to sign this contract. Method: the thief would secure his safety following the key transfer. Eugen consented and included a stipulation stating that the delinquent was prohibited from discussing this with anyone. That said, the C rank was at last liberated from the tentacles. The custodian promptly chose to clear his path immediately. In that instant, the thief chose to take advantage of this chance. In an instant, he unleashed one of his abilities and rushed toward the hero, seizing him by the neck. The thief tightened his grip with all his strength. He felt assured that the assailant wouldn't harm him, since breaking the contract he had recently signed would unleash a powerful blinding curse on him. The man went so far as to accuse the protagonist of lacking caution, presuming him to be a novice who had never set foot in a real dungeon. To his complete astonishment, the document was torn in two. Now that the contract was destroyed, the system would condemn him to blindness. However, Eugen's immunity to curses protected him from the worst effects, as he began to clarify that he wasn't a novice and was likely the most seasoned individual aboard this vessel. With that, he delivered the long-awaited, excruciating final strike. Eugen had anticipated the treachery of the scoundrel. Nonetheless, he had initially intended to eliminate him from the very beginning. No one would ever imagine that an F rank led to all this destruction, prompting people to believe that an internal dispute arose among the kidnappers. Regarding the traitors, he chose to spare them and entrust their fate to the guild, considering they had not observed his abilities. However, another issue still required his attention. Eugen faced the reality of his deceased friend's lifeless body. He felt a deep sympathy for the unfortunate creature. The hero understood that if not addressed, the C-rank monster would be sliced in half and sold off. Consequently, he chose to dispose of the body. Eugen harnessed Sally's own abilities to bring her to a peaceful end. Had it not been for her, he wouldn't have escaped this predicament. Thus, following a brief search, the monster father at last found his little cub. Peace appeared to remain unconscious due to the influence of the powder. The simplest option would be to take the animal and flee the location. However, this would definitely arouse suspicion. Therefore, he decided it was wiser to just wait for rescue. Reunited with his pet, he found it utterly adorable and encouraged it to relish its sleep until assistance eventually came. After inflicting numerous acts of destruction, Yugen gazed at the innocent being with affection. He felt joy in its safety, and he genuinely hoped it would outlive him by many years. Eventually, assistance arrived. Once the hero and his route were identified, the agents who discovered him promptly communicated their location. Without delay, the men chose to unlock the cage and reach out to the younger brother. The hero, recently awakened, sensed a powerful presence nearing. He quickly understood that the powerful individual he referred to was, in fact, his younger brother. In that instant, Yugen discovered his lost brother. The guild master hurried to assess his condition, and upon noticing all his ducklings assembled, Yugen realized the entire cavalry had been mobilized for him. This was to be expected, considering his significance to the guild. But as he attempted to rise, the ache in his ankle hit him again. Upon witnessing this, the monsters inquired about who had harmed him and promptly resolved to find a healer. The twink attempted to clarify that he was capable of moving independently, merely to be lifted up like the prince that he is. Yugen felt deeply moved by his thoughtful younger brother, but being carried in that manner utterly destroyed his sense of pride as a man. After considerable struggle, he was ultimately situated in the car. Yugen assured him she would visit as soon as her investigations were completed, and encouraged him to look after himself in the meantime. Yugen soon understood that she was on the verge of accessing the deceased's memories, and started to realize that she was still too young for something like this. He was swiftly brought back to reality when his brother instructed the driver to take them to a hospital for a complete examination. The hero attempted to clarify that the healers had already assisted. However, Yugen was resolute in getting him to consult professionals. Therefore, he had to devise a reason. Yugen expressed that following today's traumatic experiences, he would feel uneasy being anesthetized in the presence of numerous strangers. In an instant, he convinced his brother that he was being thoughtless, resulting in a straightforward journey back home for himself. Nonetheless, Yugen remained worried about the custodian's health. The protagonist felt irritated by the guild master's remarkable sense of smell, who detected an Italian fragrance on him. He insisted the aroma was from the ocean and employed his cloaking ability to conceal it, and just like that, the lengthy day came to a close. MKC was temporarily banned from supplying bodyguards because of its incompetence. Hyen significantly bolstered security, while the other guild masters opted to assign one of their members as a bodyguard to monitor him closely. Regarding our main character, he started to envision himself in a cage, where he encountered a peculiar stranger, one who generously greeted him with a smile and even presented him with some treats as a gesture of camaraderie. Noticing his new friend in peril, the POV chose to take immediate action. However, this courageous act led him to confront a more powerful opponent, resulting in his death during the encounter. In that instant, the hero finally awakened. Yugen struggled intensely to regain his breath. Once he managed to calm himself, he understood this was not a typical nightmare. Indeed, those were Sally's final recollections. A comparable event had occurred to him in the original timeline, even without any recollection of it. This led Yugen to understand that only a few days had passed since his time travel. At that time, the low rankers were easily defeated. The hero's memories became so overwhelming that he isolated himself with alcohol, necessitating others to intervene and take him to rehabilitation. The protagonist reassured himself that none of the S ranks he oversaw would be easily defeated, except for Myung-woo. It was only then he noticed something fascinating. The sole F rank he was responsible for wasn't in his bed at that late hour. In the armory, meanwhile, knives were being honed. The blacksmith was committed to his trade. When the blade was completely honed, Myung-woo grabbed another uninteresting knife and started to believe he only had to sharpen 20 more blades. Although he ought to have felt happiness, he was nearing the achievement of 10,000. He felt a wave of frustration. The blacksmith was uncertain about his thoughts. To him, he was assisting no one at all. As others searched for the custodian, he remained in his workshop, honing kitchen utensils. Myung-woo held himself responsible for his ineffectiveness. He remembered that at the beginning of the situation, He had volunteered his help but was instructed to remain in the armory, as it was deemed best for all involved. The agents clarified that, following a background check, they found Myung-woo and Yujin had never previously interacted, contrary to their claims of friendship. Nonetheless, without questioning their friendship, the guild couldn't risk allowing a complete outsider to manage issues related to Yujin's brother. In addition to understanding his own ineffectiveness, Myung-woo wept, realizing there was ultimately no connection binding him to the protagonist. The following day, the guild master's phone began to ring. As he focused on his tasks, he grabbed it, only to discover his brother on high alert, since the blacksmith had vacated the area. Our protagonist was convinced that his companion hadn't left for a task, but had entirely abandoned the home. He even asserted that a massive pot of beef bones served as evidence for his claims. This is the meal that mothers in South Korea make when they anticipate being away from home for an extended period. Consequently, Yujin was extremely anxious about the housekeeper, fearing he could be abducted once more. Meanwhile, Myung-woo started to reflect on his lack of bravery in facing the protagonist. In addition to being ineffective, it became clear that he wasn't even a childhood friend after all. That said, Myung-woo was essentially without a home now. It was only then that he saw his shoelaces were untied. While he bent down, his bag unexpectedly unzipped, causing his belongings to scatter across the floor. Once more, misfortune hit him hard. It was only then that two small children approached him. They were nearly astonished when they spotted his Heian badge. The children instantly became thrilled, believing he was one of their hunters, and expressed that it was their aspiration to become one too. All eyes quickly turned to Myung-woo as the kids overwhelmed him with inquiries. Believing he was a remarkable hunter, under intense pressure, the man disclosed that he was merely a housekeeper, and that although he was an awakener, he held an F rank with minimal equipment enhancement. The children's remarks stung as they abruptly deemed him uninteresting. The boy's mother stated that F ranks served no real purpose, as they were ineffective for making a living through dungeon raids. Consequently, Myung-woo faced indirect bullying from peers, who suggested he likely earned little and labeled him nearly worthless. He believed the kids were correct about him, convinced that the new ability he would gain after completing the sharpening would ultimately be completely useless. Myung-woo began to envision how his friends would react when this occurred, particularly the custodian, who would assert with a grin that he was completely let down. The man began to tremble in fear, as Eugene might come to regret trusting him. Suddenly, without warning, the adult man collapsed in tears right in the center of the street. Upon being questioned about his childish behavior, he began to express his feelings of worthlessness. In response, the children chose to take on adult roles and brainstormed ways to assist him in overcoming his troubles. They took him by the hand and asserted they possessed a unique technique that would enable him to learn a new skill. However, the process was far from seamless. Initially, the children nearly submerged him in water. Next, they urged him to leap from the second floor. At one moment, Myung-woo began to feel even greater self-pity, as children were also bothering him. The kids subsequently introduced their third challenge, that involved traversing an 8-lane roadway. However, when the boy intended to show the man, he was swiftly interrupted. Myung-woo began yelling at the children for their recklessness and insisted on understanding why they continually placed themselves in perilous situations. The girl clarified that they were merely attempting to assist him. The sole method to develop exceptional combat skills was to awaken them when one's life was at risk. In that instant, the man remembered an event that occurred to him, and verified that he genuinely activated his ability following a life-threatening event. Nonetheless, the blacksmith continued to harbor uncertainties. It was only then he understood something terrifying. It appears the children were putting themselves at risk daily, aiming to awaken their instincts as hunters. Myung-woo attempted to convince them to prioritize their education instead of engaging in these activities. However, the children deemed it absurd, believing that obtaining a degree wouldn't lead to securing a decent job. And as they emphasized that solely becoming a hunter was the true method to make money, the man was appalled. History was repeating itself again. Previously, society compelled him to pursue his education further. It was now instructing these kids to be hunters. While he was absorbed in his thoughts, a massive explosion suddenly occurred. A notification was subsequently issued stating that a dungeon break had occurred nearby and that individuals needed to seek refuge in shelters. It seems the dungeon break was quite close to their position. The kids eagerly decided to investigate the dungeon break, believing it was their opportunity to gain new skills. In that instant, the adult ultimately chose to intervene. He yelled at the children, chasing them for their reckless behavior. In the city nearby at the same time, webs were spun as the gate was breached, and a massive spider-like creature began to wander through the streets of the capital. The event was covered by the news media as quickly as possible. The roads were crowded with enormous spider creatures launching their webs in all directions. According to the expert, the dungeon breach occurred because a portal in the mall was neglected for an extended period. The cameraman then observed something terrifying. A hobo and two kids showed up on TV. It was found that this region wasn't entirely devoid of civilians. The blacksmith had a deep hatred for the spiders. To add to his troubles, every other human nearby had been slain. Amidst the panic of the adult and the boy, the little girl reminded them that their purpose was to acquire new skills. In that precise instant, the enemy ultimately discovered their location. Just the young girl rose to confront. She had concentrated all her strength and prepared to unleash her awakened S-rank ability. However, after a prolonged wait, the spider ultimately dislodged her. In an instant, the small girl was propelled into the sky. She felt utterly shattered. Despite the peril, her sole concern was that she had not unlocked any S-rank skills. At that moment, the blacksmith moved her aside, right before it was too late. Young Woo chose to bring the kids upstairs. While indicating that they had to go upstairs for assistance, the boy questioned him about whether he could genuinely lift his sister. Still, the man insisted he had limited choices available. At that moment, the girl asserted that there was no reason to continue carrying her. For some unknown reason, she appeared to have lost hope in life. The child had woken up, and to her dismay, she was now F-rank. It was only then that the boy alerted them to danger. The spider swiftly caught up with them. In an instant, the three of them were left terrified. That said, the blacksmith's legs were nearly unable to support him. The girl held herself responsible for the chaos and insisted on being left to perish. She conveyed that they would fare better without her, as she was merely a wretched F-rank lacking any combat abilities. As the child started to wail that she was a disappointment, Young Woo realized he could no longer endure it. Thus, he chose to let her fall to the ground. He subsequently took a knife from his backpack. Young Woo resolved to stand firm and assert himself. Still, he found himself shaking uncontrollably. His strategy aimed to create enough time for the children to flee. He yelled that ultimately they remained children. Thus, they had no right to abandon themselves, far less be overlooked. In reality, their lives had only just begun. He believes that even in failure, life remains grand enough to be worthy of exploration. Consequently, he insisted they leave immediately and return with reinforcements. Young Woo urged the kids to stick together and to move as swiftly as they could. With that, the children began their escape. They vowed to return with assistance and urged the man to hold on until they could come back for him. However, the situation was much more challenging than that. Young Woo's emotions had overwhelmed him completely, resulting in him now confronting a creature that significantly surpassed him. And just like that, he was effortlessly brushed aside. The man was ejected from the building. He had anticipated this result already. In that instant, the blacksmith believed he had come to the end of his journey. Given the proximity of the light, he believed his mind was conjuring images of his closest friend. He felt a sense of happiness knowing that the final sight would be Eugen's kind and gentle face. From the blue, the hallucination approached him closely and began to converse. It appears this was not a hallucination at that instant, the blacksmith was unable to contain his tears. His friend had at last reached him. Young-woo was at a loss for words. Yujin always seemed to be present when he needed support the most. Following this, the blacksmith's recollection grew unclear. He solely recalls his friend protecting him from the spider monster. Amid the turmoil, he observed something captivating. Yujin certainly had a unique quality. Young-woo attempted to address the tentacles protruding from his friend's back, only for him to manipulate him into believing they were mere hallucinations. The final thing Young-woo recalled was his friend knocking him unconscious and injecting him because he was probing too deeply with his inquiries. Soon after, he finally awakened. The man swiftly understood that he had returned to the dormitory. Based on what he observed in the news, the children accompanying him had been saved. This meant that the spider event was indeed genuine and not a figment of imagination. It was only then that he faced an irate protagonist holding a steaming plate of food. Young-woo intended to inquire about the tentacles, but being a supportive boyfriend, he manipulated him into believing he was mixing up reality with his dreams. Soon after, the housekeeper was seized by the collar. Yeojin was enraged with him for placing himself in that perilous situation, and asserted that had he not appeared on live television, he wouldn't have even realized he was present. Our protagonist firmly prohibited his friend from fleeing like that again and creating such chaos. When he discovered that his friend was concerned for him, the emotional one couldn't hold back his tears. Yeojin felt a surge of panic, believing his friend was suffering, and suggested finding a healer. Unbeknownst to him, those tears were ones of relief. Myung-woo inquired of the custodian whether their friendship could endure if he ended up with a disappointing skill after completing the knife sharpening. This deeply angered Yeojin. Upon learning this, he understood that his friend had fled without any reason. The hero clarified that the magnitude of the skill was irrelevant, noting he even got a full-time job offer at the armory. Yeojin actually disclosed that he ought to be the one requesting Myung-woo to remain with him. He asserted that nothing compares to his culinary skills. Consequently, he invited him to prepare a meal for him occasionally if he chose to relocate. Yeojin asserted that he would consume anything and even suggested paying Myung-woo, who couldn't suppress a grin. Following the discussion about city life, the blacksmith ultimately reached an understanding. It would be futile for him to belittle himself. In reality, there was nothing to be concerned about. In his studio, he secured his hair, repaired the grinding wheel, and initiated the procedure. As he sharpened the knives, thoughts of his friend emerged. At the close of each day, Yeojin was consistently by his side. At that time, when he reached his lowest point, Myung-woo finally experienced his awakening. He obtained his sole E-rank skill in a shadowy and overlooked location. On that day, he intended to conclude everything. Eventually, after registering as a hunter, he received 700. He had low expectations since even the receptionist advised him against entering the hunting field, noting how ineffective his skills were. Days had passed since he last saw the sun. With the cash available, Myung-woo aimed to settle his debts, as he had never envisioned himself achieving anything. On that day, Korea welcomed yet another brilliant S-rank hunter. Preferring solitude over the crowd, he chose to enter through the back door. Myung-woo was convinced that his fate was to stay in the shadows. He despised himself and viewed himself as a worthless human being. His revival had granted him the strength to survive for a few additional days. Nonetheless, he remained certain that there was no purpose in prolonging his life. Suddenly, everything transformed in an instant. Myung-woo was unexpectedly seized by an unknown individual. He had at last encountered the protagonist. Initially, the man was skeptical. In reality, he believed he was unworthy of all this. He consistently experienced a blend of gratitude and worry, since he lacked extensive knowledge of dungeons and did not possess the potential to achieve S-rank. And even when requested to sharpen 10,000 knives, the man couldn't bring himself to envision acquiring a formidable skill. Upon discovering that the young girl had woken up as an F-rank and wished to end her life because of it, Myung-woo experienced a profound realization. Upon hearing a child's perspective, he understood how misguided his own thoughts had been. He also realized something crucial. Myung-woo had never been concerned about his position or rank. Indeed, the main character never compelled the blacksmith to engage in battles he wasn't suited for. He just let him excel in what he was skilled at. There's no doubt about it. Myung-woo had consistently stood by Myung-woo, even during his most challenging moments. The main character maintained his trust in him, noticing that his smile served as a beacon, guiding him away from darkness. The man chose to let go of all his concerns. Finally, Myung-woo understood his true identity and purpose. He aspired to match his friend's strength. Although he may never reach the prowess of a formidable warrior like the Ice Witch, Myung-woo was determined not to surrender. He aimed to fully embrace the greatness of his journey. Once he completed sharpening the 10,000 knives, Myung-woo let the blade fall to the ground. He was in disbelief. At last, the SS rank skill, Master of the Golden Smithy, was unlocked, and the Master Blacksmith had emerged, eager to repay his closest friend. The following morning, screams echoed throughout the armory. A worker was in a state of panic after an incident involving the SR rank mana stone. She believed it had been taken. However, her colleagues comforted her, explaining that the excitement was due to their valuable or finally being acquired by a deserving owner. Noticing the weapon's high cost, its new owner presumed that all SR rank weapons had to look extravagant. Urim was currently hovering over a lake, captured by drones. She arrived to conduct the initial field test of the Parnamai Frostwood Trident, which had been made by the housekeeper. The chosen practice target was the lake. In that instant, the teenager felt excitement. She was on the verge of discovering the true power of the trident. The outcomes astonished her. Noticing that the whole lake was frozen, Urim felt very satisfied. It was only then she observed something fascinating. The ice had solidified beyond just a regular lake. Consequently, it was determined that the weapon indeed possessed SR rank ice attribute abilities. With the trident acquired, Korea possessed 16 SR ranked weapons, this particular one forged by a blacksmith rather than found within a dungeon. The examination further validated that this was an SR rank weapon, and Myung-woo had obtained the rights to his creation. When inquired about the strength of his weapons, the blacksmith assured them that he could forge them as strong as he desired. Everyone was left amazed, as it became clear that after some practice, he could produce SS rank items successfully. At that time, there were suggestions to assign Myung-woo a personal bodyguard. However, the report indicated this would be unnecessary, as he was no longer the same vulnerable homeless man he once was. Sungkwon Kim was taken aback to discover that, upon awakening his ability, the man grew as powerful as a C rank. It was quite uncommon for someone to enhance their own strength. Indeed, one could confidently assert that no one compared to the Master Blacksmith. Several hours prior to the presentation, Yujin stood in shock as his friend, immediately after discovering his new power, forged an S-rank weapon. Myung-woo clarified that to succeed, one must. He combined the mana stone from the forgery with the resources in his stash, which was a pocket dimension filled with numerous S-rank and SS-rank materials. Observing their natural ability, the Master Blacksmith incorporated Frostwood into the skill and fused it with the mana stone. Additionally, Myung-woo was given a manual that guided him in crafting the trident. While the blacksmith acquired a powerful skill that was straightforward and effective, Yujin ended up with a lesser-ranked skill featuring rather humiliating keywords. As he began to weep over the world's injustices, Myung-woo extended an invitation to show him around his workshop. This fascinated the main character. It became evident that the title Master of the Golden Smithy was far from being merely symbolic. Upon opening the gate to the Golden Smithy, Myung-woo disclosed his ability to invite others inside. At that instant, the custodian understood that, in addition to no longer fearing abduction, Myung-woo possessed all the qualities needed to be the protagonist of his own story. Upon arrival, the hero was welcomed by a radiant light. However, after examining closely, he was completely amazed by the size and grandeur of the smithy. The duo found it quite intriguing that, although the workshop was constructed from wood, it remained undamaged despite the surrounding heat. Jung-woo observed that the flames were not igniting without fuel. Yet, as he approached to get a clearer view, the fire transformed and rose from its dormant state. Jung-woo shielded his friend, who pointed out that he had now outperformed him in stats. The being before them was ultimately unveiled as a fire elemental. The entity that addressed the blacksmith as master identified itself as a s'more, a being crafted by its creator in his final moments. The hero was astonished that such beings actually existed. Jung-woo disclosed that he was the co-creator of the trident, with its previous master having arranged everything for him. This piqued the custodian's interest significantly, as it indicated that Mewers was not the sole hunter on Earth possessing this S-rank skill. The previous owner left flowers and a card for the new one. Mewers once more utilized the skill to interpret the ancient script inscribed on the card. It was a greeting from the master before him, wishing him luck and success. Certain dungeons house remnants of civilizations that appear both akin to and distinct from those on Earth. Observing the existence of intelligent life in this dimension previously raises intriguing questions. It was entirely plausible that a master blacksmith had lived in earlier times. This blacksmith could have passed down his craft for future generations. However, as the hero pondered deeply, he was unexpectedly presented with a bouquet of flowers. Yujin was abruptly brought back to reality. Jung-woo asserted that everything was due to his efforts. Consequently, the master blacksmith chose to trust his closest friend with this responsibility, asserting he would follow any instructions given to him. The young man outside appeared shocked. However, internally he was celebrating, for with Dr. White and the master blacksmith on his side, he was now truly prepared to retire early. However, for some reason, he appeared rather unhappy about it. While he highlighted the flaws in the idea, his friend remained curious about it. Yujin told Jung-woo not to feel obligated to remain attached to him. In that instant, the main character chose to share a secret with his friend. And with that, he finally revealed that they had never genuinely encountered each other before. Yujin stated he had approached him due to mistaking him for another person, only for him to reveal himself as an utter stranger. With neither knowing how to respond, the protagonist made an effort to convey his apology sincerely. Ultimately, he was a total stranger who had compelled Jung-woo to become his housekeeper, which is why Jung-woo must now concentrate on living his own life moving forward. In that instant, Yujin understood he was jeopardizing his sole opportunity for an early retirement, but witnessing his friend's success provided him with the comfort he desperately sought. Our protagonist believed that the wisest choice was to allow the blacksmith he had influenced to finally soar. Jung-woo found himself at a loss for words. He remembered his friend's remarks about this ability being so formidable that it could elevate him above the major guilds in Korea in terms of influence. Thus, Jung-woo asserted that he knew about first. He handed him the flowers, which could ignite if left in the workshop. The master blacksmith resolved to live freely, focusing solely on his own desires without concern for anyone else. In the present, Jung-woo chose to showcase his initial creation as a gift to all. He selflessly gave it to the youngest S-rank hunter in the nation. The blacksmith stated that because the prestigious guild had provided him significant support prior to his success, it was only fitting to award them the first S-rank item. In the meantime, our protagonist felt quite disheartened, having ruined his opportunity to become a millionaire. Nonetheless, this could lead to positive outcomes, as having the master blacksmith in the limelight might finally allow him some peace. In that instant, the hero felt compelled to share his pride in his friend's achievements. The bunny subsequently informed the grizzly that Jung-woo likely intended to pursue his own path rather than remain in the dorm. Everyone would desire him, noting that he was the sole hunter on the planet able to produce such premium items. In other terms, the man had no justification to squander his potential by remaining with Yujin. Our protagonist understood that he and the Day's Star hadn't truly been friends for a considerable time, then silently took a sip of his drink. In that instant, the young competitor expressed gratitude to all, particularly to the inventor. Out of nowhere, Yujin knocked over his drink while receiving thanks on live TV. He was especially shocked when the duo began discussing him. The blacksmith stated that, among all, Yujin Han's support held the greatest significance for him. The man involved urgently attempted to conceal himself. Sungon couldn't resist smiling. The man was being appreciated like a parent, unaware of the significance he held for his small ducklings. Sungon, Myungwoo, and Yerim shared the same feelings. The trio viewed the hero as family, and by expressing their gratitude on live television, they portrayed him as a significant figure not to be trifled with. The days that followed the ceremony were quite tranquil. Due to strict security measures and boredom, Yujin remained confined at home with nothing to occupy himself. The skilled blacksmith dedicated most of his hours to his workshop but occasionally emerged to prepare tasty treats. Thus, just one minor detail was left to resolve. The creature had become complacent and declined to practice. This was unusual, considering that peace was quite stable. His mentor speculated that the cub might still be affected by the abduction they endured, even though it had been unconscious throughout the ordeal. With that in mind, he chose to take him out for some playtime. Soyoung Kong, the designated bodyguard for the day, was eager to escort both of them to the training facility. At just 19 years old, she was a brilliant A-rank player personally recruited by the guild master of Sisung from the UK. Additionally, it's noteworthy that in the future, she gained media attention alongside our hero's younger sibling. In other terms, the striking blonde was essentially Yu Yun's future spouse. While the A-rank escorted them to the elevator, the hero's thoughts were consumed by his desire for her to marry his brother. Soyoung expressed her shock upon discovering that he had been abducted. She disclosed her strong expectations for him, which left him feeling rather perplexed. Soyoung described her SS rank skill, which is referred to as Dragon Rider. Dragons were among the most untamable species of all beasts. Domestication of a dragon was nearly unfeasible, which was quite unfortunate. It would be ideal for the A-rank hunter, who would benefit significantly from it. The girl began to articulate how frustrating it would be to allow her formidable talent to be squandered. She went on to describe how Sisung occasionally discovers dragon eggs within the dungeons, and how she would possess a dragon if they could successfully hatch it. She longed for her own baby dragon, which she would nurture with immense affection as if it were her own offspring. Yiyun thought his younger brother's future girlfriend was quite charming and adorable. However, the moment was spoiled when she referred to him as her breeding partner. The term our protagonist despised was now on the lips of everyone. He began to hold the tall woman responsible for the chaos, as the expression gained traction as popular slang after appearing on TV. Eventually, at the gym, the Manticor would not budge. It appeared unusually lethargic. Its owner was quite ill. The bodyguard speculated that it was likely still traumatized by the kidnapping event. Yuyun attempted to engage his creature in play, lamenting that it was unfortunate they couldn't take peace for a stroll outside. Noticing he remained a monster, Yuyun abruptly had a thought. She clarified that there was a secure place where peace could finally breathe fresh air. To our hero's astonishment, the girl meant the garden atop Susink's rooftop and hurried off to notify the guild master. The leader opted to promptly arrange a car for them. He asserted that they required no authorization for their visit. Consequently, the guild master resolved to prepare himself to receive a highly significant visitor. Eventually, they reached the stunning garden at last. As our protagonist remarked on the unexpected revelation that this was the roof of Susing, his bodyguard clarified that it had been set aside for him for the day. It was Peace's first experience being outdoors. Therefore, he encouraged it to set free. Yuyun comforted Peace by stating that the A-rank hunter was his friend. To demonstrate her connection, the girl moved in close and hugged him, showcasing her relationship with the creature. This surprised the protagonist, as he hadn't anticipated his future sister-in-law to behave in such a manner. He presumed this was likely a common occurrence in the UK and started to wish it wouldn't lead to any family conflicts later on. Peace was at last feeling more at ease in the garden. This was the first occasion he had come across this type of flower. Thus, the small being enchanted by nature chose to embrace freedom, leaving the owner anxious about the repair expenses. The girl reassured her that it wasn't a major issue and expressed her hope that the fire manticore would eventually become a close companion to the baby dragon that the hero would one day hatch for her. When inquired about the type of dragon she would receive, The girl described it as the Tier 3 thorny-winged dark dragon. This being, reminiscent of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, was among the most formidable dragons, featuring robust dark scales and a multitude of spikes adorning its form. Nevertheless, the bodyguard insisted that these beings were charming. The hero began to feel concerned for her well-being. In her eyes, their poisonous nature only made them appear even more adorable. The European encouraged the agent to frequent the garden more, believing it would benefit them both. Yu-Gi-Oh was not opposed to the concept. Since he had reversed time, he had not experienced the tranquility of nature. Given that it was now too risky for him to visit the woods, this location served as an excellent alternative. It was quite frustrating that he had to visit a different guild to accomplish that. Still, he believed there was no possibility of meeting the guild master. It was only then that his ability alerted him to an approaching S-rank. The bodyguard found the guild master's presence to be intriguing. The main character was extremely irritated. It was clear that Han Jisung wished to extend a personal welcome to their esteemed visitor. He owned the top guild in the nation, which was presently broadening its reach in the global market. That man was regarded as the top Korean hunter, unmatched, until his mysterious disappearance a few years later while he was abroad. The present circumstances involving the formidable hunter have left our hero perplexed. When the bodyguard chose to step away, Han Jisung envisioned himself on a date with him. He fervently attempted to persuade himself that this wasn't a story. The guild master chose to present the Manticor as a gift. He subsequently retrieved a dragon wing bone from his inventory. He claimed this was a top-tier item favored by carnivorous creatures, and judging by appearances, the fire Manticor was no exception. Peace instantly became enamored with the bone. Just as our hero was assessing the man, an interruption occurred. As he bit into the cookie, he recognized that while it was tasty, it couldn't match the blacksmith's exceptional baking abilities. The guild master conveyed his deep concern upon discovering that the hero had been taken captive. Yujin smiled and expressed gratitude for his concern. However, when called the guild master's reading companion, he started to curse Haeuna Moon once more. Haeuna insisted that he was being sincere. Yujin emerged as a crucial figure, serving as the protector of the singular S-rank, known as Beast Daddy. In addition to being the He's closest friend, noted that all the guilds, except for MKC, were eager to forge a closer connection with him. Recognizing their desire to win his approval, they would gladly fulfill any request he made, eager to earn his favor and support. In essence, Yujin Han had the liberty to be as conceited as he pleased, which is why he was encouraged to explore this. The hero declined graciously and started to contemplate how the guild master was suggesting he possessed the authority to trample over others. While attempting to clarify that he remained a feeble F-ranker, Yujin pointed out that having a formidable beast guardian would ensure his protection. It was subsequently disclosed that the masters were in discussions about the potential benefits of assigning a second-tier monster to the hero as his personal guard dog. Yujin found the hero's astonished expression fascinating, indicating that Yujin had kept it a secret. The top hunter stated that MKC covered all expenses. Recognizing the mistake, Yujin was quite taken aback, as he believed that despite the younger brother's overprotectiveness, he should have communicated at least that much to his elder. He swiftly offered an apology, realizing his words were beginning to echo those of the Breakers Guild master. Recently, Yujin had been concealing numerous secrets from his older brother, to the extent that he provided a vague response when questioned about the abduction case. Yujin was now convinced that he would have been completely lost had he gained his extraordinary abilities during his previous life. It was undeniable that the guild master of Hea Han operated in enigmatic ways. Hea Han subsequently mentioned that Yujin had gained enough significance to establish his own guild, which could potentially pose a challenge to the major players in the field. Numerous key individuals came to admire him following the negotiations, and he even managed to assemble an army of creatures for himself. Yujin noted that this could potentially violate the law, prompting the guild master to acknowledge that nothing was certain. Ultimately, only countries and societies could enforce laws, which were undergoing significant changes but still succeeded in regulating the dungeons. However, the number and quality of dungeons were rapidly on the rise. This led the Bloodman to theorize that it would require 5 years for the world to experience significant change. And in a realm where hunters might sacrifice themselves for a companion creature capable of aiding their survival in the dungeons, a person capable of controlling them like our hero would be extremely valuable. Ultimately, he possessed the ability to control S-rank and A-rank monsters. Hyunjae suggested that Yujin should have an earnest conversation with his overly protective younger brother, who was squandering his potential as if it were authentic. The main character felt as though he was an employee undergoing evaluation by his boss. At Heiahan, Yurim expressed uncertainty about a troubling aspect concerning the custodian. It began when she employed her abilities to access the memories of a traitor's bodyguard who had passed away. At that time, she utilized this ability to search for hints. This enabled her to understand how the kidnappers believed Yujin, who was unconscious, could remain alert due to an object from Heiahan. However, Yurim was convinced that the custodian received no such item. Consequently, she began to wonder if Yujin harbored some secrets of his own. At dusk, it was assured that a hunter of A rank or higher would accompany the hero on their return home. From a technical standpoint, the S-rank guild master qualified. Yujin started to believe that a guild master ought to be too occupied to act as a bodyguard, contemplating the bouquet. As he pivoted to address the man, an eerie hand unexpectedly reached out toward him, only to soon discover that it was actually, based on the S-rank, a delicate individual like the beast tamer must remember to wear his seatbelt. Yujin was attempting to make amends for his absence when the hero was abducted. Yujin, striving to steady his heartbeat, responded with a smile. He demonstrated to the man that MKC was solely responsible. Yujin noted that had circumstances turned out differently, he might not have experienced this day, where he comes to visit his guild. Setting that aside, it was clear evidence that MKC was a corrupt entity, indicating that it was the most dispensable of. Yujin found himself at a loss for words, leading him to ponder that, in this new timeline, MKC could conclude earlier than anticipated, even though it was the initial major guild to exit the market in the original version. Yujin glanced at the driver then. The time traveler suddenly understood that he hardly possessed any knowledge about the nation's most formidable hunter at present. Yujin, thought to be foreign due to his looks, was virtually invisible prior to his awakening, having no identifiable connections. Consequently, the hero began to question whether he ought to evaluate his abilities. Yujin became intrigued by the abilities possessed by the nation's mightiest hunter. This is why he chose to take a quick look. Nevertheless, it required a significant amount of bravery for him to proceed. He chose to give the impression that he was gazing out of the window. However, as he attempted to employ his talent in the most subtle manner, a chilly hand was wrapped around his neck. Similar to the bouquet, his heart sank to his feet. In that instant, silence dominated the atmosphere in the car. Yujin was completely unaware of what occurred. Despite activating his resist fear skill, he couldn't dispel the sensation that he was nearing the final moments, and a mere squeeze from the S-rank hunter could bring everything to a swift conclusion. He appeared completely calm and unfazed. Yujin was taken aback to find himself exposed prior to even utilizing the power. The creature assumed a protective position. In that instant, the beast tamer inquired of his bodyguard whether he was genuinely planning to betray him. Yujin responded with a gentle smile, and released the hero's neck from his hold. That same hand was subsequently used to pat his back. Yujin expressed confusion as they both remained seated in the car, enveloped in silence. The hero, unsure of how to respond, felt quite irritated by the paranoia exhibited by the mightiest hunter. At the guild's reception area, meanwhile, 2 men in middle age settled into their seats. Yujin felt delighted by their friendly reception. However, the moment he opened the door, his date hurried out of the vehicle. Yujin remained astonished that he returned home safely. When the man attempted to return the bouquet, the director clarified that they had to announce his entrance to their guild. Confronting the HR director, Yujin highlighted that his equipment ought to have informed him regarding a misinterpreting the circumstances. Director Suk clarified that guilds resembled armies. It is highly unusual for an S-ranked guild master to visit another. As it was clarified, these unusual visits ultimately resulted in conflict. Yujin started to question why Yujin was so determined to drive him home. It was only then that he understood Hyunji merely wanted to tease Hain a bit. The man subsequently retrieved a flower. He presented it to the director, vowing to always watch over Yujin. In addition to the bouquet, he chose to offer him another gift. Yujin received earrings infused with a B-ranked shield skill, which were meant to serve as a gesture of gratitude for the desire to collaborate with Su Young. The hero was utterly confused, as items with abilities essentially came with a hefty price. It grew increasingly unsettling when Hyunji noted that this was a substitute for the studs Yujin had ceased to wear. Hyunji urged Yujin to accept this gift, as it was intended to express his wish to build a strong friendship with. Later, while in the bathroom, the box with the studs was found empty. The new owner chose to give them a try. At that instant, he instructed his pet to propel itself towards him at maximum velocity. Peace swiftly collided with the shield. Yujin felt quite satisfied with the convenience of his new skill. It was only after his garden visit that he noticed his pet had a smell. Thus, he chose to provide it with a thorough wash. It was clear that the fire manticore had a dislike for showers. Yujin started to believe that his journey to Sezong was advantageous, having acquired new studs and revitalized his pet's energy. Following a deserved reprimand, Yujin questioned whether he could undertake the journey again in the near future. Director Seo had a disdain for Yujin and insisted that if his boss were present, he would have obliterated the whole area, which the hero deemed absurd. However, the man was serious and deeply worried about the encounter between the two S-ranks, recalling how Yujin had previously faced legal issues after visiting a different guild. The older brother was extremely shocked by this. He started to reflect on how bothersome his younger sibling really was and realized he would have to obtain 50 additional Mad S ranks to manage. Yujin despised the system for imposing such a task on him. In that instant, the pet could no longer endure it and attempted to escape, but its bath was still incomplete. However, upon seizing it, the hero discovered something fascinating, as he was now grasping a type of plush toy. His initial thought was that Peace had acquired a form of cloning ability. However, it appears this was merely a gift from the spirit that came back to his side. It turns out that this was popular Fire Manticore merchandise he had brought along from Japan. Although they weren't meant to resemble Peace, these items valued at $75 still possessed their allure. Yujin, the show featuring Peace, was trending, a fact our hero remained unaware of as he intentionally steered clear of the internet. The spirit confirmed to its master that it had indeed fulfilled its duty, and as Yujin concentrated on Peace, he commended him for his efforts. It found it curious that he omitted any details regarding the dungeon's interior. It appears that the Daka baby is unable to enter dungeons. He claims that whenever he attempts to enter one, he is just pushed away from it. Yujin realized that because the spirit had the ability to teleport like a dungeon, he was not permitted to enter another. It was only then that he understood the spirit was viewed as a dungeon. Thus, to swiftly evaluate this theory, he quickly ran to embrace the Daka baby. Yujin requested that he accept his affection. He encouraged him to quit being so frugal, and to begin teleporting while he continued to hold on to him. Ultimately, Yujin decided to concede to this request. And just like that, the teleportation started. Yujin quickly discovered he was above all the structures. It was unmistakably clear. The sensation of the spirit's teleportation resembled that of passing through a dungeon gate. Yujin subsequently established a stance in the air and began to race through the city with his teleportation abilities. His teleportation was akin to entering a dungeon. That night, while a driver was quietly going about his duties, a ghost with a twink suddenly materialized before him, prompting the slender figure to express his apologies. Yujin aimed to replicate the experience he had during his previous dungeon entry. His hypothesis proved accurate as the status window began to change right away. The sole occasion he received a message from the system was while he was within a dungeon. In other terms, ongoing teleportation could ultimately enable him to participate in dialogue. At that instant, the spirit could no longer restrain himself. He ultimately succumbed to his desires and seized the young man by his trousers, before slamming him onto the adjacent concrete. In Korean folklore, Dakobis were recognized for their passion for wrestling. The spirit felt no concern for hurting his boss, who survived the fall thanks to his shield skill. Nonetheless, Yujin wished he had gotten a notification from the system after being suplexed. Upon accessing his status window, he encountered a fairly neutral notification, with certain letters displayed in different colors. Clearly, this was a coded message. The hero realized that the system wasn't really permitted to engage with him. Messages could solely be sent while within dungeons. He then understood that the system could only track him when he was within a dungeon, indicating that even it had its limitations. The spirit, who volunteered to fetch some potions, received a gentle pat on the head. Yujin expressed gratitude for his assistance, enabling him to validate his theory. The main character chose to explore a dungeon, ignoring the specter. He subsequently attempted to subtly include it as a way to honor the trickster spirit. At that time, Yujin felt especially bewildered, because his young master oddly brought to mind the elderly woman who once owned his water mill. Therefore, he proposed to teleport his employer back to their home, as the latter started to question whether the keywords could truly affect his spirit. The following day, Yujin secured a bid and became the proprietor of an F-rank dungeon located near the guild. To avoid being identified, he donned a disguise. He had to act immediately, as the stealth ability from Final Thanks was crucial. Yujin was eager for answers, prompting his desire to communicate with the system within the dungeon. And just then, shortly after, his plan to sneak out finally commenced. Yujin attempted to remain inconspicuous by executing the most extravagant and unnecessary maneuvers. The initial phase of his plan had finally begun. Supported by his titles, he relied on his skill, Gecko, to navigate the wall. The invisible man drew attention when he independently pressed the elevator button. It opened only at that moment. In an instant, the hero swiftly stepped into the elevator while the lounge lady departed. Everything proceeded as intended. Observing that his style change was 4 times more impactful than Sally's, even A-rank hunters couldn't detect him. Invisibility abilities were exceedingly uncommon and solely possessed by monsters, with the only exception of Yun. In other terms, no one would even consider that an unseen figure was present within the building. It was now time to initiate the second phase of the plan. The moment one of the workers prepared for his examination, Yujin sprinted toward the door. He executed it flawlessly, creating the illusion that he was not the one who triggered the alarm. And just like that, he sprinted out, leaving the unfortunate worker to handle the chaos he had caused. Yujin knew his behavior was distressing to everyone involved. That's why he chose to act appropriately after losing his reptilian abilities. Subsequently, at the sight of the dungeon shielded by a barrier, Yujin started to believe that the journey to the dungeon could be more challenging than the dungeon itself. It was comforting to notice that F-rank dungeons lacked stringent security measures. Our hero aimed to venture into the dungeon for a brief conversation with the system before ultimately heading back home. Yujin conducted a final inspection to ensure nothing was overlooked. He ensured he took a gate stone along with him. This was the identical one his brother had given him during their encounter with the boss in the previous dungeon. For his younger brother's sake, the hero desired a tranquil life after resolving his inner conflicts, but he remained uncertain about achieving that peace. And just like that, he finally stepped into the F-rank dungeon. Yujin swiftly began to advance through this Amazon-like wilderness. However, in his view, this area resembled a jungle more than it did a forest. The hero began searching for the system. As he started to grumble about not receiving the coordinates, the nearby monsters noticed his presence. In that instant, the yellow monkeys launched their ambush, but events unfolded differently than they had anticipated. Yujin was more concerned about the system's slow search for him than the monkeys themselves. In an instant, before his reptilian power, the the mammals started to fall like flies. As he advanced through the dungeon, he attempted to connect with the system. He subsequently utilized one of his reptilian abilities, prior to releasing an acid rain on the F-rank monsters. Soon after, he ascended a heap of corpses and demanded to know the truth. Eugen predicted he would swiftly finish the dungeon while gathering the insignificant F-rank mana stones. It was only then that the window panel suddenly appeared, surprising him. The system began communication through symbols. The hero swiftly realized that this was a communication from the system urging him not to feel guilty. While he pondered over everything, yet another notification appeared on his screen. This was the panel window of the wish stone. However, Eugen could not grasp the connection between this item and everything else. At that instant, something captivating started to unfold. The stone proved unreliable. It felt as if the deceased were being erased. Before the hero could comprehend it, an apology took its place. Initially, Eugen was confused. However, it was only then that click. It appears that the wish stone genuinely possessed the ability to resurrect the deceased. Eugen shouted that he had consistently harbored doubts about this. Rewinding time was undoubtedly much more challenging than bringing back the dead. Consequently, he sought clarification regarding the falsehoods. However, the system remained unresponsive. Observing this, he opted to take an alternative route. Eugen revealed his gate stone, stating that he possessed a method to flee, even if a formidable monster were to invade this location. After a brief pause, the system has finally begun to communicate. Yet what our protagonist didn't foresee. His window panel was on the verge of being inundated with messages. The system began expressing its understanding of his distress and its genuine desire to provide him with a thorough explanation. It even asserted that preparations were essential. Through the messages, the protagonist realized the system expected him to come back here in 7 days to complete its preparations. This complicated matters, as Sally's power was on the verge of vanishing. Eugen would revert to being an ordinary F-rank, and noticing the system's concern about something, it appeared that another force was at play, likely connected to the southern monster in the final dungeon. Essentially, the more the system attempted to convey messages, the greater the ensuing chaos became. At that instant, an unsettling occurrence began. Before the hero could respond, the system had already shattered into fragments. Eugen understood that this was problematic, noticing the system had flooded him with excessive messages. There was a slim possibility he would have to battle something even more terrifying than the Firebird from before. That said, something began to emerge from the fissure in the system. Before the dazzling display, Eugen realized his adversary could surpass the three-headed dragon in strength. It was at that moment he shielded his eyes from the beast. He examined it closely. Eugen found the cotton ball's appearance quite fascinating. He questioned whether this being was truly a monster at all. It was undeniably charming. Nevertheless, Eugen resolved to return to the system and maintain vigilance. The tiny chick could potentially transform into a terrifying creature, so staying alert was essential. His abilities indicated the baby bird was F-rank. However, an error appeared to exist within the system for some unknown reason. As he contemplated ambushing the bird to kill it, he suddenly observed something terrifying. The bird was on the verge of consuming a mana stone tainted with its poison, prompting him to step in just in time to prevent it. It was only then that he was struck with horror upon realizing he had touched the creature. Eugen swiftly fell for the adorable cotton ball that began to weep. He attempted to soothe the small creature and clarify that he was working to rescue it. As Eugen opted to search his inventory for mana stones to assist his new companion, a monster quickly noticed the two of them. However, the danger was swiftly eliminated. The small cotton ball was now safeguarded by our hero. Judging by the situation, he would have to resort to mass murder once more. That said, the custodian assured the bird of additional mana stones if it remained silent. Eventually, the exit was finally unlocked. Eugen accidentally defeated the dungeon boss without intending to. Throughout the rampage, the cotton ball successfully collected every mana stone he obtained from the monsters. However, it appeared to desire more, as it was now fixated on the boss's mana stone, which was 3 times larger. As he requested it to pause until he divided it into smaller parts, the system notified him of his recent accomplishment. Eugen, carrying fewer than 3 items, successfully completed an F-rank dungeon alone, all while being an Aphrid himself. This awarded him the title of Miracle Rookie. Initially, he was just astonished that individual accomplishments were a reality at all. It was only then he discovered something far more breathtaking. By defeating an F-rank dungeon, he secured an S-rank title that increased the dungeon rewards twofold. Although the new title proved to be highly profitable, the drops from an F-rank dungeon held no worth, and the reptilian abilities were on the verge of vanishing. The bird took advantage of the distraction to swiftly consume the enormous mana stone entirely. Eugen began to contemplate whether clearing tougher dungeons alone would yield him superior titles, and how he might currently tackle a D-rank dungeon by himself. That said, he chose to maximize his time by conquering numerous dungeons before succumbing to weakness once again. At that moment, he understood that the bird had consumed the mana stone, creating an appearance akin to a black hole. Eugen came home to unwind after a tiring day. Peace welcomed its new companion right away. Home unexpectedly turned into a more stressful place than a dungeon. Our hero's kitten had become completely unruly. He began to fault himself for not understanding that a cat would quickly identify the baby bird as a treat. He was reluctant to abandon the glutton in the dungeon by itself, since it remained a young chick. Consequently, the protagonist began to contemplate whether he could instruct Peace to be gentler once it settled. Just as he started to believe that it would become significantly more challenging during his absence with the two alone, someone unexpectedly came near him. His S-rank detector activated swiftly, revealing that it was none other than his brother. Eugen swiftly spotted the feather ball and declared it to be quite charming. The hero disclosed to him that this was a dungeon creature that left him utterly stunned. Eugen bombarded his older brother with inquiries that he was eager to evade. Eugen asserted that he found a bird left alone in the hallway and chose to take it in out of compassion for the creature. Eugen attempted to convey that there was an urgent matter requiring discussion, but he was swiftly cut off. Eugen urgently required assistance with his Tier 1 fire cub. Eventually, it encountered its greatest adversary once again. Eugen attempted to convey to him the importance of treating the small bird as if it were their sibling. As the hero frantically attempted to rescue the bird from the cat, his brother chose to get right to the point. He came to discuss the kidnapping event, a topic he preferred to steer clear of, as it could be sensitive. Recognizing the urgency, he seized Peace by the neck and tossed it across the room. Eugen believed he had established the needed tranquility for a discussion. However, to his surprise, this deeply disturbed his brother. Eugen instantly started shouting at the guild master for his actions. The S-rank hunter was reprimanded for discarding Peace. To complicate matters, he appeared oblivious to the severity of his mistake. Eugen attempted to clarify that a C-rank beast wouldn't suffer from such an impact. His brother was completely indifferent. The hunter urgently attempted to soothe the custodian, who stated that impressive statistics weren't a justification for tossing the cat in that manner. Eugen was enraged and commanded both troublemakers to sit down, then began discussing how the British hunter intended to care for her future mount as if it were her own child, while her guild master presented the Manticor with a high-tier treat. Meanwhile, the S-rank hunter, who rightfully owned the creature, had the audacity to toss it around. Eugen struggled to find an excuse. Ultimately, he apologized and vowed to treat his mount as his most valuable weapon, which infuriated his brother. He clarified that his poor ownership stemmed from objectifying his pet, and as the young man insisted that fighting together forged a bond, the tamer insisted he needed to be more amicable. When he pointed out that he had done nothing for Peace, Eugen countered by explaining how he was covering all expenses. Eugen shouted that it was important and that he had to take personal action for the pet rather than relying solely on him to handle everything. Eugen offered another apology, but his brother remained convinced that he still failed to understand the circumstances. He had been oblivious to his environment and the individuals around him since childhood. Consequently, the protagonist encouraged him to express himself through hugs rather than words. However, noticing his brother's enthusiasm, he specified that he should hug the cat. The official owner and the pet both strongly disapproved of it. Once the custodian felt satisfied, they swiftly distanced themselves from one another. Soon after, peace shifted back to its rightful owner. The small creature appeared anxious, fearing it had angered its master by tormenting the bird called Peep. Peep. Eugen swiftly showed the feather clump and inquired of the furball if it was going to. Initially, it appeared that Peace was set to make Peep Peep its next meal, but ultimately, the cat had grasped its lesson. As the tamer focused on his animals, his sibling attempted to convince him to undergo a physical examination for safety reasons. In that instant, he recalled something and inquired with his brother about any plans for the upcoming week. Eugen intended to participate in a raid, just the three of them. To assess his brother's new ability and foster a connection with his future mount, Eugen consented. However, as his brother began to leave, the guild master perceived him as a deceiver concealing a hidden truth. Subsequently, our hero tackled 2 additional dungeons solo, starting with an E-rank dungeon that felt like a stroll in the park. The second was a D-rank dungeon resembling more of a fishing expedition. During each raid, the system would attempt to communicate with him. Each time, he would receive items and potions as rewards. He even obtained a new S-rank title by completing the E-rank dungeon, called Veteran F-ranker, which doubled his attack strength. Eugen sensed he was being cheated, as he initially lacked any offensive abilities. His grievances appeared to resonate with the system, as the title he obtained from the D-rank dungeon was marginally improved. The title and perk would enable him to become difficult to detect, along with the ability to share a title with an individual ranked below S. He attempted to devise the optimal method to utilize his newfound abilities, but each time the strategy risked his own safety. Eugen observed the bird attempting to snatch the food and started to consider that its actions were a result of system glitches. He even enlisted a hunter skilled in taming to assess it, but the attempt was unsuccessful, as neither the twig skill nor the super nanny skill appeared to influence it. Only time would reveal the true potential and character of Peep Peep, who appeared to be in our hero's care, given the depth of his affection. In that instant, Peep observed something unsettling. The other animal attempted to climb on top of him. Once the bird perched on its head, the owner hurried to capture the moment for posterity. Peep Peep did his utmost to strike a pose for the photo, just to lose that nose equilibrium and plunge face down onto the ground. Eugen, having made the choice to establish a social media account, opted to use his first photo as the profile picture. Upon creating his account, his charming pets attracted an impressive number of followers. At that instant, the ghost appeared, commending its master for his sudden popularity. He described how these animals had become the talk of the internet and hurried to introduce himself to the glutton bird. Eugen even presented a costly A-rank mana stone as a reward. He began to yell at him, claiming he was indulging his bird too much. The specter's error in confusing his master with the elderly woman of the watermill indicated that he was now in his care. All was proceeding as our hero intended. The long-awaited day arrived when the major contracts commenced the construction of Eugen Hahn's breeding facility. Reports indicated that all team members were awakeners, and with a substantial budget allocated, they anticipated completing the project within 2 weeks. Eugen understood that the guilds were not inexpensive bets regarding the construction, based on what he had seen on TV. He began to contemplate how occupied he would become once the construction was completed. The initial move involved convincing the blacksmith and Dr. White to come on board. Additionally, he was set to obtain a contract with baby monsters for taming purposes. In that instant, the main character understood that he had entirely overlooked his goal of retiring wealthy and youthful. Nevertheless, he chose to concentrate on the future and re-establish communication with the system within the dungeons once more. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was lacking. In addition to deceiving him regarding the true abilities of the Wish Stone, The system was also cognizant of our hero's deeds in the initial timeline. What was most fascinating was its request for him not to hold himself accountable. In essence, a problem had arisen. The mere act of having direct contact with him indicated that a genuine issue existed, potentially arising from time travel. Ultimately, the hero chose to let it go, realizing that worrying wouldn't resolve the situation. Consequently, he opted to hold off on his inquiries until their next encounter with the system. However, Eugen was naive, as he ought to have been better prepared for that day. All descended into disorder, and the black flames consumed all. Eugen found himself confronting the blade wielded by his younger brother. He came to a realization. Had he been more truthful from the beginning, he could have potentially sidestepped the impending chaos. Returning to the present, where the main character ought to have anticipated the impending catastrophe, a banquet was being arranged. He expressed regret to the blacksmith for only being able to prepare eggs, but the blacksmith shared his love for cooking. With that noted, in an unusual ambience, the four gathered for dinner. Eugen had invited his little chicks to foster their connection. As soon as Urim took the first bite, he began to commend the master blacksmith for his culinary skills. Eugen encouraged Yuhian to sample one of Myungwoo's prepared dishes. However, this one chose to remain with the eggs prepared by his brother. The hero found it quite ironic. As the fire hunter ignored them, the ice was attempting to be more welcoming in return. Eugen attempted to reprimand his younger brother for being rude. The blacksmith explained that the two hardly conversed and would seldom need to, once he accompanied him. Urim considered those words to be quite distant from the past. When questioned about the decision, it became clear that the master blacksmith preferred to accompany his closest friend, opting for him instead of Hyan, who pleaded for him to remain. Urim felt a sense of admiration, recognizing that the new structure would include both a breeding area and a smithy. Eugen aimed to bring his brother and the famed blacksmith, to whom he had pledged a penthouse, nearer. Ultimately, Myungwoo was the type of person who understood how to pamper his friends. To his surprise, Eugen remained as cold as always. He stayed silent. As they washed the dishes, Urim and Eugen discussed the uncomfortable vibe during dinner. The hero recognized that his brother wasn't particularly outgoing, but he was surprised that his sibling wasn't happy about being able to defend himself now. Initially, he believed his tall and attractive brother felt envious of him, but Urim was convinced that this was not true. She mentioned that Eugen felt somewhat sad to witness his custodian becoming independent. Urim speculated that Eugen was afraid his relationship with his brother was becoming more distant. However, when prompted to provide more details, she clarified that she was merely speaking for the sake of it. Urim highlighted the guild master's stress, noting that the security system had been displaying errors consistently for the past 3 days. Eugen began to hold himself responsible for this. Urim pointed out that the guild master was to blame and encouraged her brother to leave him and side with her, having overlooked that he was her superior. Subsequently, the hero made an effort to uplift his brother, believing he was the cause of his distant demeanor. Eugen chose to give his brother flowers, only to encounter a blank expression. Events unfolded differently than anticipated. He didn't have the smoothness of Hyun Jae-sung. That is the reason the operation failed. He aimed to elicit at least one laugh from his brother. However, for some unknown reason, the young man had displayed no emotions over the last few days. Hyun-jae believed a sincere discussion would fix everything. But events started to escalate before they could even communicate properly. Eventually, Peace began to examine his environment. Hyun-jae inquired whether it recalled the dungeon from which it originated. He felt joy knowing the fire Manticor had completely forgotten its origins. While they continued their conversation, Peace was unexpectedly taken aback. Suddenly, blue monkeys charged in to launch an attack. Peace chose to stand firm, and just like that, he began to slaughter the approaching primates, satisfying his owner. Hyun-jae stated that this was completely natural. Monsters exhibited inherent aggression towards different species, leading to the common practice of pitting them against one another before eliminating the weakened victor. Yu Jiao considered this an effective method for Peace to advance. Yet the guild master needed to concentrate solely on his own growth. This chilly attitude was becoming quite irritating. As you advance deeper into the dungeon, a blue monkey leaped toward our main character. However, before he could remove it, it got caught in the red wire. And just like that, it was grilled to shreds. The next monster experienced the same occurrence. Regarding the third, it was engulfed by the black flames. On the fourth try, a flurry of blue feathers struck it in the face. Yu Jiao could no longer endure it. When questioned about it, Yu Jiao clarified that he was merely assisting him in navigating this hazardous area. Yu Jiao then confronted the obvious issue and noted that something appeared to be troubling his brother. He inquired whether he was involved in any way. However, Yu Jiao asserted that he preferred not to expend his energy on someone unwilling to share his secret as well. Yu Jiao was amazed. He subsequently highlighted that the entire secret matter was originally initiated by his brother. Ultimately, he recalled all the wrongdoings his brother committed during their separation, memories of people he found strangely familiar. As he kept yelling at his brother, his sword zipped past his ear to pierce a monkey directly in the heart. Yu Jiao confirmed that maintaining this confidentiality was essential for the safety of the custodians, and in the interest of expanding the guild master acknowledged that his brother possessed a narrative of his own. He realized that the only option left was to acknowledge that his brother no longer required his protection. After coming to this understanding, Yu Jiao conveyed to his brother that it was completely normal for someone to feel concern. However, Yu Jiao did not have to bear the burden alone. Ultimately, he possessed sufficient power that most guild leaders would hesitate to confront him. However, the S-rank hunter claimed this was not the problem. Thus, when inquired about, the guild master released his formidable black flames and inquired of his brother whether he could find a way to peacefully enjoy his life. Yu Jiao wished for his brother to be lazy as he catered to his every requirement. In return, neither would challenge the other's actions. Yu Jiao just wished his brother would refrain from entering dungeons. Yu Jiao remembered a comparable experience he shared with his brother from the previous timeline. Just as he was ready to discuss his brother's secret, the system prepared itself for a dialogue. This left the protagonist amazed. Before he could comprehend it, he began to fade away. Yu Jiao, drawn by the light, glanced back. To his surprise, his brother was disappearing. Before any action could be taken, the protagonist vanished, leaving only his weapon behind. The system couldn't have chosen a more inconvenient moment to behave suspiciously. Only a spear remained as the sole remnant. The formidable S-ranker found himself utterly bewildered. Before he could react, his brother had inexplicably disappeared. On the opposite side of the wall, the hero continued to plummet. As he began to voice his frustrations about the poor timing, his descent abruptly halted midair. It was only then that the entity appeared. Greeting its honey, it resembled a pink smiley face emoji. The other digital beings emerged soon after. The protagonist quickly understood that he was, in fact, conversing with the system itself. The emojis validated it, and with them repeatedly addressing him as honey, the protagonist found himself curious. Just when he aimed to clarify his name was Eugene, his lips were swiftly sealed. The entity declared that after revealing a specific quantity of information, the link would be instantly severed. And names represented a vast quantity of information that was best concealed. While the emojis insisted on keeping him hidden from the enemy, Eugene inquired about their name. However, as the system asserted that they were not allowed to speak it, Eugene started to wonder if he was confronting Voldemort. The emoji seized the moment to express regret for having deceived him regarding the wish stone. Eugene encouraged them not to worry, as ultimately this resulted in a positive outcome for him and everyone involved. He chose to stop wasting time because his brother was waiting for him, and inquired of the emojis how they were aware of the original timeline. He also sought to understand if time travel created any problems. At that instant, the smiley face indicated that the crucial segment was still ahead. They claimed it was merely Earth's time that had been reversed. To simplify matters, they created trees, asserting that they symbolized dimensions and directed him to the one that depicted his domain. They subsequently showcased the impact of the wish stone on. And just like that, the enormous tree reverted to a tiny plant. Only Earth was sent years back in time. In other terms, the time travel had no impact on the other dimensions, indicating that the dungeons remained unchanged in both number and quality from before the time reset. Consequently, Earth would experience an accelerated dungeon issue as entities attempted to mitigate the situation. Meanwhile, with the adversary seeking to strengthen itself within the dungeons, the system urgently required the custodian's abilities to address the escalating crisis. In an instant, the yearbook appeared, and it instantly began to transform shapes. To protect his home dimension, the custodian needed to assemble 50 S-rank heroes to be under his control. After truly grasping the purpose of the photo album, the emojis conveyed their desire to utilize a format he would recognize. Consequently, they designed the system to resemble an earthly video game, dedicating significant effort to its intricate details. However, upon discovering that the status window was set to vanish the protagonist was left utterly stunned that day. The system essentially served as a tutorial that would restrict human creativity throughout the years. Consequently, people thought F-rankers couldn't acquire power, despite the fact that they were living evidence to the contrary. The emojis clearly expressed that change and evolution are inherent traits of human nature. Upon discovering this vital detail, the exasperated hero quickly seized the emoji. Realizing change was achievable, he insisted on altering his keyword. He began to grumble that his keyword was far too absurd for such a crucial mission. Given that he had to manage 50 S-rankers, his life had essentially transformed into a bizarre dating simulator. The beings clarified that they only provided the name and description, asserting that he was accountable for it. Nonetheless, he held them responsible for the system's lack of clarity. Eugen mentioned that they had provided his friend the hobo with a collection of rare items, along with a detailed instruction manual. It was disclosed that the ability Golden Smithy contained a save file from its previous world. Eugen had knowledge of other realms that existed beyond Earth. The Golden Smithy was a workshop established in one of those alternate dimensions before being transported to Earth. Such a large entity as the smithy was seldom moved. However, its former owner made every effort to pass it to the next realm. No matter the expense, this was the sole method to support future generations. The organization clarified that, similar to zoologists, they utilized information from familiar species to complete the gaps regarding newly identified animals, leading to precision. They then described how they had never witnessed anything like our hero's flawless custodian ability. As it was their initial experience with such a capability, they needed to speculate extensively to document its characteristics. The skill of a regular custodian was quite uncommon, as it required being the protector of a naturally born S-ranker to obtain it. The protagonist is aware that elite hunters can be classified as either A-rank or S-rank prior to their awakening. In unsuitable conditions, they could awaken to a lower rank. However, there are individuals who can solely awaken as S-ranks. These individuals are exceptionally rare anomalies that swiftly set themselves apart from others of their kind. Consequently, they struggled to integrate with society, which began to both fear and revere them as deities. As they highlighted that this was why the custodian title was so uncommon, Eugene reflected on how he had never let his brother down. No custodian had ever enjoyed a lengthy existence, as they turn into the vulnerability of an S-ranker who could inadvertently harm them through excessive protectiveness. However, observing how the system aimed for the human to complete his mission securely, they allotted him 5 entire years to collect the required 50 S-ranks. At that instant, this powerful face began to malfunction. The conversation had maxed out its data transfer, prompting the system to return the hero after 30 minutes of discussion. Yet Eugene still had numerous questions. Upon inquiring if he could inform his brother about his quest, the emojis requested that he refrain from sharing all the details. When questioned about the dungeons, they clarified that the rules remained unchanged and how they would address any dungeon that emerged earlier than anticipated. As the hero persisted with his inquiries, the creature assured him that all would be disclosed eventually, before ultimately bringing him back to the dungeon. In that instant, the hero finally awakened. He quickly stood up and began searching for his brother, only to swiftly observe some peculiar surroundings. Eugene felt bewildered, realizing he was meant to be in a forest dungeon instead of a nightmarish pit. The main character speculated that he was in the incorrect dungeon. It was only then he saw something approaching him. When confronted by a massive crimson cat, he became certain that this was not the same loud dungeon he remembered. In an instant, the protagonist dodged the approaching claws. Eugene began to feel anxious and chose to review the enemy's statistics. However, after examining it with his expertise, he found himself especially intrigued. The creature standing before him was actually his beloved pet, Peace. And prior to the custodian noticing, he was abruptly seized and lifted like a sack of potatoes by the large gentleman. That individual was none other than his sibling. Eugene requested clarification, since they had left the forest dungeon behind, only to later notice something fascinating upon viewing the bodies. Eugene let his fire engulf the whole area. The hero attempted to soothe his brother and insisted that he release him, just for him to assert that he wasn't angry whatsoever. Eugene sought assistance from Peace, but was swiftly disregarded instead. As he attempted to apologize, his brother could no longer endure it. Eugene attacked his brother verbally, leaving him thoroughly perplexed. Eugene merely aimed to clarify what had occurred, but his sibling was unwilling to listen. Initially, the concerned guild leader, who understood that his brother was venturing into the realm of hunting, chose to allow him some freedom to explore. However, he now found it difficult to stay composed, noticing that circumstances were not improving. In that instant, Eugene slammed his brother to the floor. He subsequently aimed his sword at him and asserted he would inform everyone that his guardian had died within the dungeon. The S-ranker believed that keeping his brother alive in a cage posed too great a risk. Eugene aimed to assert that his brother was killed by the boss monster, which would raise skepticism among some, considering he was accompanied by an S-rank chaperone, after all. He would display his deceased brother's limbs as evidence of his passing. In that instant, the protagonist remembered how, per the system, certain custodians could suffer due to their overly protective S-rankers. Therefore, Eugene vowed to heal his brother following the amputation. This one was completely overwhelmed with panic. It was only then that the stud's protective skill activated. Eugene seized the opportunity to escape for his life. Eugene, able to slice through the shield effortlessly, paused. The hero asserted that he did not desire such protection and would chastise his brother if he attempted to hurt him. The guild master swiftly deflected the knives aimed at him. He then took hold of his brother and indicated that he had been concealing some matters from him. Eugene subsequently utilized his mark of the master. In an instant, Peace joined the fight. It swiftly sank its teeth into the arm of its rightful owner. However, the bite from such a young cub was insignificant to the S-rank, who swiftly gained command of the scenario. And just like that, he executed a suplex on the fire Manticor. Peace was rendered completely unconscious. Eugene confronted his brother fiercely for once more threatening his pet's safety, just to be swiftly restrained on the floor. Eugene believed this was the sole option available. And just like that, he lunged for the stabs. He disclosed that initially he felt joyful, believing they would regain their previous closeness. Consequently, the guild master, now insisting on uncovering the truth, had been overlooking numerous issues. He struggled to accept that his brother had become a tamer at level 10. And he wasn't the kind of person to look after Peace upon discovering how costly it would be. Eugene subsequently mentioned the master Blacksmith and Peep. It got even wilder when Eugene stepped into a dungeon. The guild master then highlighted his helplessness in the face of his disappearing older brother. In that moment, he started to weep over his vulnerability. Ultimately, Eugene lacked the strength to amputate his brother. Consequently, he opted to take a portion of his skin instead. As he aimed for the stab, he assured him that he would heal him soon after. In terror for his life, the protagonist requested the system to reveal itself. Suddenly, a novel kind of window panel appeared. Eugene stood in awe, having never encountered anything quite like it before. Yujin swiftly distanced himself from his little maniac and confirmed that he would explain. He disclosed that his decision to nurture the Manticor stemmed from witnessing its potential to achieve S-rank status. Yujin disclosed that he had been stealthily completing dungeons solo, including one where he encountered the cotton ball. In that instant, the hero announced that he had assisted the system's creator. Yujin stood in shock, expressing his desire for his brother to avoid any actions that might put him in danger. He was struck in the face because this hypocrite intended to amputate his brother. For a moment, Yujin had overlooked the strength of S ranks. Yujin disclosed that his decision to keep this a secret was not due to a lack of trust. Ultimately, his brother was the person he relied on the most in the entire world. The custodian subsequently requested a potion to restore his vanquished Pokemon to health. He couldn't ignore that he had created significant concern for his brother. The hero indicated that the unusual actions of the security system stemmed from his stealth abilities, and as he disclosed his immunity to poison, curses, and fear, the situation became even more intriguing. The guild master considered these abilities to be quite distinctive. It seems the system aimed to prevent him from disclosing any details regarding final gratitude, his custodian role, and the timeline reset. Yujin encouraged his brother to approach him with any further inquiries he might have. He understood how perplexing this must appear and held himself responsible for having kept it hidden. Consequently, the hero requested his brother to come to him right away if any issues arose, rather than restraining him and keeping it hidden. In an instant, the man who wished to sever his own kin expressed remorse like a timid puppy. In that instant, Yujin understood that he had to do significantly more than just assist his brother to ensure his happiness. Ultimately, the custodian would have set fire to a dungeon if Yujin had vanished. In an instant, the two brothers embraced each other, exchanging heartfelt apologies. Simultaneously, peace relished being flanked by the two Han siblings. In that instant, the dungeon creature reverted to its original dimensions. It turns out it was intentionally shrinking to be embraced by its owner, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Nonetheless, Yujin would have valued it if peace had suggested its development. Ultimately, the brother who had nothing to gain from the dungeon encouraged his sibling to apologize to the cat he had just struck. Yujin was shocked, having instructed Yujin on how to apologize correctly. Observing from a distance, the system's creators felt a sense of relief that disaster had been averted. The lamb started to feel anxious about disclosing their secret to Yujin. As the siren noted that he was Honey's greatest supporter, having already sacrificed himself for him, the individual behind her remarked that the blacksmith possessed greater potential. Due to Myun-woo's insufficient time to attain his complete strength, there were strategies in place to evacuate him from Earth if it faced destruction. The lamb emphasized that they ought to make an effort to rescue the protagonist. However, the siren insisted that a custodian would never consent to abandon everyone, indicating that this situation would result in a kidnapping. The lamb believed their actions were unethical. Ultimately, everyone concurred that this was preferable to inaction and that minor sacrifices were necessary to attain success. The strange-looking bottle was subsequently called forth. The siren conveyed to the lamb that this marked an ideal beginning for her as a new member, and they should simply decorate Yujin's room as they wait. And just like that, as we awaited the fated day, the wayward children in exile raised a toast to themselves. The ensuing days proved to be quite tranquil. The Han brothers had made amends. Yujin felt a sense of relief upon discovering that his growth was normal. Subsequently, when showcasing the data taken by the Spectre to Dr. Bite, our protagonist inquired if she required additional information, to which she responded that it surpassed her expectations. It marked the first occasion that someone had compiled such significant data and in record time for her benefit. She noted that her uncle aimed to construct a research center for her, intending to create a commercial edge for the guild, as data was challenging for Yujin. Chose to present her with a proposal. He aimed to provide her with a separate lab, a new facility in his name, and even suggested making its research accessible to the public. The hero would also supply her with a skilled team and highlighted how, once they entered the global market, data analysis would become significantly simpler. Someone inquired why he was making such efforts to invest in her. The avaricious deceiver claimed, as a component of his retirement strategy, that his actions were intended for the benefit of the world. Dr. Bite subsequently requested approval to invite a few of her friends. Having studied Dungeons and Awakeners together for 2 years, the 5 of them had formed a bond. While she continued to chatter about how they would dash to Korea following just one call from her, Yujin remained rooted in place. He identified the researchers as the Dungeoneers team set to reveal the secrets of the dungeons. Several years later, he assured the researcher that she could freely invite her friends for that very reason. With that, the agreement was finalized. This marked one of the custodian's top investments. Should the dungeon spawn rate increase as predicted by the system, the breathing facility alone would not suffice for our hero. Thus, he had to concentrate on Dr. Seek and her research work. Yujo has also chosen to enter the stock market for his debut. He invested all his funds in a firm aiming to develop a solution for baldness in the foreseeable future, only for it to become the most regrettable choice he had ever made. Yujo's main focus was recruiting additional S-rankers. At that moment, 3 elite hunters showed up at the location. Turns out that the 3 of them were enjoying a girls' day out. Heuna provided Yoram with numerous recommendations for the top local restaurants. The 3 monsters reached Korea but remained confined aboard the ship. Upon listening to this, Heuna went to Yujo to see how he was. He asserted that nothing extraordinary occurred, even though he had faced death numerous times since their last meeting. Miss Moon felt joy upon hearing this and swiftly took hold of him. She was curious if he could provide her with one of the 3 new monsters. While she volunteered to help the creature advance, Yujun attempted to soothe his younger brother, who was on the verge of burning a possible yearbook nominee. While he was in discussions with the client, So Young softly took hold of his hand. She attempted to draw him nearer, inquiring if he would continue to care for her baby dragon despite acquiring 3 new monsters. Thus, while Yujun endured this playful torment, Yoram found herself likening him to a type of slime. The hero knew he was incapable of facing 50 overpowered S-rankers like those 3. At that instant, Yuhan neared his sibling. He intended to give him a present. This was an interpreting tool that would prove useful for the custodian once he began to attract international clients. Yuhan announced that he would no longer interfere in his brother's matters. Yet he implored him to avoid putting himself at risk. To him, his brother was the most vital person in his life. The older brother found himself enchanted by the adorableness, while the women were completely repulsed. With his relationship with his brother now mended, he felt more driven than ever. The hero resolved to give his all as the cages were taken off the ship. Yuhan began to realize he couldn't simply stand by and watch the world fall apart. The container was opened at that moment. To the protagonist, this represented an opportunity to achieve an even more fulfilling happy ending alongside his brother. However, he realized that actions were far more challenging than words. The employee subsequently gave the new caretaker the mark of the master. He described how the newly arriving monsters would bring him numerous difficulties. During their journey to Korea, they encountered their fair share of difficulties. At that instant, a creature broke free from its enclosure. A strong gust of wind burst from the container, and just like that, the enchanting creature finally revealed itself. It was a mythical griffin. The mythical creature, part lion and part eagle, had become a reality, emerging from the depths of the dungeons. Huna desired a griffin for its unparalleled flying abilities. However, while Yerim thought the creature was cute, Soyoung argued that dragons remained the ultimate choice. In that instant, the creature chose to glance downward. Due to the custodian title, the abilities of the Mark of the Master were significantly enhanced. This led to an unexpected surge of love for the hero within the griffin's heart. Yuna was taken aback when the monster rushed directly at him. In a moment of horror, his brother rushed in to strike the creature, inadvertently snapping its neck. In an instant, the protagonist was rendered unconscious. And with everyone concentrating on him, the griffin spotted something it adored, and just like that, it swiftly lunged at the approaching package. Huna chose to intervene. She conjured a minor storm to halt the griffin during its flight. To her complete astonishment, it slipped away from her grasp effortlessly. Noticing the creature's apparent resistance to wind-based assaults, the ice which chose to intervene. The powerful severing swiftly overtook the young griffin. But the young girl was instantly struck by its wings. She, having never attempted to get close to a pigeon previously, struggled to capture the bird with its large, flapping wings. The simplest option was to freeze it, but they couldn't endanger the creature's life. Upon witnessing this, Soyoung chose to ensnare it with a canvas crafted from dungeon resources. In an instant, she initiated her assault. Soon after tiring everyone out, the baby griffin felt quite content with its cozy cocoon. Finally, the rampage came to an end. Taking its life would have been significantly simpler. In that instant, Soyoung began to understand that if her future dragon displayed certain behaviors, she would struggle to train him. Ultimately, humans and monsters had become lifelong adversaries. This is why some viewed the idea of having them as pets as an unattainable fantasy. Witnessing its near attack on his brother, the guild master suggested to resolve it immediately, but was swiftly halted. Eugene awoke. He clarified that while it had no intention to hurt him, the griffin could have inadvertently caused injuries. Ultimately, this small being, capable of reaching S rank and acquiring skills, should not be permitted to associate with low-rank awakeners that are inferior to it. Consequently, the tamer encouraged the girl to set the creature free and requested his brother to refrain from stepping in. His aim was to instruct it on proper behavior with others. Eugene was ideally fit for this role, being the least strong individual present. That said, the custodian lifted himself up, so he requested the griffin to come closer. The infant creature hurried to hug its new guardian, tenderly sinking its claws deep into his skin. Eugene did his utmost to manage the pain, but he inadvertently frightened the creature as he began to bleed profusely and cry out in pain. He intentionally did this to demonstrate to the beast just how weak he truly was. Eugene healed himself and offered the monster another opportunity. And just like that, a breathtaking slaughter commenced. The hero revealed his vulnerability with intense emotion, and although his brother was profoundly touched by his bravery, the girl perceived the scene as completely foolish. Eventually, the griffin softly descended onto the hand of its new master. It was subsequently lauded for its ingenuity, noticing how rapidly it mastered controlling its strength. Eugene subsequently requested Urim to restrain the griffin and blindfold it. Although she feared they could lose control again, the hero reassured her that blinding it and maintaining distance would suffice. Ultimately, it behaved that way due to the contents of the other cage. Inside, 2 baby shadow unicorns were uncovered. These were the other 2 creatures aboard the ship, and given that griffins consume equine flesh, it was clear why the predator behaved in that manner. Regarding the baby griffin, consuming a specific quantity would enable him to acquire a new ability. Observing this, Huna seized the chance to trade some of her guild's monster horses as nourishment for the griffin in return for a ride on it. At that moment, Hunamoon felt impressed by the F-ranker. At that instant, the man neared the frightened animals. Due to his role as custodian and the master's mark, they quickly formed a bond with him. Huna was amazed. As Eugene had distinct talents and abilities she had never encountered in anyone before. She was excited to see his character growth, not merely as the sibling of the opposing guild leader, but as an individual. Prior to dispatching the unicorns to the training facility, Eugene chose to name them. However, considering that the most he could offer them was black and white, it was fair to conclude that he was not a good namer. In the meantime, destroyed, a savage massacre had taken place. The tracker sought additional information. Observing that Brix had acquired her contract and noting her inexperience in this field, she was curious about how someone managed to bypass the high-rank binding curse associated with her agreement. However, the person being choked remained silent. Witnessing his guild master's demise in the abduction event, he was unaware of who had ruined the contract. Thus, noticing this, the woman clenched her hold on his neck. Realizing the man was utterly ineffective for her purpose, She chose to tear his head from his shoulders. In an instant, the ground was stained with blood. Observing her buyer's demise, the remainder of his guild was nearly ineffective. The fierce woman chose to interrogate the individual they had abducted. The monsters quickly adapted to their new environments. After much grumbling, Eugene had no choice but to allow the teenager to name the unicorns Salt and Pepper. The griffin, named Blue, created its own set of challenges and mischief. The mischievous creature reversed the situation merely by flapping its wings. While chaos ensued and its owner dealt with the aftermath, Peace cast a glance at Blue. Instantly, Blue began tidying up, with Peace assisting the owner in maintaining a semblance of order amidst the turmoil. Upon encountering the griffin, the Manticor quickly asserted dominance, demonstrating clearly who held the superior position. Ultimately, all three pets eventually drifted off to sleep. The hero felt a sense of relief. Managing baby monsters proved to be quite challenging. Observing how just a few of them exhausted him, he started to question whether he could realistically gather 50. With that in mind, he began tallying the monsters associated with his name, starting with the 5 young creatures within the facility: Gate, Venom, his dragon Dio, and Valthesis, and the one that the system has identified. In that instant, the hero understood he had never possessed such a creature. One of his titles as Dragon Slayer was triggered, enabling him to double his statistics while confronting the dragon. Initially, he believed there was a dungeon break in the vicinity. It was fascinating, considering he received no alerts on his phone. Suddenly, something appeared from within the wall. Eugen was shocked when a woman appeared. With predatory eyes, she grabbed his phone. He stood stunned while the woman looked on in awe. She began discussing in French how fascinating it was that she had been noticed. At that point, the French woman finally activated her translator. The main character was filled with numerous inquiries and began to contemplate whether the person before him was the dragon he sought. He swiftly glanced at her statistics and recognized her as Leet, an S-ranker. She was born with S-rank status, similar to his brother and the guild master of Sisong. However, even in the past timeline, the protagonist had never come across a hunter like her. He swiftly realized he was reading something. With fierce determination, she pinned him down. She observed the motion of his eyes and understood that he was in the middle of a lecture. The predator quickly understood that Eugen was examining a window panel regarding her. Similar to Eugen Sung, this woman who managed to evade the guild's stringent security was also aware of his evaluative abilities. Eugen swiftly realized that without a valid explanation, death would be his fate. He explained to Leet that it would have been preferable for her to contact the office to arrange a meeting with him. In that instant, the predator couldn't resist smiling at her victim. She highlighted how this would have been quite difficult, due to the strict security enforced by the 5 major guilds. And with Eugen revealing that his brother was not someone to be trifled with,